Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 51. Hagoromo Gensou has really been resurrected. In the Hokage's office, besides Tsunade and Jiraiya, Shizune, now the Hokage's secretary, was also present. Upon hearing Jiraiya reveal the truth, the office fell into a dead silence. In the current shinobi world, how many could force the renowned duo, A and B, to flee with severed arms? And then there was the ice release. The Yuki clan had long been annihilated by Kirigakure, with the sole survivor having already perished in the land of waves. Combining the information that Gensou possesses ice release, the truth was already evident. How can a person who has been dead for over 50 years be resurrected? Even with Edo Tensei, it shouldn't achieve this result. How did he manage it? As a medical master, Tsunade, who understood life and death better than most, was utterly perplexed after her initial shock. While she had saved many lives and brought back many who were said to be claimed by death, the so-called claimed by death was more like on the verge of death. In the true boundary between life and death, not even she, the most skilled medical ninja, could cross it. Tsunade-sama. At this moment, Shizune suddenly thought of something and her face changed. Could it be related to the spirit transfer technique? The spirit transfer technique. Mentioning this, Tsunade's temper flared up. It wasn't directed at Shizune, but at Gensou. That guy, once a peer of her grandfather in Madara, ended up using such despicable means to steal others' techniques. If she had been on the scene at that time, she would have punched him hard. But things had come to this point. Tsunade quickly suppressed her anger and frowned in deep thought. The spirit transfer technique can detach the soul from the body and kill from a distance. But that's still far from resurrection. Jiraiya stroked his chin. At this moment, he suddenly thought of Orochimaru. Maybe Gensou developed a technique similar to Orochimaru's living corpse reincarnation, which allowed him to come back to life. And the reason he sought the reanimation technique might be to complete the final piece of the puzzle regarding the soul. Given the unclear circumstances surrounding how Gensou's body maintained its vitality, this was the most Jiraiya could think of. A technique similar to living corpse reincarnation. Tsunade understood. For someone like Gensou, who emerged victorious from the Warring States period, using any method to come back to life was not surprising. Another Orochimaru-like individual. No, Gensou is even more dangerous than Orochimaru. Tsunade frowned even more. Jiraiya, what do you think an old guy like him would do after going through all this trouble to come back to life? Now that she had transitioned from being a gambler to the Hokage, the burden on her shoulders was very heavy, and she had to consider all possibilities. Hearing this, Jiraiya shook his head with a bitter smile. How could I know what someone like him is thinking? I just hope that his presence doesn't cause the hard-won peace in the shinobi world to fall into chaos again. Just him alone. Tsunade crossed her arms and scoffed. How could one person conquer the entire shinobi world? Even her grandfather couldn't do it. Let alone Gensou, who was defeated by her grandfather. Kimimaro clearly doesn't think so. Jiraiya's expression grew serious as he handed over a document from Kimimaro to Tsunade. Kimimaro sent an official communique, requesting a Five Kage Summit. A Five Kage Summit? Tsunade was instantly stunned. The same reaction came from the female Mizukage, Mei. A Five Kage Summit? Has the Raikage been so traumatized by Gensou that he proposed such an idea? Shocked by the news of Gensou's resurrection, Mei shook her head upon hearing Kimimaro's desire to convene a Five Kage Summit. Though Kirigakure had long-standing animosity with Gensou, she had never considered calling a Five Kage Summit specifically to deal with one person. What is a Five Kage Summit? It is the highest-level power meeting in the shinobi world. It had only been convened once in several decades. That meeting established the new order of the shinobi world after the Warring States period, which has continued to this day. As for convening a summit to attack Gensou, it ultimately serves to maintain and perfect the established order of the shinobi world. To convene another summit now just to deal with one person would make the 5 great shinobi villages look bad. Even after 3 shinobi world wars, the collective strength of the 5 great shinobi villages is much stronger now than during the era of the first Hokage. The young and spirited 5th Mizukage, Mei, decided to put the idea of the 5 Kage Summit aside and instructed, now, we can focus all our efforts on investigating Gensou, right? Her subordinates had no objections. Although Gensou was very powerful, the village could test him countless times. No matter how strong an individual is, they always have weaknesses. If there are weaknesses, they can be targeted and exploited. At that point, even gods can be killed. This belief was firmly held by modern shinobi who had not experienced the chaos of the Warring States period. In Iwagakure. Unlike the shock in Konoha and the aggressiveness of Kirigakure upon receiving the idea of a Five Kage Summit, Tsunagakure, which had just found the body of the fourth Kazekage, was too busy dealing with the aftermath and worrying about the selection of the fifth Kazekage to care about external affairs. Upon receiving the information from Kimimaro, the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, fell into a long silence. His subordinates did not urge him, patiently waiting like rocks for the leader who had guided Iwagakure for decades to think things through. No matter what decision he made, they would execute it without question. Such a display would be considered good by most leaders. But Inoki, observing all this, sighed faintly. He wished someone would step forward with their own opinion rather than just nodding in agreement. There's no one to succeed me. Inoki shook his head, continuing to bear the burden himself, placing hope in the younger generation. Kuratsuchi seemed promising. And Daidara. Forget it, the rebellious disciple who betrayed the village for his so-called pursuit of art was infuriating to even mention. A disciple who was once a candidate for the future fourth Tsuchikage chose to defect for the sake of art. In over 70 years of life, Inoki had never encountered such an oddity. Tsuchikage-sama. At this moment, his son Katsuchi, after much thought, cautiously asked what they should do next. What to do? Inoki's eyes suddenly lit up, asking a question that no one expected. Do we have any news on the whereabouts of the Hagoromo clan? Chapter 52, Chapter 52. Inoki's question naturally had no immediate answer. Returning to the Five Kage Summit. A meeting of such significance couldn't be convened with just a word. Each major village had its own important matters and demands. Unless the knife was at their throats. For instance, like the Akatsuki's rampant collection of tailed beasts, or if Jensenu had done something to deeply wound the 5 great shinobi villages. Otherwise, it would be difficult to reach a consensus in a short time. Compared to the massive 5 great shinobi villages, other forces were much more straightforward. Soon, Jensu's portrait appeared on the black market, along with a staggering bounty of 800 million. This time, however, the bounty requirement was no longer for his corpse but for Jensu alive or the secret of his resurrection. For those powerful figures who were not shinobi, upon hearing the news of Jensu's resurrection, their first concern was not the shift in the shinobi world's balance but the possibility of resurrection. Who wouldn't want a second life? Especially those who lacked nothing material and feared death the most. So, 1 billion, 2 billion, 3 billion, add more bounty money. As long as they could obtain the secret of resurrection. Money was never a problem. Such a massive amount of money, combined with the mystery of resurrection, indeed attracted a large number of bounty hunters. Though they had heard Jensu was formidable, so what? If he's human, he can be killed. Maybe with a stroke of luck, they could claim this massive fortune. At this moment, in a bounty office disguised as a public toilet, a group of fierce-looking bounty hunters excitedly pointed at Jensu's bounty. Until a crisp bell rang from behind. Their expressions changed abruptly, and they fell silent with trepidation. Ding ding. Kakuzu, wearing a conical hat and a black cloak with red clouds, carrying a box filled with money obtained from exchanging a corpse, walked towards the bounty board out of habit, looking for a new target. Seeing this, the bounty hunters instinctively made way for this legendary figure. No one knew how long Kakuzu had been a bounty hunter. Even the oldest bounty hunters vaguely remembered that Kakuzu was already there when they started. Once, someone tried to trouble him, thinking that with so many years of bounty hunting, the amassed wealth must be astronomical. However, they ended up as corpses, adding to Kakuzu's fortune. Over time, Kakuzu became a taboo in the black market, and no one dared to offend him. But today, the legendary Kakuzu, upon seeing the sky-high bounty of 800 million, couldn't help but breathe rapidly for a few moments. However, upon seeing the identity of the target, he quickly calmed down and did not record it in his little book as usual. Taking a deep look at the vivid and lifelike portrait of Jensu, Kakuzu silently turned and left. As one of the few people still alive from the Warring States period, Jensu might not know him, but Kakuzu knew Jensu well. After the cold winds of the assassination attempt on Hashirama, resulting in Hashirama merely patting him on the shoulder and telling him to live well, Kakuzu no longer followed orders but lived solely for money. He clearly understood the difference between making money for a short time or a lifetime. It was best not to take on such a hot potato. As for the secret of resurrection, mastering the Earth Grudge Fear technique meant he was no longer fully human, and with a long life ahead, he wasn't concerned about it. Ding ding. As Kakuzu walked out of the stinking public toilet, his impatient partner Haiden, holding his nose, said, finally out. Kakuzu, can't you choose a better place to collect money? No, Kakuzu said calmly. Evil atheist. Haiden could only curse. Kakuzu glanced at him. Just as Haiden couldn't do anything to him, he couldn't kill Haiden either. Otherwise, he would have long killed his partner and taken the corpse for money. Unaware that the bounty he coveted was just within reach, Haiden said, the boss has summoned us for a meeting. What's the matter? Kakuzu asked. Haiden shrugged, something big happened recently, I guess. Who knows? Kakuzu thought of Jensenu. The so-called big event must be related to him. Lord Madara. Lord Madara. Have you heard? Your good friend is resurrected. In a cold tower, the masked man, Obito, who was silently watching the endless cold rain outside, heard White Zetsu's voice behind him and turned around in confusion. A good friend resurrected? What do you mean? He had no good friends now. If he did, it would be those friends from his days as Obito, now severed ties. Like Kakashi. But those guys weren't dead. Hagoromo Gensou. Someone from your time has come back to life. White Zetsu gave the answer with a grin, while Black Zetsu frowned deeply. Hagoromo Gensou. Obito thought, who is he? As a poor student, he had no interest in shinobi history. During his time with Madara, the old man had no interest in mentioning someone who was dead and no longer a threat. So, Obito, disguised as Madara, knew nothing about Gensou. Black Zetsu, aware of Obito's true nature, explained briefly, a person from Madara's time, someone he held in high regard. Obito immediately understood. His exposed eye narrowed slightly, catching the key point, without the Rinne Tensei, how did this person come back to life? Black Zetsu's voice turned grave, unknown. This was precisely what concerned it. The plan to save its mother was progressing smoothly. The last thing it wanted was unexpected events. And now, Gensu's resurrection was precisely such an unexpected event. The 5 great shinobi villages were very concerned, and it worried that Gensu's appearance might disrupt the plan. Obito also considered this, about to say something when a phantom figure appeared before him. The newcomer spoke. Madara-sama. Chapter 53, Chapter 53. With orange hair, Pain, who was once thought by conspiracy theorists to be the 4th Hokage, appeared in front of Uchiha Obito and asked in a flat tone. Madara-sama, do you know anything about Gensou? Obito's face stiffened momentarily, but the spiral mask concealed everything. He quickly responded in his usual enigmatic tone, an old acquaintance. Pain continued, is there a possibility of recruiting him into Akatsuki? Hearing this, Black Zetsu subtly shook its head at Obito. Understanding the signal, Obito replied, unless you are willing to hand over everything you have to him. I understand. Pain's face remained expressionless. Now self-proclaimed as God, there was no way he would hand over everything to another. Since he's an old friend of Madara-sama, I'll leave this person to you to handle. Ensure he doesn't interfere with our plans. You don't have to say it. I'm also eager to meet this old friend, Obito replied deeply. Pain nodded. Before his phantom disappeared, he asked again, by the way, do you know how Gensou was resurrected? That's something I really want to know too. This time, Obito answered sincerely. Then I'll leave it to you, Madara-sama. Pain gave Obito one last look before his phantom dissipated. Afterward, Obito turned to Black Zetsu, and Black Zetsu looked back at him. Obito's eyes narrowed as he instructed, I want to know all of Gensou's movements. Such a troublesome individual suddenly appearing gives me a sense of unease. I understand. Black Zetsu nodded empathetically and then sank into the ground. Left alone, Obito muttered to himself, resurrection. Rin. Even if it succeeded, what would it achieve? In this flawed world, it would only lead to another tragedy. So, no one can stop me from completely changing the shinobi world. Meanwhile, atop the ghetto statue's fingers, 6 phantoms were chatting. Deidara, with his golden spiky hair, complained, what the hell? Why does the leader like to hold meetings like the old man? I was in the middle of creating a new art piece. This disrupts my inspiration, humph. What's so great about art? Deidara-kun, why not join me in believing in Jashin-sama? Haiden, never missing a chance to preach, tried to recruit Akatsuki's talents with enthusiasm. You bastard. Deidara immediately shifted his anger from the leader to Haiden, glaring at him fiercely, you talentless cult leader. How dare you insult art? Bring out your so-called god, and I'll show him the greatness of art, humph. Haiden was instantly provoked. He shouted angrily, ah. You little punk. How dare you insult the great Jashin-sama? Where are you? I'll cleanse you, heretic. Come on then. Deidara taunted, your so-called god is worthless compared to art, humph. Haiden retorted, art is just a joke. Go ask outside, how many people believe in that crap? Art is a joke. This remark not only infuriated Deidara but also made Sasori, who had been disinterested and silent, open his eyes and coldly threaten Haiden. Haiden, insult art again, and I'll turn you into a human puppet. I'm very interested in the topic of whether an immortal body can retain consciousness after being turned into a puppet. Though Sasori and Deidara had different understandings of art, Sasori had a deep reverence for art itself and would not tolerate Haiden's insults. Seeing Deidara with backup, Haiden quickly turned to Kakuzu, Kakuzu, your teammate is being targeted. Help me out. Kakuzu glanced at him and calmly said, I'd also like to see if you can really die. Haiden. Not far away, Kisame, who witnessed everything, smiled and said, what a lively organization. Unlike Kirigakure, where everyone seemed ready to stab each other in the back. What do you think, Itachi? Itachi did not answer, his Sharingan appearing to focus on the group while his mind was elsewhere. Kisame, having spent considerable time with Itachi, had some understanding of his often silent partner. Unbothered, Kisame continued, still thinking about the Nine Tails. The leader won't blame you for not capturing it under those circumstances. Or, are you thinking about your brother? Kisame looked at Itachi, his shark-like face forming a peculiar smile. It's curious that you, who slaughtered the entire Uchiha clan, would spare your brother twice now. Itachi finally reacted, speaking slowly, I'm thinking about someone else. Oh. Who? Hagoromo Gensou. That guy. Kisame habitually touched the imaginary same hata on his back, reminiscing. Speaking of him, Kirigakure has a profound impression. I remember many times in the academy, the teachers would gnash their teeth mentioning him, as if all of Kirigakure's misfortunes were his fault. Not addressing their own problems, but blaming the dead. What a joke. Kisame said disdainfully. Itachi gave Kisame a deep look and calmly said, is that why you defected from the village? There were many reasons. Kisame smiled. Anyway, the legendary Gensu's return means the shinobi world won't be peaceful. I'm curious to see what Kirigakure is like now. You enjoy chaos? Itachi asked indifferently. Kisame replied, it's not that I like it, it's the organization that likes it. Itachi nodded in understanding. At this moment, Pain and Conan's phantoms appeared before them. Without wasting words, Pain issued orders, the shinobi world will be very unsettled soon. It's time for Akatsuki to expand its operations. As Kisame said, Akatsuki's initial mission was to amass a large amount of money. For this, Akatsuki functioned as a mercenary organization, deliberately inciting small wars, monopolizing war commissions from small countries at low prices, then expanding the war for greater profit. With the news of Gensu's resurrection shaking the shinobi world and drawing attention, it was the perfect time for these schemers to rise. Pain issued a series of tasks to accelerate Akatsuki's ultimate plan. Before the meeting ended, Itachi specifically asked, how should we deal with Hagoromo Gensou? Pain looked at him indifferently. Ignore him. Disperse. In an instant, the space before the ghetto statue became empty and cold once again. Chapter 54, Chapter 54. Ding. Mission issuing. Main mission, become the leader of the 4 delinquents. Mission description, although the host has started to rise in the ninja academy by defeating Uzumaki Naruto, the attention of teachers and classmates is still not on the host. Defeating the tail end is not enough, the host decides to target the 4 delinquents. Defeat Orochimaru, Akimichi Choji, Uzumaki Naruto, already completed, and Inuzuka Kiba to elevate the host's status and dominate the ninja academy. Mission hint, this mission is a main mission, cannot be refused, and cannot be avoided. Ding. Ding. Mission issuing. Side mission, childhood sweetheart. Mission description, school days wouldn't be complete without elements of romance. Even Uchiha Sasuke is loved by many female classmates, and the tail-end Naruto is liked by the esteemed Hyuga Hinata. The host, aspiring to become the king of the ninja academy, refuses to be outdone and decides to choose a female classmate as a romantic interest. The mission will be completed if the chosen female classmate develops significant affection for the host. Side missions are optional, the host can choose to accept or reject. Failure carries no penalty, success will grant rewards. Side mission reward, glamour technique, regardless of gender, everyone loves beauty. This technique allows the host to maintain optimal appearance, free from the negative effects of gray hair, wrinkles, dirt, etc. A series of system notifications flooded Gensu's mind. Relaxing in a hot spring bath at an inn, Gensu pulled off the towel covering his face, opened his eyes, and looked at the white steam surrounding him, raising an eyebrow. I was just wondering why the system was silent. Didn't expect new missions to come, and 2 at once. Gensu reviewed the missions in his mind. The first main mission was nothing special. Since it was about dominating the ninja academy, defeating Uzumaki Naruto and then taking on other notable students like Orochimaru and others was a logical progression. But the side mission, a reward for completion, no penalty for failure, seems pretty good. But the mission content. Developing romantic feelings with a girl about 10 years old. System, what were you thinking? Instinctively wanting to reject it, Gensu hesitated when he saw the reward, a technique related to maintaining his appearance. Always mindful of his appearance, Gensu's eyes gleamed. Ahem. Unlike the main mission, the side mission's reward is clear from the start. Its significance is worth considering. Since there's no penalty for failure, I might as well give it a shot. With a serious demeanor, Jensenu accepted the side mission in his mind and stood up. Splash scalding hot spring water quickly slid off his perfectly proportioned body. But when the steam cleared, his body, supposedly flawless, was riddled with scars. The most severe was a deep cavity in his chest, large enough to fit half a fist. Such injuries would have been fatal for an ordinary person. Jensenu could move freely and had even been quite active before, thanks to his strong physique and secret techniques to suppress the injuries. However, this was just a temporary fix. Inspecting his body, Jensenu noted that although the surface wounds had healed and new flesh was growing, deeper injuries persisted. Especially the sage chakra left by Hashirama. Due to the forbidden technique, eternal slumber, preserving his vitality, the sage chakra, which should have been removable, had fused with his body over decades, making it extremely difficult to eradicate. Sage techniques. Jensenu touched the prominent scar on his chest, recalling Hashirama in sage mode, descending with unmatched power. He understood the power of sage techniques. During the Warring States period, he had sought the 3 great sacred places, but their locations remained elusive. Creating a unique sage technique without any references was as challenging as perfecting the Kekkai Genkai. Focused on his Kekkai Genkai research, Jensenu lacked the time and energy to create a sage technique from scratch. If it were easy, the 3 great sacred places wouldn't be the only ones with sage techniques, which weren't even suited for humans. Moreover, sage techniques required specific qualifications that very few possessed. In the Warring States period, only Hashirama mastered sage techniques. Creating a sage technique. Jensenu didn't believe that Hashirama, with his Ashura reincarnation and would release, had developed it himself. It was most likely learned from Shikatsu Forest. Since the Warring States period, only a handful of people, including Jiraiya, Naruto, and Kabuto, had learned sage techniques. Minato Namikaze had also learned it, but not enough to be effective. So, over a millennium, very few humans mastered sage techniques. Jensenu wasn't sure if he'd get the chance to learn it. He was wary of the 3 ancient beings in the 3 great sacred places, who had witnessed Kagaya's conflict and infinite Tsukuyomi, and only groomed contractors like Akatsuki Hagoromo. Instead of forcefully seizing it, he hoped the system would provide it later. For now, Jensenu, unable to fully understand sage techniques, found it difficult to remove the persistent and destructive sage chakra left by Hashirama. Perhaps I should seek out medical ninjutsu information, Jensenu thought as he dressed. Thanks to Tsunade's establishment of the Konoha medical system, other villages had followed suit, making medical ninjutsu far more advanced than in the Warring States period or the early village era. Even Orochimaru, whose arms were sealed, believed Tsunade could heal him, indicating the high level of modern medical ninjutsu. Times are always progressing. Technology evolves, and so does ninjutsu. The idea that modern people are inferior to ancient ones is a fallacy. Sharing this belief, Jensenu left the hot spring, quickly formulating a plan. Chapter 55, Chapter 55. After leaving the Valley of End, Jensenu found himself in an ordinary town. Although the letters from the Fourth Hokage, A, had unsettled the shinobi world, life for the ordinary people, who were not shinobi, continued as usual. Just like this small town, where ninjas rarely visited, the townsfolk lived their lives in peace. However, today, besides Jensenu, a group of unexpected guests bearing Konoha forehead protectors arrived. Sasuke, are you okay? Should we rest here for a while? Sakura asked cautiously, supporting the bandaged Sasuke. After Tsunade successfully became the 5th Hokage, Team 7, minus Kakashi due to other missions, took on a B-rank mission in the land of Tea. During this mission, they encountered the Konoha rogue ninja Rokusho Aoi, who had stolen the sword of the Thunder God. Although they managed to defeat him, Sasuke was severely injured. With no medical ninjutsu skills yet, Sakura could only perform basic bandaging, planning to provide further treatment upon their return to the village. After a long journey, noticing Sasuke's exhaustion, Sakura made the suggestion to rest. Naruto, with his usual brashness, raised his hand in agreement. Yeah. Sasuke, you're sweating a lot. Let's rest here. I'm hungry anyway. Let's grab something to eat. Hearing this, Sasuke's expression changed. Looking at the energetic Naruto, despite also having been injured during the mission, Sasuke felt a surge of anger. Remembering that Naruto was the main reason they defeated Aoi, while he... An unnamed rage surged within Sasuke. He coldly replied, no. We're heading straight back to Konoha. With that, he forcefully shook off Sakura's supporting hand and walked away, gritting his teeth against the pain. Sasuke. Sakura, filled with worry, quickly followed. Naruto, scratching his head in confusion, asked, Sasuke, are you sure you don't want to eat? How about I carry you? Despite knowing Naruto's good intentions, Sasuke, always overthinking, clenched his fists and ignored him, continuing to walk until he looked up and saw someone approaching. Danger. In that instant, Sasuke's pupils contracted, and his Sharingan activated in response. He stopped, staring intently at the approaching figure, a cold sweat forming on his forehead. Sasuke, what's... Seeing Sasuke suddenly stop, Sakura, who had caught up, was about to ask when Sasuke, snapping out of it, grabbed her arm and pulled her behind him with such force that it caused her pain. Sakura. Sasuke, you. Seeing this, Naruto angrily rushed over, ready to scold Sasuke, but before he could, he saw someone familiar in his peripheral vision. It's you. Naruto pointed excitedly at the newcomer, though he couldn't recall the name immediately. He remembered this person had threatened Granny Tsunade and stolen a ninjutsu scroll. You thief. Finally, I've found you. Without waiting for a response, Naruto rolled up his sleeves, ready to use his Rasengan. Wait. Naruto. Although not knowing who the person was, Sasuke sensed the danger and tried to stop Naruto. Normally, Naruto wouldn't stop once he decided to fight. But this time was different. Just as Naruto took a step forward, his body froze. It wasn't Sasuke's call that stopped him. It was. Jensenu glanced their way. Just that one look. Naruto, usually fearless, found himself paralyzed, his face turning pale, and his body trembling uncontrollably. What is this? Move. Why can't I move? Inside, Naruto screamed, but it was futile. In that moment, Naruto felt like he was back on his first mission outside the village, witnessing Kakashi being brutally cut into pieces, leaving him blank, scared, and helpless. He wanted to fight, but Jensu's single glance rendered him motionless. This guy. He wasn't like this before. Why? Why does one look from him make me like this? Naruto's mind was filled with confusion, his heart sinking. Sasuke and Sakura had similar thoughts. Sakura, unsure of what was happening, felt an indescribable pressure weighing on her, making it hard to breathe. Sweating more profusely, Sasuke barely managed to glance at the approaching Jensenu. He suddenly remembered encountering Zabuza and Orochimaru. Back then, he was overwhelmed by their killing intent. It felt like a young, inexperienced wolf facing a seasoned, blood-stained alpha wolf, naturally suppressed. But this was different. Jensenu exuded no killing intent. The ordinary townsfolk around them were still laughing and chatting, going about their business. Yet, that casual glance from Jensenu felt like an elephant passing by an ant, unintentionally giving it an overwhelming shock. Jensenu hadn't expected to encounter Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura here. He marveled at how small the world was, reminiscing as he observed the main characters' real appearances. Then, amidst their fear, worry, and disbelief, as if nothing had happened, he continued on his way, walking past them without a care. Having resurrected and returned to Konoha after 60 years, Jensu's priority was the system's missions. Considering that characters like Sasuke and Naruto would undoubtedly appear in future system missions, and likely not just once or twice, Jensenu decided not to harm them now. He had even asked the system if tasks could be completed if the targets were resurrected through Edo Tensei. The system had mocked him, stating that dead people couldn't complete missions. As for why he completed the beginner mission while dead, the system explained that he had always existed. So, even dead, the system considered him alive and required him to complete missions. What a bizarre conclusion. Whatever. Jensenu was used to the system's quirks. Chapter 56, Chapter 56. Step. 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 The sound of normal footsteps felt like the Grim Reaper's approach to Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura, exerting immense pressure on them. They were just 3 inexperienced kids who had barely graduated from the academy. Now, no longer in Edo Tensei form but truly resurrected, Jensenu only needed to release a fraction of the aura accumulated from countless battles to make their limbs tremble. Just like their teacher, Kakashi, who, despite being a jonin, had been paralyzed with fear by Orochimaru's mere glance during his defection. Speaking of which, I still have a side mission. As Jensenu passed by the 3, he remembered he had a target here. But he decided against Sakura. Even if he had to complete the mission, it couldn't go against his principles. Ignoring the chosen ones, in the Sage of Six Paths' eyes and the female lead who couldn't insert herself between them, Jensenu continued on his way at his own pace. A minute later, Jensenu had disappeared. Under the curious gazes of passers-by, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura finally relaxed, exhaling a long breath. Naruto, the first to recover, jumped up and turned to look in the direction Jensenu had gone, his face filled with frustration. How did that guy become so strong? His thick-headed nature prevented him from noticing the changes in Jensenu. Moreover, with their recent mission in the Land of Tea, he was unaware of the recent events in the shinobi world. Naruto. Sakura, afraid that Naruto might try to provoke Jensenu again, quickly warned him against doing anything foolish. She had been truly scared just now. Sasuke, on the other hand, though still shaken, felt an inexplicable surge of determination he couldn't suppress. Sasuke looked at Naruto. Naruto's familiarity with the men indicated he knew who he was. Without delay, Sasuke asked quickly, "Naruto, who was that man just now?" "That guy." Naruto scratched his head, thinking for a moment before replying, "I think his name is Hagoromo or something. He's as bad as Orochimaru. Let me tell you, when Erosenin and I went to find Granny Tsunade." Naruto animatedly recounted the events that took place in Tanzaka town to Sasuke and Sakura, emphasizing how despicable Gensou was. Sakura listened attentively, learning about the many stories of the fifth Hokage's return to the village. Sasuke, however, focused solely on Gensou. "Hagoromo, no, it should be Hagoromo something. Such a powerful figure, why haven't I heard of him?" As a member of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke should have had a broader understanding of the shinobi world. However, the massacre of his clan disrupted his elite education. Engrossed in his quest for revenge, he ignored anything unrelated to gaining power, resulting in a lack of knowledge. Sakura, on the other hand, as the only one who scored perfectly on the written exam without cheating during the Chunin Exams, had read many books on shinobi. Seeing Sasuke's interest in the men and hearing Naruto's story, Sakura deduced a lot. Sasuke, that man should be Hagoromo Gensou, who died many years ago but returned to the present through some technique. Sasuke looked up sharply, "Hagoromo Gensou. Dead for many years?" Yes. That's him. Erosenin even called him senpai." Naruto chimed in, nodding vigorously. Sakura pushed Naruto's head away and continued explaining to Sasuke, based on what she had read. Sasuke listened, his eyes growing brighter. After Sakura finished, Sasuke clenched his fists, looking around before saying, "Let's rest here and get some food." But Sakura was still uneasy. "Don't worry. If someone like him let us go, he won't do anything more," Sasuke reassured. Naruto, rubbing his empty stomach, agreed enthusiastically, "Don't worry, Sakura. Next time, I won't be as scared." With 2 votes for, Sakura reluctantly agreed. Soon, the three found a place to eat and ordered some food. During the meal, Sakura went to the restroom, and upon returning, she noticed only Naruto at the table. "Where's Sasuke?" Sakura asked. "He went to the restroom," Naruto replied casually. "Just went to the restroom." Sakura thought. The men's and women's restrooms were next to each other, so if Sasuke had gone, she should have noticed on her way back. Maybe it was earlier. Thinking this, Sakura sat down and waited quietly. 10 minutes later. The food was served, but Sasuke hadn't returned. "Do you think Sasuke has diarrhea?" Naruto, wanting to start eating but being stopped by Sakura, muttered. Sakura felt something was wrong and finally said, "Naruto, go check the restroom." "Ah." The restroom. Reluctantly, Naruto complied. Soon, he returned, complaining, "Sasuke's not in there." "Did he go somewhere else?" "No way." Sakura slammed her hand on the table. Naruto jumped, "Sakura, are you okay? Sasuke is acting strange." Sakura's face was serious. Recalling Sasuke's series of expressions earlier, she seemed to have figured something out. Without explaining, she grabbed Naruto and started running. "Naruto. Help me find Sasuke. Sasuke's a big guy." "Wait. We haven't paid for the food." Leaving the food and money behind, Naruto followed Sakura to find Sasuke. "Such a big place, where do we start?" Unfamiliar with the town, Naruto looked around. Sakura pointed in the direction Gensou had gone, determined, there. Naruto and Sakura began searching for Sasuke. Meanwhile, Sasuke, as Sakura suspected, had already left their lodgings and was sprinting towards the direction Gensou had gone. 10 minutes later. In front of a street vendor selling takoyaki, he found his target. "Huh." Gensou, receiving his hot takoyaki, turned to see Sasuke, surprised. "Uchiha Sasuke. Interesting." Chapter 57. Huff, huff, huff. The relentless sprint had made Sasuke, already severely injured, feel even worse. But he gritted his teeth and endured, his eyes fixed firmly on Gensou. With the insight granted by his Sharingan, he could distinguish between a living person and an Edo Tensei body. Combining the information from Naruto and Sakura with his own reaction to Gensou's presence, it was undeniable that this legendary figure, who once rivaled gods and overshadowed the Five Kage, had truly broken free from death and returned to the world. Such power, such an extraordinary person, even the one he hated so much couldn't compare. With this in mind, Sasuke didn't hesitate, intercepting Gensou and speaking directly, "I want to become stronger. No matter what method, as long as it makes me stronger, I'm willing to do anything you ask." Hearing this, Gensou took a bite of his takoyaki and glanced at Sasuke in surprise. He hadn't expected Sasuke to come seeking power from him. Was this kid always so bold? Wasn't he afraid Gensou would kill him? Or perhaps it was the confidence from being an Uchiha, from having the Sharingan. Gensu's guess was quite accurate. As the sole surviving member of the Uchiha clan in Konoha, bearing the powerful Sharingan, Sasuke knew he was highly coveted by people like Orochimaru, which indirectly made him understand his own importance. Things of rarity are precious. No one would ignore an Uchiha. That was his confidence. But this time was different. Jensenu wouldn't pamper Sasuke. An Uchiha. He had seen plenty. In the past, when the Hagoromo and Uchiha clans had signed a friendship treaty and were essentially allies, he had encountered many Uchiha with similar personalities, possibly even Sasuke's ancestors. The Sharingan, which seemed formidable in today's shinobi world, was just another tool in his eyes. Unless it was a Mangekyo Sharingan, it wouldn't catch his attention. Kid? Has no one taught you how to properly ask for something? Jensenu said, brushing past Sasuke without another glance. Despite the historical camaraderie between the Hagoromo and Uchiha clans and numerous intermarriages, Jensenu had always found Madara's arrogance distasteful, though he had admired Madara's brother, Izuna. Until that wretched Tobirama had treacherously attacked and killed him. The past was the past, and the once thriving Uchiha clan was now reduced to a single survivor. For the sake of their historical alliance and Izuna's similar face, Jensenu wouldn't harm Sasuke. Further cooperation, however, depended on Sasuke's actions. Seeing Jensu's dismissive attitude, Sasuke's face contorted. Consumed by hatred, his life had always been self-centered. As a proud Uchiha, even though Kakashi had taught him the Chidori, Sasuke had never called him teacher, always using his name directly. Thankfully, Kakashi, having experienced much, didn't mind. Another mentor would likely have shown Sasuke a different attitude. Hagoromo Gensou is not like Orochimaru, who covets my body and tolerates any rudeness, Sasuke quickly realized. In other matters, he might remain defiant, but for his revenge, he was willing to sacrifice everything. Thinking of his next encounter with Itachi, who would still look down on him, easily breaking his Chidori and mocking his wasted years. Recalling how Naruto defeated the rampaging one-tailed Jinchuriki Gaara during the Chunin Exams, doing what he couldn't, and how, during the recent mission in the Land of Tea, Naruto was crucial in defeating Aoi Rokusho. Sasuke clenched his fists in frustration. Finally, he ran in front of Jensenu again, lowering his proud head and bowing deeply. Hagoromo-sama, please teach me how to become stronger. I swear by the Uchiha name, as long as I can achieve my revenge, I am willing to do anything for you. How rare the sky cleared, the rain stopped, and Sasuke didn't feel so self-sufficient for once. Jensenu stopped, finished the last of his takoyaki, and asked, Kid, do you know who I am? The legendary Hagoromo Gensou. Seems your history knowledge is lacking, Jensenu remarked. If Sasuke had continued his elite education within the Uchiha clan rather than being disrupted by the massacre and then taught by lower-ranked Chunin teachers, his current strength would be higher, and he would understand the historical significance of the Uchiha clan better. For instance, the relationship between the Uchiha and Hagoromo clans. If he knew about their long-term alliance, he could play the emotional card, considering Jensenu was the clan leader, and Sasuke was the sole Uchiha survivor. However, Sasuke might not even know about the Hagoromo clan, let alone the significance of his surname. Never mind. Jensenu shook his head and looked at Sasuke. If you want to follow me and seek greater power, you must leave Konoha. Can you do that? Sasuke lowered his head in silence, then his eyes showed determination. Kakashi and Konoha had nothing more to teach him. Even Kakashi himself had been defeated by Itachi. Staying with them, he saw no hope. Only someone more powerful, someone even Itachi would be dimmed by, was worth following. So. Sasuke raised his head, ready to agree when he heard Naruto and Sakura calling from a distance. Sasuke. Where did you go? Sasuke. Where are you? He's been gone so long. Could he be in danger? Naruto, stop jinxing. Sasuke. The voices grew closer. Sasuke, about to agree, was suddenly flooded with memories of his time with Naruto and Sakura, making the words difficult to say. Looks like you're not fully committed, Jensenu noted, noticing everything. When you're truly ready to cut all ties, come find me at the Valley of End. With that, Jensenu disappeared. Sasuke, wanting to say something but too late, stared at the spot where Jensenu vanished, feeling conflicted. The next second. Sasuke. Finally found you. Naruto, the first to spot Sasuke, sighed in relief and ran over, grumbling. Where did you go? We haven't even eaten. Sakura, arriving a bit later, pushed aside the complaining Naruto and asked with concern. Sasuke, are you okay? Did your bandages tear? I'm fine. Sasuke withdrew his gaze, looked calmly at Naruto and Sakura, and said. I just went for a walk. Let's go back. And find an opportunity to settle this once and for all. Chapter 58, Chapter 58. Team 7 continued their journey back home. Out of their sight, Gensou reappeared, his eyes on the Uchiha Fen emblem on Sasuke's back. If Sasuke truly followed through with what he had suggested, Gensou wouldn't mind taking him under his wing. It would be a way to repay the Uchiha clan, who had once been allies. From Samui's reports, Gensou learned that during the relocation of the Hagoromo clan, the Uchiha clan had secretly helped. Considering the people now living with the Hagoromo clan, Gensou felt confident about recruiting Sasuke. However, forcing someone against their will wouldn't yield good results. It all depended on Sasuke's own decision. No matter what, Gensou's investment would be minimal, and the potential gains could be significant. He decided to wait and see. As he watched the three figures disappear from sight, Gensou turned his gaze back to the bustling town behind him. After the second battle in the Valley of the End, despite the turmoil in the outside world, he had taken the time to rediscover the joys of being alive. With his indulgence nearly satisfied, it was time to attend to serious matters. In a flash, Gensou left the area. A day later. Upon learning from Team 7 that Gensou had been sighted, Tsunade's face changed. Relieved that Gensou had ignored the three young ninjas, she promptly dispatched Konoha shinobi to investigate. This was the first time Gensou had truly appeared in the ninja world since the Valley of the End incident. As expected, by the time they arrived, Gensou had vanished without a trace. What is he planning? Tsunade pondered, looking out at the bustling streets. Could he just be enjoying his new life? If it were her, given a second life, she'd spend it gambling. But she was too unique to be judged by common standards. Both Tsunade and others believed that Gensou's meticulous resurrection must have a grand scheme behind it. Yet, during this period, he had shown no notable actions. Tsunade glanced at her desk, focusing on the corner of the Five Kage Summit plan peeking out from under a pile of documents, deep in thought. Back at the Valley of the End. After wandering around, Gensou found this place to be the most suitable and returned. The traces of his recent battle with the AB combo still remained. In addition, there were new marks left by others. Because of his resurrection, the Valley of the End had become a hotspot for many in the ninja world. Until Konoha shinobi, acting as local authorities, cleared out the intruders, restoring the valley's tranquility, though the initial fervor had already waned. Due to the recent attack on the village and a backlog of missions, Konoha shinobi couldn't maintain a constant presence in the valley. After all, no one expected Gensou to return. Thus, under the principle of hiding in plain sight, Gensou returned to the Valley of the End. The statue of Hagoromo Gensou had already been destroyed by him. This time, Gensou sat atop the Senju Hashirama statue, waiting as a familiar figure approached. Lord Gensou, the blonde and cold Samui arrived and knelt respectfully as she had initially. Stand up, Gensou waved her up, asking, did you bring the items? Samui nodded and unrolled a sealing scroll she carried. With a puff of white smoke, dozens of books appeared on the scroll. According to Gensou's request, these were all medical ninjutsu books, including those from Kimogakure's own collection and what the Hagoromo clan had gathered over the years. Gensou picked up a book and began flipping through it, asking, how is Kimogakure lately? Samui reported, since the Raikage returned injured, there have been some disturbances, but his lineage holds high prestige in the village. With the Raikage soon resuming his duties, everything has returned to normal. The Raikage's physique is impressive, Gensou commented without looking up. While the Raikage's taijutsu was renowned, the foundation was his well-honed, strong body. In this regard, only the best of the Senju and Uzumaki clans could compare. Notably, Tsunade and Naruto had exceptional physiques. Senju and Uzumaki. Heh. Gensou's physique was strong, but not to the supernatural levels of Naruto or the Raikage, who trained their bodies beyond human limits. He relied more on his steel release, a powerful Kekkei Genkai. Therefore, when severely injured, he couldn't recover as quickly as Naruto or the Raikage. This was one reason he sought medical ninjutsu. At this moment, Samui, with a slightly serious tone, said, Lord Gensou, I overheard the upper echelons of Kimogakure discussing something. They mentioned the Raikage's intention to convene a Five Kage Summit, and the main topic would be you. A Five Kage Summit. Hearing this deeply ingrained term, Gensou's fingers paused mid-page. The most significant setback he had ever suffered was at the first Five Kage Summit. Those 5 treacherous old geezers. Never mind. No point in holding a grudge against the dead. Maybe someday he should visit their graves, offer some incense, dance a bit, reconnect, and express how he would continue to live happily with their blessings. Don't worry about it, it doesn't matter, Gensou resumed flipping through the book, speaking indifferently. Although the summit was the same, the participants were different. Getting the 5 great shinobi villages to set aside their differences and work together wasn't easy. In the original timeline, they united only because the Akatsuki had captured the tailed beasts from 1 to 7, wreaked havoc on Konoha, and then declared the 4th Great Ninja War at the summit. With no other choice, the villages cooperated. But the current situation was different. People were singing, drinking, and dancing. The blade wasn't fully at their throats yet, so even if the Kage wanted to, the villages wouldn't cooperate smoothly. Understanding human nature, Jensenu knew this well. He genuinely didn't care about the upcoming summit. At worst, another sneak attack by the Five Kage. But this time, there was no Hashirama among them. Seeing Jensu's dismissive attitude towards the Five Kage summit, Samui's eyes showed a hint of admiration. Noticing Jensu had finished one book and was reaching for another, she quickly conveyed a message from the clan. Lord Jensu, Elder Mutini asked me to tell you that he wishes to meet with you. Chapter 59, Chapter 59. Mutini. A vision of a snot-nosed kid in an oversized adult ninja vest flashed through Jensu's mind. He's already an elder in the clan now. Jensu sighed. It was moments like these that made him truly realize how much time had passed, and how old he should be. No, it's just that others perceive him as old. He himself remained at his peak, in his 20s. Thus, Jensu refused to accept an age record that didn't match his physical condition. Tell Mutini he doesn't need to move those old bones. I'll visit him sometime soon. Jensu gave his instructions, picking up another book. Yes, my lord. Samui, having received her orders, did not disturb Jensu further. Instead, she set up an incense burner, lighting a soothing fragrance, and prepared tea with a ceremonial grace befitting a clan with a 1,000-year history. Though the Hagoromo clan's customs weren't as rigid as the Hyugas, they were still more refined than the Uchihas, who often solved internal disputes with brute force. Jensu didn't particularly care for these formalities, but since his subordinates went through the effort, he accepted and enjoyed them. After some time, Jensu, reading at a pace far beyond ordinary, finished several dozen books on medical ninjutsu. With a flick of his hand, green chakra enveloped his palm, radiating vitality. Seeing this, even though Samui knew her clan leader was exceptionally talented in ninjutsu, she was still shocked at how quickly he had mastered the notoriously difficult medical ninjutsu from scratch. Used to such feats, Jensu placed his right hand over one of his wounds. After observing for a while, he noted that his recovery rate had more than doubled compared to his previous methods. A very impressive medical system, much improved from the Warring States period. Jensu commented. During the Warring States period, medical ninjutsu was in its infancy and hadn't developed into a proper discipline. Severely injured individuals rarely received effective treatment, while the carnage only escalated. As a result, the average lifespan of a ninja was less than 30 years, with children as young as 5 sent into battle. The contributions of Tsunade and other medical ninjas were indeed significant. Without them, Konoha wouldn't have been able to sustain itself during the 3 great ninja wars, and even the youngest academy graduates would have been forced onto the battlefield. However, the current medical ninjutsu was still insufficient for Jensu's needs. After all, the injuries inflicted by Hashirama Senju in his peak state were no trivial matter. Removing the residual sage chakra from his body, not to mention healing the deep wounds in vital organs and critical areas, required more advanced techniques than those Samui had brought. I'm sorry, my lord. This is the highest level of medical ninjutsu we could access. Samui apologized. You've done well to bring this much. Jensu did not blame Samui and the clan members. Though the Hagoromo clan was dispersed across the 5 great ninja villages, which mitigated some risks, this also made it difficult to penetrate the highest echelons of these villages. Medical ninjutsu was a strategic asset for each village, so Samui had taken considerable risks to gather these materials. Jensu then inquired about the current state of medical ninjutsu in the ninja world. As expected, Konoha, with Tsunade's foundation, was leading the field by a wide margin. This rapid recovery capability was what gave Konoha the confidence to face multiple enemies in 3 ninja wars. No wonder there were no objections when Tsunade, after years of wandering, returned to become Hokage. In addition, according to our intelligence, there is a doctor named Shino in the ninja world. His medical techniques are unconventional but highly effective. Many civilians, nobles, and even ninjas have sought his treatment and given him high praise, Samui added. Konoha. Shino. After some thought, Jensu decided that he needed a comprehensive plan for his complete recovery. Both approaches had to be pursued. He already had an idea regarding Konoha. As for Shino, knowing that the Hagoromo clan operated an intelligence network, Jensu instructed, find Shino's location as soon as possible. Yes. Samui nodded. This was the benefit of having a supporting force. If Jensu were alone, no matter how strong he was, finding someone in the vast ninja world would be like searching for a needle in a haystack, taking an unknown amount of time. But with a network behind him, it was entirely different. Like the Akatsuki's rogue ninjas, who lived with a sense of security, dressed in their uniforms and hats openly, they were protected by an extensive intelligence network provided by the White Zetsu. Without it, even the strongest among them would eventually fall to repeated assassination attempts by village hunter-nin squads, much like how the immortal duo met their demise. Jensu was grateful that the Hagoromo clan still existed, making his second life much easier. After watching Samui summon a messenger hawk from the clan and send out his request in coded form, Jensenu asked. Samui, how long can you stay here? Samui had taken a nearby mission to arrange this meeting with Jensenu. Hearing the question, Samui was momentarily stunned. The clan leader is asking about my free time, could it be? Samui's eyes flickered nervously as she glanced around. An isolated area, no one around, just the two of them. Suddenly, she thought of something, and her usually cold face blushed slightly. Though it was uncomfortable in such a high and open place, refusal was not an option. While she pondered whether to take the initiative or remain passive, Jensenu continued. If you have time, demonstrate your skills here. I'll give you some pointers. Even though his clan members worshipped him, it wouldn't be right to treat them like workhorses without any return. The best reward Jensenu could offer was guidance in their training. With his mastery of ninjutsu, his teaching skills were unrivaled. As expected, Samui was excited to the point of blushing. Of course, her composure quickly returned, and she responded coldly and expressionlessly, I have about 2 hours. Chapter 60. Caw. The cry of an eagle echoed through the skies. In the Valley of the End. After teaching Samui ninjutsu, Jensenu watched her leave, visibly moved. He then rested in the valley for 2 days before a messenger eagle from the Hagoromo clan arrived. Jensenu extended his arm. With a rush of wind and the beating of wings, a nearly half-meter-long messenger eagle swiftly descended, landing accurately on his arm. So, they found something already. Jensenu removed the small scroll tied to the eagle's leg and unlocked it with the Hagoromo clan's specific hand sign. Sure enough, the intelligence on Shino had been gathered and sent promptly. In the land of fire. Seems it's not too far. Let's get this done quickly, then perhaps there'll be a little surprise in Konoha. Jensenu released the messenger eagle and vanished from the Valley of the Gods. At the same time, in Konoha village, the smoke of battle had cleared from this resilient village. All the debris was cleared, and the collapsed buildings were rebuilt. The streets and alleys buzzed with activity once more. Everything looked just as it did before the Chunin Exams. But appearances can be deceiving. Some things, and some people, had quietly changed within. In Konoha Hospital. After returning from the land of tea, Sasuke and Naruto, both recovering from injuries, couldn't hold back and ended up in a rooftop duel. Although Kakashi interrupted them at the last moment, after comparing the damage caused by Chidori and Raiznan, Sasuke, full of confidence, was about to leave. But when he turned around and saw the back of the reservoir, devastated by Naruto's Raiznan, his smug expression froze. Crack! Sasuke clenched his fist, his face darkening. Naruto. When did Naruto become so strong? He had always been the dead last in everyone's eyes, while Sasuke was the recognized genius. But what had happened recently? Naruto had defeated the rampaging Gaara, he had defeated Aoi with the sword of the Thunder God, and in their recent fight, if Kakashi hadn't intervened. The more Sasuke thought about it, the tighter he clenched his fist. Why was Naruto progressing so quickly? In contrast, it seemed he had been standing still. Looks like the rumors are true. The only survivor of the renowned Uchiha clan is the one with the worst potential. Aoi's words echoed in Sasuke's mind. And that man. You are weak, why are you so weak? Because your hatred isn't strong enough. Recalling his recent encounter with Itachi, he felt as powerless as he did at 7 years old. He couldn't go on like this. Even Naruto has caught up to me. If I keep standing still, how can I ever kill Itachi? This ninja game, it's time to end it. Sasuke looked towards the village outskirts, finally deciding. On a desolate path, the white-haired Shino, leaning on a cane and carrying a medicine box, walked alone. For years, he traveled through various countries, ostensibly to heal people, but in reality, seeking forbidden techniques to control the Zero Tails. Shino didn't worry about his identity being exposed, as the air ninja had long vanished from people's minds. His high reputation as a healer across the ninja world kept troubles at bay. But today, he clearly hadn't checked his fortune. Shino. Seeing the stranger blocking his path, Shino's brow furrowed slightly, though he maintained his usual kindly demeanor. Young man, are you here for treatment? Tell me your symptoms. Since this person knew his name, they likely knew his profession. Shino assumed this was another person seeking his renowned medical skills. Illness. I am indeed sick. The stranger, Jensenu, nodded. But rather than relying on others for treatment, I'd prefer to heal myself. Jensenu didn't want the deceitful Shino to leave something malicious in his body during treatment. Every profession has its expertise. If a doctor intentionally leaves something behind during treatment, it's hard for the patient to detect. So, Jensenu would rather learn medical ninjutsu himself to ensure his treatment was foolproof. Jensenu straightforwardly said, hand over all your medical ninjutsu, and I'll reward you accordingly, leader of the air ninja. I'm just an ordinary person, What medical ninjutsu could I possibly know? Wait. What did you just say? Shino's face changed drastically. Habitually claiming he was an ordinary person, it took him a few seconds to realize. Leader of the Air Ninja. His identity was exposed. Shino could hardly believe it. But looking into Gensu's calm, unchanging eyes, he knew any denial was useless. Foolish young man, isn't it better to live a good life? Shino sighed. Dropping his facade, his face twisted into a snarl, he glared at Gensu. You want to learn my medical ninjutsu? You think you can threaten me with the Air Ninja? Foolish. Arrogant. Greedy. I'll send you to meet the Shinigami. Ripping off his outer clothing, Shino revealed a surprisingly muscular body for his age. Seeing Shino's sudden transformation, Gensu sighed as well. Foolish old man, why can't you just talk it out? I gave you a chance. And by the way, I've met the Shinigami, no need for a second time. Met the Shinigami? Shino, now in his true form, thought Gensu was out of his mind. Without further words, he yelled confidently. Foolish young man, do you know what I've been doing in the 50 years since the fall of the Land of Sky? Do you know what 50 years means? Gensu tilted his head slightly, thought for a moment, then spread his hands and answered. A nap. Facing death and still being cheeky. Infuriated, Shino quickly formed hand seals. Forbidden medical ninjutsu, body activation. In an instant, his muscles swelled. Transformed into a small giant, Shino charged at Gensu with tremendous speed, the ground shaking with each step. Die. You little rat. 1 minute later. Stop. I surrender. Once confident and formidable, Shino now retreated in utter defeat, his face bruised and swollen, waving a white flag and begging for mercy. Not a single wrinkle on his clothes, Gensu watched and sighed. You wouldn't listen to reason, forcing me to act. Why is it so hard for people to have a peaceful transaction? The world is truly difficult. Chapter 61. Perhaps due to old age or a sense of self-preservation, Shino turned out to be much easier to subdue than Gensu had expected. This made acquiring the medical ninjutsu he sought from Shino quite straightforward. After a period of time, Gensu had the Hagoromo clan's intelligence agents take the chakra-sealed Shino away. He then examined the 2 scrolls in his hand, titled Body Activation and Body Regeneration, both forbidden medical jutsu. Compared to the Air Ninja and the so-called Zero Tails behind Shino, these 2 forbidden medical jutsu were far more valuable to him. Gensu briefly skimmed through the scrolls, and his eyes lit up. He had to admit, Shino's self-developed forbidden medical jutsu, centered around body activation, were impressive. They could significantly aid in healing his injuries and even improve his physical prowess, which had always been a shortcoming. The next step was to thoroughly master these 2 forbidden medical jutsu. Additionally, he received an update from the intelligence agents about the latest developments in Konoha. Sasuke had already made his move. Interesting. Let's see what choice you make next. Gensu smirked, glancing in Konoha's direction before disappearing, heading back to the Valley of the End. Earlier that night, after his rooftop battle with Naruto and a rough encounter with the Sound 4 sent by Orochimaru, Sasuke was more determined than ever to leave the village. However, now he had another option. Orochimaru. Sasuke touched the cursed mark on his neck, placed there by Orochimaru. According to the Sound 4, this was a gift from Orochimaru, a key to gaining more power. Without the option of Gensu, Sasuke, desperate for revenge, would have chosen Orochimaru despite knowing the danger to his body. But now he had 2 choices, Orochimaru or Hagoromo Gensou. Who to choose? For someone like Sasuke, who craved power, the answer was clear, he would choose the stronger of the 2. No need to consider reputation or achievements, his personal experience was enough. From his encounters, Sasuke felt that while Orochimaru was formidable, he didn't exert the same pressure as Gensu. Moreover, Orochimaru's blatant desire for his body contrasted sharply with Gensu's apparent indifference. Sasuke wasn't foolish enough to choose a weaker, more dangerous option. He made his decision decisively. Hagoromo Gensou. The Valley of the End. Without hesitation, Sasuke packed his belongings and headed out, not informing anyone of his departure. On his way, he unexpectedly encountered Sakura. Sasuke, where are you going so late? Sakura asked, forcing a smile as she noticed his packed belongings. Go back, Sasuke replied coldly. Sakura's hope faded. She was smart and perceptive. Since their encounter with Gensou on their return from the Land of Tea, she had been suspicious of Sasuke's behavior. After their rooftop battle at the hospital, her worries intensified, leading her to wait for him that night. As she feared, Sasuke was leaving. Sasuke. Sakura, thank you. Despite Sakura's heartfelt pleas, Sasuke, whose heart held no room for women, knocked her out with a single blow and continued on his way. Knowing full well that this was an act of betrayal, Sasuke didn't care. Aware that the Sound Four were waiting for him outside the village, Sasuke chose a discreet path to leave. Meanwhile, the Sound Four, waiting near the village gate, grew impatient. Will that Sasuke guy ever show up? Tayuya asked irritably. Don't worry, Orochimaru-sama's predictions won't be wrong, Kidomaru replied confidently. I saw the desire and ambition in Sasuke's eyes. He won't refuse Orochimaru-sama's offer for power. However, an hour later, Kidomaru's confident smile began to wane. We should go check, Sakon sighed. Everyone agreed. Due to Konoha's busy mission schedule and Orochimaru's familiarity with the village, the Sound Four managed to infiltrate successfully again. Silently arriving at Sasuke's home, they found it empty. Sasuke has already left, Sakon said, his face grim. Why didn't he meet us? Jirobo wondered aloud. Kidomaru examined the frequently handled map on Sasuke's desk. Though it bore no markings, subtle indentations hinted at Sasuke's route. Sasuke left, but he's not heading to Orochimaru-sama, Kidomaru said coldly. Wherever he's going, we must bring him back for Orochimaru-sama, Tayuya said, brandishing her flute with a murderous look. Sakon nodded. Since Sasuke rejected Orochimaru-sama's offer, we don't have to be polite anymore. If he resists, we can break his legs. Without further delay, the Sound Four left the village, following Sasuke's trail. Back in Konoha, they were a step behind. It wasn't until Sakura woke up and ran to inform the Hokage that Tsunade realized Sasuke had left the village. We must bring him back. Given that Sasuke was the last of the Uchiha clan, Tsunade frowned, immediately calling for a retrieval team and asking Sakura if she knew where Sasuke might be headed. To her surprise, Sakura gave her a clue. Hagoromo Gensou. Sasuke must be going to him. Sakura explained her reasoning. Tsunade's brow furrowed. So, Gensou, you've finally made a move. She agreed with Sakura's analysis but couldn't understand why Gensou would want Sasuke. Though the Sharingan was valuable, someone like Gensou wouldn't be overly interested. Lady Hokage. At that moment, recently promoted Chunin Shikamaru entered the office. Tsunade stopped pondering and quickly issued her orders. Soon, a team comprised of Konoha's young elite set out on the mission. Remember, we have a 12-hour window to track him. After that, we must stop. As the team leader, I have the authority to halt the mission at any time, and everyone must comply. Understood. After organizing the team, Shikamaru addressed his teammates seriously. Kiba grumbled, why limit the time? Shouldn't we chase him to the ends of the earth? Yeah, I'll break Sasuke's bones if I have to, but I'll bring him back, Naruto vowed, not understanding Sasuke's actions. Because there might be terrifying dangers ahead, Shikamaru sighed, looking at his eager teammates, feeling that his first leadership role would be challenging. Chapter 62, Chapter 62. Swish. Swish. The howling wind roared. As Sasuke sped through the forest, the wind blew his black hair back, and his sharp eyes scanned his surroundings, not daring to overlook any movement. Suddenly, he noticed something and quickly stopped, hiding behind a large tree, peeking out cautiously. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's a Konoha patrol squad. Konoha's forces weren't all concentrated within the village. Aside from border defense units, Konoha also had patrol squads around the village to prevent any sudden enemy incursions. The previous Chunin Exams saw many VIPs and visitors, leading Konoha to pull in many external squads for village security, making the surprise attack so successful. Learning from that lesson, Konoha now maintained robust patrols around the perimeter, ensuring no more unexpected attacks. Between patrol squads and the occasional Konoha mission team passing by, Sasuke's escape was anything but smooth. To avoid alerting anyone, he waited patiently until the patrol squad passed before moving again. The Sound Four faced similar challenges but with their superior strength, they could force their way through if needed, keeping them hot on Sasuke's trail. Despite leaving last, Shikamaru's team, benefiting from home ground advantage, was steadily closing the gap. When viewed from a broader perspective, the distances between Sasuke, the Sound Four, and Shikamaru's team were gradually shrinking. Of course, there were always other players in the game. News of the last Uchiha of Konoha defecting had quickly reached the ears of certain individuals. Beep. Beep. In a dim underground base, Orochimaru suddenly sat up on his hospital bed, howling in pain. The new drug didn't even last a day. Still not working. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and sighed. Sasuke. Where is Sasuke? Orochimaru, sweating profusely, looked at his bandaged arms, his tone urgent. There's been a complication, Kabuto replied. According to the latest report from Tayuya and the others, Sasuke left the village but didn't meet up with them. It seems, he has another option. Useless. Gritting his teeth in pain, Orochimaru cursed. Who besides me can give Sasuke the power for revenge? Tell the Sound 4, if they can't bring back Sasuke, they needn't return. Kabuto nodded. I'll relay the message. By the way, that boy wants to make one last effort. Should we let him? Let Kimimaro go. At this point, Orochimaru was willing to play all his cards to achieve his goal. Receiving his orders, Kabuto left. Outside, Orochimaru's pained screams continued. Ah. Damn old man. Who the hell is ruining my plans? Ah. Madara. Madara. I've got big news. In the land of rain, Obito, still watching the rain, heard the excited voice of White Zetsu behind him. Is it about Hagoromo Gensou? Like other villages, Obito hadn't been able to track down Gensou. Despite White Zetsu's formidable intelligence network, it wasn't omnipotent. Recently, several Zetsu had gone missing, raising Obito's suspicions, but he found no clues. No, White Zetsu shook his head. Obito's interest waned, but when White Zetsu mentioned Uchiha Sasuke, he perked up. Uchiha Sasuke defected. White Zetsu grinned. Defected. Obito's eye narrowed behind his mask. He had long planned for Sasuke to replace Itachi and achieve the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. As for why Itachi himself couldn't evolve to the Eternal Mangekyo, it was due to his severe illness and, more importantly, Obito's fear of him. Within Akatsuki, even Nagato with the Rinnegan was just a useful pawn to Obito. But Itachi, with his Mangekyo Sharingan and deep mind, was beyond his control. This was why he had Kisame, his true ally, partner with Itachi to keep an eye on him. Fortunately, Itachi's illness had always been a hindrance, allowing Obito some peace of mind. Why did Sasuke defect? Obito asked. Not sure yet. But there's more, Orochimaru's men are chasing him, White Zetsu replied. Orochimaru. Hearing this, Obito tapped the iron railing thoughtfully. As an Akatsuki defector, Orochimaru was under a kill order from Pain, and Obito himself wanted to eliminate him to protect Akatsuki's secrets. But Orochimaru had always been slippery, evading capture despite several base raids. If I remember correctly, Itachi and Kisame are still in the Land of Fire, right? Obito asked. Yes. They failed to capture the Ninetales and are still there. After all, the Land of Fire is quite large, White Zetsu responded with a smile. Inform Itachi. He'll know what to do. Also, notify Pain, Obito ordered. He knew Itachi's true nature and anticipated his response. This was a chance to cut off Orochimaru's reach and prevent him from interfering with his plans for Sasuke's Eternal Mangekyo. Additionally, any information from Orochimaru's subordinates could help locate him. Akatsuki's members were eager to deal with him. Thus, Obito found the plan perfect. White Zetsu went off to relay the messages. Soon, Pain responded. He wouldn't miss a chance to kill the Akatsuki traitor Orochimaru. Using Akatsuki's ring-based communication, Pain contacted Itachi and Kisame in the Land of Fire. Receiving the orders, Kisame grinned menacingly and looked at Itachi. Itachi, it seems we'll see your dear brother again. Itachi calmly donned his cloak, the wind chime on his hat ringing softly as he replied. He was never the target. Chapter 63, Chapter 63. Valley of the End. He's already on the move, huh? Standing atop the Senju Hashirama statue, Gensou glanced towards Konoha. This outcome was not unexpected. Typically, a person wouldn't risk everything to follow someone just after a single meeting and a simple promise. But Sasuke was not a typical person. For someone who didn't even care if Orochimaru used his body for revenge, it was normal for him to take a risk when presented with a better target. Anyone who knew the history of the ninja world would know who to choose between Orochimaru and Gensou. Gensou quickly withdrew his gaze and sat down cross-legged. He wasn't a babysitter and had no interest in fetching Sasuke. Everything depended on Sasuke's own fate and the arrangements of destiny. In comparison, Gensou was more concerned about his own issues. He picked up 2 scrolls. These were the medical forbidden techniques obtained from Shino. As the forbidden techniques coveted even by Orochimaru, Gensou found them quite enlightening after reading through them. Having fully mastered these techniques, he did not hesitate and formed a hand seal. Medical forbidden technique, flesh activation. In an instant, Gensou felt his cells activate and boil as his muscles swelled, and his speed, strength, and endurance increased. Although these enhancements were just the icing on the cake compared to his overall strength, the primary goal of this technique wasn't merely this. Soon, Gensou changed his hand seals again. Medical forbidden technique, flesh regeneration. In that moment, the activated cells within him glowed with a vibrant green light, rapidly healing all his injuries under his precise control. Visibly, the various depressions and wounds on Gensou's body began to swell and heal like inflating balloons. This included the severe chest wound. Flesh regenerated, bones knitted, and skin grew. Within moments, his scarred body returned to its original, smooth state, looking no different from that of a normal person. Standing up and feeling his body, Jensenu nodded in satisfaction. A very impressive medical forbidden technique. Compared to other medical jutsu, these techniques obtained from Shino provided more immediate results. Of course, being forbidden techniques, they had their limitations. They required an enormous amount of chakra, far more than an average jonin could muster, and demanded a strong physique as a foundation. Without this, a person could collapse from exhaustion before their wounds were healed. Fortunately, these were challenges Jensenu could overcome. Though it can't compare to Hashirama's seamless and instantaneous healing, it's still a very effective recovery method. The wisdom of later generations is indeed commendable. Having healed most of his injuries, Hagoromo Gensou remarked. As for the final bit of healing, Jensenu touched his chest. Deep within, under the influence of the forbidden technique Eternal Slumber, the intertwining senjutsu chakra from Hashirama still stubbornly resided there. While the medical forbidden techniques excelled in flesh regeneration, they weren't fine enough for the precise task of removing senjutsu chakra. I still need to make a trip to Konoha, Jensenu mused. If anyone in the ninja world understood Hashirama best, it would be Konoha, his home village. And in terms of comprehensive medical jutsu, Konoha's position at the forefront of the ninja world was unmatched, even by Shino. Furthermore, successfully extracting and collecting the senjutsu chakra from within him would greatly aid in the study of senjutsu. Jensenu was naturally interested in senjutsu. In the absence of an opportunity to train with the three great sage regions, the residual senjutsu chakra within him was an excellent research subject. But all this hinged on successfully removing it. The study of chakra and jutsu wasn't done in isolation. Advanced research instruments were equally essential in the ninja world. As the only existing sample, this was one reason why Jensenu hadn't used more extreme measures to deal with the senjutsu chakra in his body. Having made up his mind, but knowing the time wasn't right yet, Jensenu looked again in Konoha's direction, curious. Now, let's see where the wind of change blows. Boom. In the endless forest, a signal flare shot up through the canopy, exploding into a dazzling display in the sky. Damn kids. The Sound 4, moving swiftly among the trees, saw the flare above and glanced back at the pursuing Konoha kids, their faces filled with anger and killing intent. I'll kill them. Tayuya pulled out her flute, eager to act. Delayed by a Konoha patrol team they had encountered earlier, the Sound 4 had beaten them but lost time, allowing Shikamaru's team to catch up. Both sides were wary of exposing their backs to the other. Initially, the Sound 4 hadn't taken the young Konoha ninja seriously, planning to deal with them quickly. But the cunning Konoha kids kept their distance, periodically launching signal flares to call for reinforcements. If this continues, more Konoha ninja will arrive, and Lord Orochimaru's mission will fail. Jirobo noted the seriousness of the situation. Kidomaru glanced at Shikamaru's team, then forward, eyes cold. Their leader is cautious. A direct approach won't work. But the prey can't escape the web. Follow my plan. As the most adept hunter, Kidomaru quickly devised a strategy. Behind them, under Shikamaru's command, the team maintained their distance from the Sound 4. Meanwhile, Naruto and Kiba were getting impatient. Shikamaru, how long are we going to keep this up? If we don't hurry, Sasuke will get away. Naruto urged. Yeah, let's just beat those guys first. Kiba suggested. Those 4 aren't easy to handle, Shikamaru refused. Even if we defeat them, we'll be too exhausted to chase Sasuke. Since Sasuke wasn't with the Sound 4, Shikamaru decided not to engage them directly but to conserve their strength and continuously signal for reinforcements. He knew their mission from the Hokage was to retrieve Sasuke. Wasting time and energy on the Sound 4 would only lead to failure. With just a bit more time, his plan would succeed. Chapter 64, Chapter 64. Shikamaru remained calm and executed his plans meticulously. However, he overlooked one critical point. While his team members each had great potential, they lacked experience and patience at their young age. For a short duration, this was manageable. But over a longer period, issues began to surface. In the forest, the experienced Sound 4 seized an opportunity and laid their trap. Although Shikamaru sensed something was amiss, he was still a step too late in alerting his team. Swish. Giant, sticky spider webs descended from the sky. Got you. On the web, Kidomaru looked at his captured prey with a cruel smile. The bloodbath had begun. Ding. 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 Clear bell sounds echoed through the forest. 2 dark figures darted swiftly through the trees. Kisame glanced at Itachi's expressionless face, as if the sky falling wouldn't faze him, and said with a grin, Itachi, aren't you going to see your brother one more time? He's now a missing nin like you. I can handle Orochimaru's minions alone. Itachi replied coldly, I've already seen him. There's no need to be disappointed again. You're really heartless, Kisame shook his head, a hint of confusion in his tone. Initially, when teamed up with Itachi, he had been somewhat defiant. But after spending some time together, though he didn't say it out loud, he had come to respect Itachi's abilities and temperament. Itachi wasn't as cold-blooded and ruthless as the rumors suggested. His face seemed to always be shrouded in a thick fog, and Kisame couldn't quite figure him out. However, one thing was clear after all this time: Itachi didn't disregard Sasuke as much as he claimed. If he did, he wouldn't have subjected his brother to the Tsukimi technique when they reunited, which to others might seem like unprecedented torment. But Kisame knew that Itachi was very cautious in using his Mangekyo Sharingan. He could see that the love between these brothers was unconventional and profound. Uchiha is truly a cursed yet enviable surname. As Kisame's gaze briefly met Itachi's Sharingan, he was about to say something more when he suddenly stopped. At the same time, Itachi also halted, his Sharingan focusing to the left. Cough, cough. Despite trying to suppress it, a light cough echoed through the forest. Knowing he was exposed, the owner of the cough stepped out from the shadows, revealing himself. White hair, green eyes, red eyeshadow, and 2 red dots on his forehead. Such an appearance. Kisame's eyes narrowed, thinking of the Kage clan from his homeland, known for their combat prowess, ultimately leading to their downfall. A remnant of the Kage clan. Interesting, he mused. Beside him, Itachi recognized more from the stranger's unique attire. The person before them was Kimimaro, a loyal follower of Orochimaru. Forced to reveal himself due to his illness-induced cough, Kimimaro's eyes swept over Itachi and Kisame in their black and red cloud-patterned cloaks. His face remained calm as he suggested, "How about we part ways peacefully?" As Orochimaru's confidant, Kimimaro knew the significance of the Akatsuki's attire. In other circumstances, he wouldn't hesitate to fight, even at the cost of his own life, to eliminate Orochimaru's enemies. But now, understanding Sasuke's importance to Orochimaru, he wanted to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, Itachi's next words shattered his hopes. Orochimaru's new subordinate, he's mine. Kisame, handle the rest. I actually wanted to fight this guy. But since you asked first, I'll let you have him. Without further ado, Kisame swiftly departed. In the designated area, only Itachi and Kimimaro remained. Knowing he couldn't escape Itachi's Sharingan, Kimimaro decided not to waste any more time. Lord Orochimaru, forgive me. Accepting his grim fate, Kimimaro pulled out a bottle of medicine and swallowed all the pills inside, ignoring the effects of his bloodline disease. Itachi observed, his expression unchanged, and asked, "Where is Orochimaru?" Kimimaro didn't respond. After his cheeks turned a strange shade of red, he lowered his gaze, focusing on Itachi's chest. Not wasting any more time, he attacked. 10-finger drilling bullets. In an instant, 10 bone bullets shot from Kimimaro's fingertips toward Itachi. It seems I'll have to make you talk. Itachi left this remark before his body flickered, reappearing behind Kimimaro. Slash. Several sharp bones erupted from Kimimaro's back, piercing the figure behind him. Instead of blood, a flurry of crows emerged. As Kimimaro turned, he saw Itachi's form disintegrate into crows. Boom. The crows exploded, creating a powerful shockwave that threw Kimimaro backward. When he stood again, he looked considerably worse for wear. With his bones as hard as steel, the actual damage was minimal. But seeing the crows reappear, each carrying Itachi's image in their eyes, Kimimaro knew he faced a formidable opponent. He activated his cursed seal level 2. Cough, cough, cough. Kimimaro's skin turned dark brown, black patterns appearing on his face, and a powerful bone tail grew from his back. A far more formidable aura emanated from Kimimaro. Orochimaru's cursed seal, huh? Itachi's crows gathered, forming his body as he observed Kimimaro's transformation. Without wasting any more time, Kimimaro drew his spine like a whip and charged at Itachi, now resembling a bone-covered beast. Dance of the Clematis, Vine. Itachi threw several shuriken. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Enhanced with fire chakra, the shuriken streaked toward Kimimaro like blazing petals. Kimimaro deflected or dodged them effortlessly, continuing his charge without losing momentum. In a blink, he was before Itachi, his bone whip transforming into a sharp spear, striking directly at Itachi's heart. Slash. The bone spear pierced Itachi's heart. Chapter 65, Chapter 65. Caw. 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 The crows screeched again as they split away from Itachi. Dance of the Larch. Kimimaro's eyes shifted, his body covered with bone spikes as he spun elegantly yet ruthlessly, clearing away all the crows around him. But it wasn't over yet. Kimimaro's spine whip lashed out violently. Got you. Itachi's true form was right there. Slash. Blood splattered. The bone spikes pierced Itachi's hand. Just as Kimimaro was about to advance further, Itachi's calm voice resonated, "Are you sure what you see is real?" Kimimaro's pupils contracted, realizing something was off, and he looked up sharply. The once clear sky was now replaced by a blood-red hue. A pair of ominous Sharingan eyes glared coldly down at him. Genjutsu. When did this happen? Kimimaro's expression changed, puzzled that he never made direct eye contact with Itachi's Sharingan. Floating in the air with his intact hand touching his ring, Itachi looked down at Kimimaro. Welcome to my world. Human boulder. Trees fell as the enlarged Choji rolled forward at high speed, a massive ball charging with thick smoke toward his enemies. Disperse. Kidomaru and Tayuya quickly dodged to the sides as the giant ball approached. A long shadow from Shikamaru extended to the human boulder. As Shikamaru ran to the left, the boulder, which should have rolled straight, veered left, crashing into the startled Tayuya. Earth release, returning to the earth. A large stone slab rose from the ground, blocking Tayuya's path. Though it shattered under the boulder's impact, the remaining force was subdued by the burly Jirobo, who held it down. Tayuya, be more careful. Tayuya scoffed, annoyed. If it weren't for wasting energy on that Konoha squad, this wouldn't be so troublesome. Everyone, charge. A horde of Naruto clones, created by the multi-shadow clone jutsu, rushed forward. Tayuya, about to play her flute, was intercepted by the swift Niji. Annoying gentle fist. Tayuya muttered, retreating to avoid close combat with Niji. Though the Hyuga clan was not prominently featured in major battles, most ninjas dreaded facing their gentle fist, which disrupted chakra flow and damaged internal organs. Retreating quickly, Tayuya avoided Niji's strikes. Kidomaru, seeing the multitude of Naruto clones, opened his mouth. Chakra expenditure produced numerous small spider webs from Kidomaru's mouth, ensnaring the incoming Naruto clones like blooming flowers. Poof. 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 White smoke filled the battlefield as the clones were neutralized. The battle raged on. Though initially caught off guard by the Sound 4, Konoha's 12 guardians quickly adapted. Under Shikamaru's prearranged tactics, the team, Shikamaru, Niji, Kiba, Choji, and Naruto, coordinated seamlessly, reversing the tide. With Sasuke absent, the Sound 4 attacked with full force to quickly eliminate the pesky Konoha squad before pursuing Sasuke. Unlike the original events, they didn't leave one by one, getting defeated individually. Feeling the intense pressure, Shikamaru's team decided not to split up suicidally. After a prolonged fight, the Sound 4 realized they had underestimated the young Konoha ninjas. These chakra reserves. Are all Konoha's genin this absurd? Kidomaru cursed, seeing the seemingly endless Naruto clones. Kicking away the enlarged Akamaru, Sakan ordered coldly, we can't delay any longer. Activate the cursed seal. It's not good to use the seal again so soon, Tayuya muttered. Despite her words, the Sound 4 activated their cursed seal level 1 simultaneously, black lines spreading across their bodies. Niji's Byakugan detected the surge in chakra and the ominous aura, warning, be careful, their power has increased significantly. Just like Sasuke before, Naruto recalled the black lines covering Sasuke's body. This is bad. Shikamaru, analyzing the battlefield, saw the increased threat posed by the Sound 4. Now, we can only hope for reinforcements. Even if they defeated the Sound 4 here, they wouldn't have the strength to pursue Sasuke. Ha ha ha. Konoha brats, prepare for your end. Jirobo, affected by the cursed seal, roared arrogantly. The ground trembled as the fierce battle resumed. After 15 minutes, the Sound 4, now in cursed seal level 2, started overpowering Shikamaru's team, resulting in injuries. Just as Shikamaru's hope waned, reinforcements arrived. Boom. Massive amounts of sand rose, forming an enormous shield that blocked the Sound 4's attacks. It's them. Shikamaru was surprised but quickly heard a familiar female voice, as allies of Konoha, the Sand Village is here to assist. Shikamaru turned to see Temari, Kankuro, and Gaara arriving. Didn't expect it to be you guys, he sighed in relief. Temari explained with a smile, Konoha's forces are stretched thin. As allies, we're here to help. Thanks to your signals, we found you quickly. Thanks to Shikamaru's initial delay and signal calls, the Sand Village arrived much earlier. Seeing his team, though injured, still intact, Shikamaru, leading for the first time, felt a weight lifted. However, thinking about Sasuke. Looking at the still energetic Naruto, Shikamaru hoped they could still catch up. Chapter 66, Chapter 66. Naruto. Shikamaru looked at Naruto, who seemed uninjured, not entirely true, as his injuries healed quickly. Right now, besides the newly arrived sand reinforcements, the only one among them who still had combat capability was Naruto. What's up, Shikamaru? Naruto turned around, confused, just as he was ready to join forces with Gaara and the others to take down the Sound 4. Shikamaru took a deep breath and surveyed the scene, making a decision. Naruto, you don't need to participate in this fight anymore. Leave now and go find Sasuke. Sasuke. Naruto wanted to find Sasuke as soon as possible, but he didn't want to abandon his comrades before the battle was over. Understanding Naruto's hesitation, Shikamaru calmly explained, "Don't forget, our mission is to bring Sasuke back. Given the situation, none of us, except you, can match your speed. Don't worry about the battle here, we'll win. Naruto. The success of this mission depends on you. After all, the only one who might persuade Sasuke to return is you." Naruto was silent for a few seconds before nodding resolutely. "I will bring Sasuke back." With that, he vanished, speeding towards Sasuke's direction. Meanwhile, with the addition of the sand reinforcements, the Sound Four, now struggling to hold their ground, could only watch Naruto leave. The chase continued. Based on intelligence analysis, Konoha determined that Sasuke was likely heading towards the Valley of the End. As for Sasuke himself, despite not facing major obstacles, he had to evade Konoha ninjas along the way and was physically exhausted. His pace was significantly slower than Naruto's seemingly tireless sprint. Finally, after crossing a range of hills and seeing that he was close to the Valley of the End, Sasuke was about to breathe a sigh of relief when a familiar shout came from behind. "Sasuke!" Sasuke frowned and turned to see a sweat-drenched Naruto running towards him at full speed. Seeing Sasuke turn around, Naruto waved excitedly, shouting, "Sasuke! What are you doing here? Come back with me." "Idiot," Sasuke muttered coldly, glancing at Naruto before continuing his journey. Since the moment he left the village, there was no turning back. Naruto actually suggested going back. Going back to be treated as a rogue ninja. The ninja game had come to an end. "Sasuke." Naruto was taken aback by Sasuke's indifference and unfamiliar gaze. He clenched his fists and yelled determinedly, "Sasuke! No matter what, I'll bring you back." His voice startled a flock of birds and caught the attention of a nearby figure in a black cloak with red clouds. "This voice sounds familiar," Kisame mused, touching his same hata with a grin. "Interesting." With that, he turned and walked towards the direction of the loud, persistent voice. "Sasuke! Stop right there. Why are you leaving the village? I'll break your bones if I have to, but I'll bring you back." Naruto kept shouting as he chased Sasuke. Sasuke, however, ignored him completely, focused on his path. As Naruto grew more frustrated, a familiar voice cut in. "Hey, today is full of surprises. Look who I found." Suddenly, Kisame appeared in Naruto's sight, grinning with his shark-like teeth. "We meet again, Nine-Tails brat." Naruto stopped abruptly, eyes wide. "It's you." Although he didn't know Kisame's name, Naruto remembered this man. If it weren't for Jiraiya's timely arrival, he might have been taken from Konoha. And this guy had a companion, Uchiha Itachi. Remembering the name, Naruto glanced at Sasuke. Noticing the new arrival, Sasuke also halted, clearly recalling Itachi. "Itachi's little brother is here too. What a shame, Itachi isn't with me," Kisame remarked, his eyes briefly shifting to Sasuke before focusing back on Naruto. "Although this mission has nothing to do with the Nine-Tails, you're our primary target. Since you've come to me, it would be a shame not to capture you." Kisame grabbed his same hata, smiling. "Nine-Tails brat, same as before. Will I have to cut off your hands, or will you come with me willingly?" Time seemed to rewind to that hotel room doorway. As Kisame raised his same hata, Naruto didn't hesitate, using his multi-shadow clone jutsu. "Don't underestimate me." Poof, poof, poof. White smoke filled the area as numerous Naruto clones appeared. Kisame's expression was one of amused understanding. "Your hand signs have gotten faster. Since this is your answer, the Nine-Tails capture plan resumes." Kisame stepped forward, instantly closing the distance, swinging same hata horizontally, dispersing many clones in a puff of smoke. "This guy." Naruto gritted his teeth as he watched his clones being effortlessly defeated, feeling the heavy pressure. He glanced towards Sasuke, who was now gone, likely taking the opportunity to leave. "Sasuke." Naruto muttered before focusing on the approaching Kisame. With determination, he created more clones. Surrounded once again, Kisame shook his head nonchalantly. "It's pointless resistance. Guess I'll have to put more force into it. I'll cut off your hands and legs this time. With a Jinchuriki's resilience, you won't die. Don't underestimate Konoha ninja." Naruto shouted, commanding his clones to attack again. As one after another was defeated, Naruto suddenly closed in, a blue, spinning chakra ball in his hand aimed at Kisame. Raiznan. Chapter 67, Chapter 67. As the rapidly spinning Raiznan was about to strike Kisame, his massive same hata shifted sideways in a bizarre manner, blocking the Rasengan's path. In the next moment, the Raiznan collided with same hata, which seemed to activate an insatiable maw. Naruto watched in disbelief as his Raiznan, in which he had placed great hope, was quickly devoured by same hata, leaving no trace behind. Same Hada says it tastes good. Got any more? Kisame asked, grinning at Naruto. You bastard. Naruto's face was full of indignation. Forget it, I'll just take it myself, Kisame said, lifting the bandage-wrapped Same Hada for a heavy slash. Naruto tried to dodge, but his feet had somehow become trapped in a quagmire, making it impossible for him to move. Damn it. As the massive Same Hada was about to fall, and Naruto felt a sense of despair. Suddenly, the sound of 1,000 birds chirping filled the air. A blinding blue lightning bolt shot towards Kisame's back, aiming for his heart. Kisame glanced behind him in surprise and moved away from his original position. Sasuke! Naruto exclaimed with joy upon seeing the newcomer. He had always believed that Sasuke was still the same Sasuke he knew. Sasuke, without looking back at Naruto, coldly remarked, Naruto, you are as useless as ever. Ah. Haha, just a mistake. That was definitely a mistake. Normally, Naruto would argue with Sasuke, but now, overwhelmed with joy, he had no such intention. Sasuke, you. Naruto, filled with excitement, wanted to say more. But Sasuke ignored him. With the Chidori still active in his hand, Sasuke's evolved 3-tomo Sharingan coldly focused on Kisame ahead. Steadying himself, Kisame, seeing those familiar Sharingan eyes, felt a sense of nostalgia and remarked, you've improved a bit since the last time we met. Sasuke remained silent. He was well aware of his newly evolved Sharingan. Initially, he had no intention of involving himself in Naruto and Kisame's battle and had already left. However, as he walked away, hearing the increasing sounds of battle behind him, a fire of agitation began to rise within him, which he couldn't suppress. In the end, he didn't even know why he turned back. When he saw Naruto about to be struck by Same Hada, he couldn't bear it any longer. Under intense emotional stimulus, his 2-tomo Sharingan evolved into 3-tomo, and he rushed out to save Naruto. If Itachi saw you now, he would be very pleased, Kisame said with a sudden smile. Indeed, witnessing the Uchiha clan's massacre and experiencing 2 Tsukuyomi should have caused Sasuke's Sharingan to evolve to the Mangekyo. However, it merely brought his Sharingan to 2-tomo, which must have puzzled Itachi. Typically, an Uchiha evolves their Sharingan through intense emotional experiences, such as killing their closest friend or witnessing the death of their loved ones. However, every Uchiha's understanding and focus on love are different. Like now, Sasuke's Sharingan evolved into 3-tomo due to the severe threat to his comrade's life. Even in the future, when Itachi dies before him, Sasuke's Mangekyo only awakens after learning the truth from Tobi about Itachi's actions and the reality. Repeating the night of the massacre multiple times only made Sasuke extremely angry, but it was ineffective for evolving his Sharingan. Only by understanding what true love is can the Sharingan ascend. Kisame unintentionally helped Itachi in this regard. Don't mention that man's name in front of me. Sasuke's face flashed coldly as he charged at Kisame with his Chidori. Sasuke, wait for me. Naruto also rushed forward, ready to team up with Sasuke again. Sharingan and Ninetales teaming up. Interesting, Kisame remarked as he saw Sasuke and Naruto approaching from both sides. Water style, water shark bullet technique, he shouted, forming hand seals. Multiple shark-shaped water bullets materialized out of thin air, quickly biting towards the duo. I see it. Everything is within my grasp. With his newly evolved 3-tomo Sharingan, Sasuke could see the entire scene clearly and evaded the water shark bullets effortlessly. Without paying attention to the struggling Naruto on the other side, he continued to charge at Kisame. As expected of the Uchiha. But this alone is not enough. As Itachi's partner, well acquainted with the Sharingan, Kisame sneered at the confident Sasuke. Rumbling, the earth trembled, and the forest of trees collapsed. Sharp bones continuously sprouted from the ground, transforming the area within 100 meters into a terrifying white bone forest. Dance of the Seedling Ferns. Accompanied by violent coughing, Kimimaro, who had paid a significant price to break free from Itachi's illusion, unleashed his most powerful attack. Seeing this, Itachi didn't hesitate. His 3-tomo Sharingan immediately transformed into the Mangekyo. Boom. A massive crimson skeletal structure materialized, enveloping him completely. This wasn't the end. Soon, the crimson skeleton was covered with muscles and flesh, growing larger and larger. Faced with the relentless onslaught of the bone forest, Itachi decisively activated Susanoo. In the ensuing time, the intense sounds of impact echoed continuously. The renowned Shikatsumiyaku and Sharingan displayed their respective glories. Crack. Suddenly, a crack appeared on Susanoo's crimson form. As Itachi glanced towards it, Kimimaro's figure appeared on the nearest bone spike to the crack. With a massive spiral bone spear in hand, Kimimaro thrust it heavily into the crack. Boom. With a shattering sound, the formidable defense of Susanoo broke open, creating a large hole. Kimimaro intended to charge in and strike at Itachi within. Itachi, expressionless, glanced at him and did nothing more. There was no need. Cough, cough, cough. Much more severe than before, violent coughing emanated uncontrollably from Kimimaro's mouth. As he vomited mouthfuls of black blood, he could no longer hold on and collapsed. It's over, Itachi said calmly, retracting Susanoo. Yes, it's over. Kimimaro, no longer in his prime, looked at the sky and replied equally calmly. To have fought to this point with a dying body, relying not only on medicine but also on sheer willpower, was already remarkable. But everything has its limits. The man before him was too powerful. What he had accomplished was already his limit. Chapter 68. Chapter 68. Kimimaro was afflicted with a hereditary genetic disease that left him with little time to live. This was something Itachi had sensed from the beginning. The two were very similar. Both possessed powerful bloodline limits, both suffered from incurable diseases, and both endured immense physical torment. The only difference was that Itachi could hold on for a few more years, while Kimimaro was already at the end of his rope. As he approached Kimimaro, looking at this descendant of the Kage clan, much like the Uchiha, whose clan was also wiped out, and the only remaining wielder of Shikatsumiyaku, Itachi seemed to see his own future. Cough, cough. Even his coughing had grown weak. Kimimaro noticed Itachi's approach and had no more regrets. Forgive me, Orochimaru-sama, he said silently in his heart, and with the last bit of chakra left in his body, he activated his final move. With a splatter of blood, a bone spike pierced through Kimimaro's heart, extending out from his chest. At that moment, the life of Kage Kimimaro came to an end. Even to the end, you refused to betray Orochimaru's location. Cough, cough, Itachi murmured, coughing lightly. Knowing that Kimimaro's last act was to keep Orochimaru's secrets and avoid interrogation, Itachi silently buried Kimimaro's body in a deep pit. After finishing this, Itachi put his hat back on, and with a flick of his palm, a black crow took flight, cutting through the sky towards the distance. Boom. 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 The sound of shadow clones being destroyed and the crackle of lightning filled the air. Despite the combined efforts of Sasuke and Naruto, Kisame handled them with ease, forcing the duo into dire straits. Unaware that he was at the pinnacle of his life, pressing two of the future greats of the shinobi world, Azura and Indra's reincarnations, into a corner, Kisame had no interest in dragging things out. He kicked Sasuke, who could see the attack but couldn't dodge, sending him flying, and aimed Samahada's fierce strike at Naruto. Compared to Itachi's brother, Kisame found the Ninetales brat more to his liking. Seeing the attack coming, Naruto was about to dodge when a green blur sped past him. Leaf Hurricane. A powerful upward kick sent the unprepared Kisame flying. Accompanying this was a spirited shout, the beautiful green beast of Konoha has arrived. Bushy brows. You're here. Naruto exclaimed joyfully, recognizing the newly healed Rock Lee. Lee turned and gave a thumbs up, his white teeth sparkling as he said, "It's not just me." Not far away, Sasuke, who had been kicked by Kisame, saw this and turned to leave without a word. Unaware of Sasuke's departure, Naruto soon understood what Lee meant by, "not just me." The sound of 1,000 birds chirping filled the air once more. Like a hidden assassin, Kakashi emerged from the dust, the Chidori in his hand crackling with energy as he approached Kisame. You. Kisame recognized the newcomer. The next moment, a thunderous explosion resounded. As the dust settled, Kakashi appeared, leaping to Naruto and Lee's side. Tsunade, worried about Shikamaru's team, had not only sent the Sand Shinobi and Lee but also dispatched Kakashi, who had just returned from a mission and hadn't even had time to rest. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto, seeing Kakashi, felt a weight lift off his shoulders. He pointed excitedly to where Sasuke had been. "Look, Kakashi-sensei, I found Sasuke. He was just helping me fight that shark guy." Kakashi quickly scanned the area Naruto pointed to, finding it empty. "Ah. Where's Sasuke?" Naruto, also noticing, widened his eyes. Where was Sasuke? Naruto, panicking, was about to run off to find Sasuke. Kakashi stopped him. The danger isn't over yet. As the dust settled, Kisame, though looking a bit worse for wear, was still ready for battle. "Hatake Kakashi, didn't expect you to recover from Itachi's genjutsu so quickly," Kisame remarked, shouldering Samehada. "I didn't expect it either," Kakashi replied calmly, drawing a kunai and preparing for battle. He knew Sasuke was nearby, but now was not the time to be distracted. For the village, the importance of the Ninetales Jinchuriki far outweighed that of Sasuke. Therefore, facing another sudden encounter with the mysterious Akatsuki member who specialized in capturing tailed beasts, he had to keep Naruto within his sight. The wind rustled, bending the grass on the battlefield. Kakashi, Lee, and even Naruto braced themselves for battle once more. Kisame, lifting Samehada, was ready to go all out when a crow suddenly descended from the sky, landing on his shoulder. Kisame, seeing this, momentarily lowered Samehada and asked the crow. Itachi, what is it? From the crow came Itachi's voice. I've dealt with Orochimaru's subordinate but couldn't get any information. Capture one of the remaining targets alive. Seems that young man was quite skilled. Knowing Itachi's abilities, Kisame was surprised and then looked at Naruto and the others. However, I still have some unfinished business here. Remember that Ninetales brat? I ran into him on the way. And Hatake Kakashi, who was under your genjutsu, is also here. Kakashi, huh? The crow on Kisame's shoulder turned its red Sharingan eye towards the Konoha group, as if Itachi himself could see them. He said, taking them down isn't a quick job. Comparatively, I'm more interested in Orochimaru's whereabouts. His subordinates won't hold out much longer. I see. Recalling the conflict between Orochimaru and Itachi within Akatsuki, Kisame nodded knowingly and sheathed same hata. Alright, I'll follow your lead and deal with Orochimaru first. All workers need not overextend themselves. Even the boss, Pain, wasn't in a hurry to reclaim the Ninetales, so Kisame wasn't either. He had only been acting out of a might-as-well mentality. Now that reinforcements had arrived for the opposition, making the outcome uncertain, Kisame simply decided to withdraw. Whoosh! Kisame's figure flickered and vanished. Seeing this, Lee asked Kakashi, Kakashi-sensei, should we pursue him? No, Kakashi shook his head, thinking about the crow on Kisame's shoulder and knowing Itachi was likely nearby. Not knowing why they had suddenly withdrawn, Kakashi didn't want to stir up more trouble. Our mission is... Before Kakashi could finish, Naruto suddenly realized and yelled, Sasuke. He then sped off in the direction Sasuke had gone. Our mission is, that, Kakashi completed his sentence with a shake of his head and followed Naruto. Chapter 69, Chapter 69. Is this the Valley of the End? Taking advantage of the time Kisame had stalled, and encountering no further surprises, Sasuke hurried all the way and soon arrived at the Valley of the Gods. Looking at this place, known to have been transformed from a plain into a valley through a fierce battle, Sasuke felt a hint of apprehension. When Jensenu had casually mentioned it before, it was a ray of hope in Sasuke's otherwise hopeless situation. But what about for Jensenu? Would he not care at all? Would his desperate gamble yield the desired outcome? Sasuke clenched his fists, surveying the valley. Soon, his gaze locked onto the figure atop the Hashirama statue. He let out a slight sigh of relief, grateful that things hadn't taken a turn for the worse. With a few leaps, Sasuke, whose rock climbing skills could put experts to shame, swiftly reached the top of the statue. He respectfully addressed the men whose presence felt even more imposing than the last time they met. As you see, I have arrived, he said with rare reverence. Jensenu turned his head and nodded calmly. Your determination is commendable. Not everyone has the guts to become a rogue ninja. Even though Sasuke was driven by hatred, his willingness to forsake everything was praiseworthy. If Jensenu had initially taken a casual approach, he now didn't mind taking Sasuke under his wing. After all, he wasn't interested in Sasuke's body like Orochimaru was. At worst, it wouldn't end as badly as it did for Orochimaru. And in terms of potential gains, as the reincarnation of Indra, Sasuke's value would undoubtedly exceed the investment. Of course, to be cautious, Jensenu would ensure Sasuke had an unexpected bond. Do you need to say goodbye to your comrades? Jensenu asked, glancing in the direction Sasuke had come from. As soon as he finished speaking, loud shouts echoed from that direction. Sasuke! Sasuke! Sasuke turned back to see Naruto's bright yellow figure swiftly approaching. No need, Sasuke replied calmly. The childish ninja games end here. Games? What isn't a game in this world? Jensenu remarked lightly. Placing a hand on Sasuke's shoulder, he said, let's go. A gust of wind blew through, and in a swirl of falling leaves, the figures of Jensenu and Sasuke vanished. Naruto, who had just entered the valley, looked up and saw only the last glimpse of Sasuke and Jensenu disappearing. Reaching out in vain, he shouted with all his might, Sasuke! I will take you back from Jensenu. His loud vow echoed through the Valley of the End. Am I too late? Kakashi, arriving just seconds behind, saw Naruto's sorrowful and determined shout and sighed inwardly. He had known that Sasuke carried a deep burden of vengeance, but he hadn't expected him to be so resolute. From Naruto's words, it seems Sasuke has followed Jensenu. The intelligence was correct, Kakashi thought. Hagoromo Gensou. He was a figure even more troublesome than Itachi. Recalling the scene where Jensenu effortlessly broke through his Chidori, Kakashi furrowed his brow. Trouble seemed to be brewing. Sand Waterfall Imperial Funeral. A massive wave of sand surged from the ground, turning 100 meters of forest into a desert in an instant. With Gaara's move, the battle was nearing its end. The combined force of the 12 Guardian Ninja and the Sand Ninja, including the one-tailed Jinchuriki, had beaten the Sound Four into retreat, despite their cursed seal state too. It's time to end this once and for all. In his clan's secret jutsu, man-beast transformation, Kiba, now a two-headed wolf, charged ferociously to deliver the final blow. Shikamaru, whose chakra was almost depleted, didn't stop him. In his view, the outcome was already decided. But in the next second, an unexpected event occurred. As Kiba, transformed into a two-headed wolf, charged forward, he was suddenly sent flying back, breaking his secret jutsu and rendering him and Akamaru unconscious, lying exposed to everyone. What just happened? Shikamaru's eyes widened, and before he could react, a shadow moved swiftly, striking him down. Is that Sakan? Shikamaru recognized the attacker just before losing consciousness, confusion etched on his face. How had someone on the verge of defeat suddenly gained such speed? Sakan, uninterested in explanations, kicked the weakened Chuji towards Gaara. Hearing the mission completion sound in his mind, he swiftly fled the forest. As the shadow clone dispersed, the real Sakan, who had just woken up nearby, was confused about how he had ended up there. But realizing he had somehow escaped, he didn't dwell on it. Without considering his brother Yukon, still on the battlefield, he chose to flee. However, before he could get far, he heard the clear sound of a bell. Today's luck is indeed good, another prey has come to me. Kisame looked up, pleased with the sight of the panicked Sakan running towards him. The one who had knocked out Kiba, Shikamaru, and Chuji was, of course, Jensenu. More precisely, it was his shadow clone. Although he had been posing atop the statue in the Valley of the End, Jensenu hadn't forgotten the new mission issued by the system. To that end, he had sent out a shadow clone, which had taken the necessary actions. As for disguising himself as Sakan, aside from Sakan conveniently passing out nearby, Jensenu didn't want rumors of him attacking young Genin spreading across the ninja world. The plan went smoothly. As he hurried with Sasuke, Jensenu reviewed the memory sent back by his shadow clone and focused on the system. Ding! Main mission, become the boss of the Skipping Class 4, completed. Congratulations to the host for defeating the Skipping Class 4, taking a big step towards dominating the Ninja Academy. Mission reward, standard Chunin level chakra, Konoha style Kenjutsu, Crescent Moon Dance. This time, the mission reward wasn't disappointing. Feeling the infusion of chakra slightly more substantial than the barely noticeable Genin level, and noticing the Konoha style Kenjutsu, Crescent Moon Dance, imprinting in his mind, Jensenu nodded slightly. Fairly speaking, if using the system's criteria, the above rewards would have significantly boosted his strength during his time in the Ninja Academy. But having traveled decades ahead, the system's early rewards no longer held much appeal. The only option was to speed up the process. System, is there a new main mission? Jensenu asked. This time, the system responded promptly. Soon, the familiar ding sounded in his mind. Chapter 70. Ding. Main task, dominate the ninja school. Task description, the host has successfully defeated the 4 skipping class heroes and has gained the attention of teachers and classmates. Now, there's only one more mountain to conquer to dominate the ninja school. This mountain is none other than Uchiha Sasuke, the orphan of the prestigious Uchiha clan, a powerful wielder of the Sharingan, and the reincarnation of Indra, who possesses unparalleled dominance in the ninja school. The old king is dead, long live the new king. Please defeat Uchiha Sasuke to achieve the goal of dominating the ninja school. Task hint, this is a main task, it cannot be refused or avoided. Uchiha Sasuke. A mountain. Jensenu glanced at Sasuke, who had risked defecting from the village to seek his power. Is this the mountain? Let me see your strength afterward, Jensenu said to Sasuke. Okay. Sasuke, thinking that Jensenu wanted to understand his strength to teach him better, nodded excitedly. Where are we going? He asked impatiently. Leading the way, Jensenu replied without looking back, a good place. Itachi, I brought him. In the forest, Itachi, who was watching in the direction of the Valley of the End, heard his partner's voice. Without a change in his expression, he turned around, fixing the head of Sakan on Kisame's shoulder with his right hand. Their eyes met, and the 3 Tomo Sharingan spun rapidly. Soon, Sakan's eyes, filled with confusion, gleamed with joy in the illusion, Lord Orochimaru. We successfully brought back Sasuke. Itachi withdrew his hand and said flatly, we have located Orochimaru. Inform the leader. Kisame snapped Sakan's neck and nodded. Soon, through the ring communication, Pain received the information and passed it to the closest pair of artists. Yo Sasori, we found Orochimaru's whereabouts. Deidara exclaimed excitedly. That filthy snake, this time I'll skin him alive. Sasori's eyes were filled with cold light. Heretics always despise apostates more. As fellow seekers of eternity, Sasori had always been unfriendly towards Orochimaru. During the previous hunt for Orochimaru, he was the most active. But Orochimaru kept hiding deeper, and for a long time, there was no trace of him. Finding his lair this time made Sasori more excited than ever. Let's go. All right. Deidara threw a small clay bird that instantly expanded, carrying him and Sasori. With a flap of its wings, it soared into the sky, flying swiftly towards Orochimaru's lair. Ah. Where is Sasuke? Why hasn't he come yet? Orochimaru's pained roars echoed through the underground base. Kabuto, observing Orochimaru's condition, pushed his glasses up with a serious expression and said, "None of the medicines are working. This won't do. Lord Orochimaru, you might need to consider the backup plan." "Where is Sasuke?" Orochimaru asked unwillingly. Kabuto shook his head, "No news for a long time. It's likely that the mission failed. Even Kimimaro can't do it." Looking at his burning, painful hands and feeling the unbearable burden on his soul, Orochimaru finally faced reality and said, "Then." Boom. Before he could finish, an explosion from above interrupted him. Kabuto's face changed. He grabbed Orochimaru and flashed out of the room. The next second, the ceiling of the room collapsed. Along with it came a shout filled with joy. "Art is an explosion." Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions echoed in the underground base. Orochimaru, having steadied himself, looked up with an ugly expression. "Two troublesome guys have come." As his voice fell, two figures descended through the hole in the ceiling. Amidst the dust, the red cloud uniforms of the Akatsuki organization loomed. Seeing them clearly, Kabuto understood why Orochimaru's face looked so bad. Quickly, with one hand on his hip and the mouth on his other hand chewing clay vigorously, Deidara smiled and said, "Orochimaru, the traitor, finally we meet again. You filthy snake in the gutter, you won't escape this time," Sasori, hidden within Hirako, said with killing intent. "Really?" Orochimaru sneered. No time to ponder why the Akatsuki found this place now. Orochimaru glanced at Kabuto. Kabuto nodded, preparing for battle, and said, "Lord Orochimaru, go do what you need to. Leave this to me." Orochimaru decisively turned and headed deeper into the base. "Kill him." Suddenly, Sasori's voice rang out, accompanied by a hand seal he made. Sand brain manipulation. A technique that uses a small needle to pierce the memory center of the brain, sealing the target's memories. Once the seal is lifted, the needle disappears, and the memories are restored. The moment Sasori saw Kabuto, he recognized his former informant. At this moment, he decisively lifted the memory seal. Kabuto felt his brain swell, and a surge of additional memories flooded his mind. So, that's how it is. Kabuto fully recognized himself. Following Sasori's command, he turned and struck at Orochimaru. Then, Orochimaru ran even faster towards the depths of the base. Orochimaru never once looked back. Seeing this, Sasori's confident pupils shrank, his face looking grim. Beside him, Deidara shrugged and said, "I don't know what happened, but Sasori, it seems you were tricked. Attack." Sasori, never expecting his controlled pawn to betray him, said coldly, "Should have done this earlier." Deidara threw a handful of explosive clay grasshoppers that hopped swiftly towards Kabuto and Orochimaru. "This is really troublesome. Let's hope Lord Orochimaru succeeds in the body transfer." Kabuto turned around, sighed, and took on the task of stopping the enemy. The fierce battle began. A quarter of an hour later. Wind style, pressure. Magnet release, gold dust. Under the terrifying storm of gold dust, the underground base collapsed completely. Sasori and Deidara barely escaped. Blowing the dust off, Scorpion looked at the transformed Orochimaru, the unconscious, dying Kabuto, and two other notable figures. His tone was displeased, still a step too late. Chapter 71, Chapter 71. The ground was covered in sand and dust. Under the Edo Tensei, the fourth Kazekage, Raza, first glanced at the puppet master, Sasori, who had just fought him, clearly recognizing the techniques of a sand village puppet master. Then, turning his gaze to the nearby Orochimaru, his eyes filled with murderous intent, he roared. Orochimaru. Like the third Kazekage, he had died in a rather humiliating manner. After all, he never expected his ally Orochimaru to stab him in the back. Even in death, he couldn't understand Orochimaru's motives. "Long time no see, fourth Kazekage," Orochimaru greeted his old acquaintance with a smile. Thanks to Kabuto's desperate efforts to block them and the labyrinth-like layout of the underground base, Orochimaru had successfully completed his living corpse reincarnation before the Akatsuki members arrived. Although he hadn't obtained Sasuke's body, he had regained a certain level of combat power to deal with the current trouble from the Akatsuki. Today's events had taken him by surprise. It seemed as if an invisible hand had disrupted all his plans. Orochimaru's golden slit pupil eyes were filled with cold light. He swore he would investigate who was behind this and make them pay. "Where is this place?" Another voice interrupted. Apart from the fourth Kazekage, another person had been summoned. Looking around with confusion, Reto asked, "Where is this?" As a person from the Sand Village, Raza quickly recognized Reto's identity and spoke respectfully, "First Kazekage-sama, this is the living world. We were summoned by the Edo Tensei." Edo Tensei? Reto muttered. The true fame of the Edo Tensei technique spread in the ninja world after Hashirama's death, during the reign of the unrestrained Tobirama. In that era, the Kage from various ninja villages had encountered the second Hokage. Reto's lack of knowledge was understandable. Just as he was about to ask more questions, Orochimaru intervened. "All right, every time we summon someone, the old folks always have a chat. Let's end it here. Given the lesson from Jensenu last time, we can't repeat the same mistake." With that, Orochimaru formed a hand seal, intending to fully control the bodies of the first and fourth Kazekage. Hagoromo Gensou. Why mention him suddenly? Reto was taken aback. After so many years, he didn't expect to hear the name of someone who had left a deep impression on him from a younger. But time was limited. Before he could learn more, Orochimaru wiped his consciousness away. The brief journey of the first Kazekage in the living world ended. "Now, it's time for a sand ninja battle," Orochimaru said with a malicious grin toward Sasori. The first Kazekage, Reto, and the fourth Kazekage, Raza, quickly charged at him. How boring. Having turned the third Kazekage into a human puppet long ago, Sasori was indifferent to the so-called sand ninja, ignoring Orochimaru's goodwill as he joined the fight. The battle between the Akatsuki and Orochimaru resumed. Unaware that an old friend had briefly returned to the living world, Jensenu led Sasuke across the ninja world. There were many countries in the ninja world. Besides the well-known 5 great nations and occasionally mentioned countries like the Land of Waves, the Land of Hot Water, the Land of Fields, the Land of Snow, and others, there were many tiny countries that didn't even appear on maps. Even a place the size of a village could be called a country. Even if the daimyo of such a country lived no better than an ordinary rich person, they were still referred to as daimyo. Sasori's so-called feat of destroying a country was actually about these small countries. The place Jensenu was taking Sasuke to was also one of these small countries. The Land of Spoon. A country unknown to the general public but quite famous among rogue ninjas, bounty hunters, and black market merchants. The reason for its fame was a ninja organization called the Village of Locks that sold information. I've been here before. After 2 days of travel, far from the Land of Fire, Sasuke recognized the steel bridge spanning the cliffs ahead. It was from a mission he had undertaken with Kakashi, Naruto, Sakura, and other Leaf Village ninjas to exchange prisoners. He recalled that the Leaf's prisoner was a woman named Hanari, who had ties to Kakashi. Is that so? Jensenu didn't pay much attention to this and led Sasuke to the bridgehead. There, a group of people was waiting. Soon, they met. Upon seeing Jensenu, the leader of the group became extremely emotional and exclaimed. "It's you. It's really you. You look exactly like I remember. Clan leader, it's so good to see you again." The old man burst into tears, kneeling and paying great respect to Jensenu, who appeared to be of his grandson's age. The people behind the old man followed suit, full of reverence. Jensenu stepped forward, helped the old man up, and gestured for the others to rise. He sighed slightly. "Mutiny, long time no see." The snot-nosed kid from back then had turned into a weathered old man. Seeing the old man's wrinkled face, Jensenu could vaguely make out his childhood features. Watching this touching scene, Sasuke couldn't shake a strange feeling. If Jensenu and the old man switched places, it might be a scene more in line with what people expected. Moreover, having witnessed this, Sasuke was now deeply aware that the person he was following had lived through 2 lifetimes, having been resurrected. Still young with a long future ahead, Sasuke was shocked but not as envious as others might be. Disinterested in the touching reunion, Sasuke turned his attention to the people present. He had identified the old man. During the prisoner exchange, this man, the leader of the Village of Locks, had come to negotiate on this very bridge. A battle broke out, and he, Naruto, and Sakura had cornered the escaping leader, ready to make him surrender, only for the leader to choose self-destruction. Reflecting on it now, they had been incredibly naive. The old man had clearly deceived them, faking his death with an apparent self-destruction while actually escaping. Indeed, the Leaf's ninja games only waste one's future. With this thought, Sasuke continued to survey the group. Soon, he spotted a striking woman among them. "You're not dead?" Sasuke couldn't help but ask. The woman, with a tear mole under her right eye, looked quite charming. Upon hearing him, she turned and, after a brief pause, smiled brightly. "You're Kakashi's student, Uchiha Sasuke, right? Long time no see. Do you remember my name?" "Hanari." Sasuke replied as memories of that past mission surfaced in his mind. Chapter 72. Chapter 72. Although Sasuke bore deep-seated hatred, his life was not devoid of warmth. Naruto, Sakura, and his peers need no further mention. He also had some memorable experiences with Kakashi. For example, together with Naruto and Sakura, they tried every possible method to see what Kakashi looked like under his mask, which always ended in chaos and no results. Another was that the perennial bachelor Kakashi seemed to have a woman he liked. Yes, it was the woman in front of him, Hanari. Looking at the woman who was said to have stolen a lot of Konoha's secrets, Sasuke said. Kakashi said you were dead. Is that what Kakashi reported? He went to such lengths. Hanari, with a tear mole that added to her allure, stepped closer to Sasuke, smiling at the young man she vaguely remembered. Sasuke knew Kakashi's character. He wasn't the type to prioritize beauty over the village's interests. It was Sasuke himself who insisted Hanari couldn't be let go, and Kakashi had pursued her alone. Given Hanari's skills, escaping Kakashi's pursuit was unlikely. Yet here she was. There was only one possibility: Hanari had successfully deceived Kakashi. She had made Kakashi believe she was no longer a threat to Konoha, prompting him to let her go and report her death. This was indeed the case. Hanari had sincerely expressed to Kakashi her weariness of the spy life and her desire to start anew, living quietly. Perhaps she genuinely felt that way at the time. But Kakashi, a perpetual bachelor who relied on Ika paradise as his emotional sustenance, didn't understand one thing about women. Living for espionage is my destiny. Hanari gently brushed the dust off Sasuke's shoulder, her eyes reflecting a hint of nostalgia, and said, I once told Kakashi the same thing. So, while I regret deceiving him, I don't apologize. Besides. Noticing Jensenu had finished his conversation with Elder Mutini and was looking their way, Hanari bowed respectfully before giving Sasuke a heartfelt warning: the prettier the woman, the less you can trust her words. Remember that, Sasuke. I don't need women, Sasuke scoffed, turning his head disdainfully. He now believed in having no women in his heart, and his sword would naturally be divine. It seems you two had a good conversation. That's a great start for integration, said Jensenu, approaching Sasuke and Hanari. Clan leader, Hanari said with admiration in her eyes, addressing Jensenu. Mutini, who had also come along, introduced, this is Hanari, the best intelligence operative of the village of Locks. Thanks to her, we obtained much crucial and secret information from Konoha. Well done. Since he needed to learn more about Konoha's internal affairs, Jensenu nodded at Hanari. Seeing that Hanari and Sasuke clearly knew each other, it was evident she also appeared in the original series. However, Jensenu had little impression of her. After all, Naruto was a long series, especially with various flashbacks and side stories. He remembered mainly the frequently appearing characters. Later, led by Mutini, Hanari, and others, Jensenu brought Sasuke to the village of Locks. It looked no different from villages in the outside world, but as the name implied, each house in the village had a thick lock on the door, symbolizing their determination to protect information at all costs. Additionally, because the village of Locks was a front for the Hagoromo clan, it also symbolized the need to safeguard their true identity. Aside from the dark line spread across various ninja villages and those without ninja abilities living as ordinary people, most of the Hagoromo clan's strength was concentrated here. In a way, the village of Locks was the headquarters of the Hagoromo clan today. After Hanari, whose real name was Hagoromo Hanari, showed Sasuke around the village, Jensenu, under Mutini's introduction, met with the Hagoromo clan members in the village. The process didn't need much elaboration. Just as Hashirama was to the Senju clan and Madara was to the Uchiha clan, well, maybe not that last one. Jensenu was a symbol of faith for the Hagoromo clan. Especially after miraculously living a second life, the clan's admiration for Jensenu had only grown. After all these decades, it seems the Hagoromo clan has been doing well, Jensenu sighed after meeting the last clan member. Coming to this world, he had mostly treated life as a game, but since becoming the clan leader, he had also taken on responsibilities. After almost losing everything, his primary worry had been the fate of the Hagoromo clan. Seeing them now reassured him greatly. Listening to this, Mutini felt full of guilt and said, I'm sorry, clan leader. The Hagoromo clan is not as prosperous as it was decades ago. Jensenu waved his hand dismissively, rise and fall, ebb and flow, it's the natural order of things. Compared to the now extinct Uzumaki clan, the Kage clan, the Yuki clan, the Senju clan with only its name left, and the Uchiha clan, the Hagoromo clan is doing quite well. Satisfaction comes from comparison. Jensenu had noticed that while many clan members came to pay respects, their power varied greatly, with only 5 or 6 having chakra levels of a jonin. Though not all had come, it was still a stark contrast to the Hagoromo clan of the Warring States period. This prompted Mutini's self-blame. After all, he had experienced the peak of the Hagoromo clan. Jensenu understood this well. Fragmentation, scattering seemed like a good idea and indeed prevented extermination. But it came at a high cost. Once a millennium-old foundation was scattered, restoration to its former glory was impossible. Additionally, ninja training required substantial resources, making it difficult for the Hagoromo clan to nurture elite members as before. Decades of dispersion naturally weakened the clan's overall strength. If Jensenu returned to find the Hagoromo clan powerful enough to challenge the 5 great ninja villages, that would be abnormal. Given their current state, he was already quite satisfied. Moreover, his return was timely. Had it been another decade or so, the dispersed members might have abandoned the clan name entirely. For decades, the Hagoromo clan hadn't elected a new leader, with elders taking charge instead. Despite the official explanations, Jensenu understood the deeper meaning. Chapter 73. Fortunately, everything had changed. From the moment Jensenu appeared, the scattered members of the Hagoromo clan would be reunited into a single entity. This was the prestige and charisma of the strongest clan leader in 1,000 years. After learning all the current details of the Hagoromo clan from Mutini and reclaiming authority without a ripple of emotion, Jensenu looked at the elderly Mutini and thought of someone, a flash of sadness quickly buried deep in his heart. He sighed slightly. The clan members from back then, now you're the only one left. Mutini remained silent. After a moment, he spoke in a dry tone, moving and separating the clan wasn't easy. Throughout the long process, sickness and killing always take their toll. During the Warring States period, the lifespan of ninjas was already short. Even in the early days of the ninja villages, due to the impact of the Warring States period, many ninjas whose bodies were injured and vitality severely depleted couldn't enjoy a few years of peace before succumbing to illness. To live as long as the Konoha elders did, besides substantial medical support, the most crucial aspect was living a life of luxury and comfort. The Hagoromo clan's relocation naturally wasn't peaceful, involving plenty of bloodshed and violence. Speaking of which, the Uchiha clan also played a significant role in our relocation, Mutini added. Jensenu had a brief understanding of this from Samui before, but the specifics were better known by Mutini, who had experienced it firsthand. Mutini explained, after all, the Uchiha and Hagoromo clans were allies for many years. Even though contact diminished after Konoha's establishment, the friendship remained. Moreover, there were frequent intermarriages between the two clans. Although we didn't ask for help during the relocation, the Uchiha clan still sent some ninjas to assist us. Did Konoha know about this? Jensenu asked. Mutini shook his head, no. The Uchiha sent people in secret. Jensenu understood now. One had to admit, the Uchiha, though proud and seemingly difficult to get along with, were trustworthy as friends. If it were anyone else, their enthusiasm to help the Hagoromo clan would have made Mutini and others suspicious. But the Uchiha. If they coveted something, they would seize it by force, not by deceit. Moreover, large clans always acted based on interest. However, due to the Sharingan's nature, the Uchiha often let emotions override everything. Just like secretly helping the Hagoromo clan without Konoha's permission. If Konoha had discovered this, the Uchiha's political situation in the village would have worsened. The reason the Uchiha still did this wasn't for profit, but because of the long-standing friendship and intermarriage, and the fact that there were Uchiha members married into the Hagoromo clan. For instance, Mutini's wife's maiden name was Uchiha. Clan leader, the young man you brought back this time is the current Uchiha orphan, Sasuke, right? What do you plan to do with him? Remembering his wife's secret pinch, Mutini cautiously asked. Seeing through Mutini's expression, Jensenu waved his hand, don't worry, you won't have to kneel on a washboard when you go home. Samui, who represented the Hagoromo branch in the Land of Lightning, had unreservedly shared the fact that Mutini was afraid of his wife when discussing the current state of the Hagoromo clan. Sasuke is not a prisoner here. Your wife and the others can visit him if they want. As he said this, Jensu's face held a look of surprise. Just like a butterfly flapping its wings in the Amazon causing a hurricane in Texas. The dispersion and continued development of the Hagoromo clan had brought about significant butterfly effects. For instance, in the murderous year when the Uchiha clan was exterminated, some members sensed something was wrong and, out of caution, secretly contacted the old Hagoromo clan's dark lines, faking death certificates for a few Uchiha members and smuggling them out of the village to this place. What was that Uchiha person's name? Jensenu asked. Uchiha Setsuna. Mutini answered with deep nostalgia. He was the one who suggested assisting the Hagoromo clan and personally came to escort us. On the streets of the village of Locks. Sasuke, hands in his pockets, followed Hanari with a bored expression as they strolled. If he could, he would prefer to be training rather than wandering around this village, which was similar to Konoha but much smaller and less prosperous. But Jensenu was different from Kakashi or even Orochimaru. He had no choice but to follow his orders. Others might hold grudges in their hearts. Although Sasuke was rebellious, he willingly obeyed those who could truly make him submit. In Sasuke's eyes, Kakashi was average in ability. As for Orochimaru, he had chosen to follow him. After walking a while, Hanari seemed to receive some instruction and led Sasuke away from the bustling street to a quiet mansion. Sasuke looked around and casually asked, "Why bring me here?" Hanari approached the gate, raised her right hand, and made an inviting gesture. "Someone inside wants to see you." "See me?" Not worried about encountering danger on Gensu's turf, Sasuke didn't hesitate, crossing the gate and following Hanari to a room. "Go ahead, there's a surprise waiting for you inside." Knowing Sasuke's background, Hanari pointed to the door, indicating for Sasuke to enter alone. Glancing at Hanari's pretty smiling face, Sasuke, not wanting to overthink, walked up to the door. Just as he was about to push it open, for some reason, his hand paused, feeling a bit anxious. He couldn't explain why he felt this way. But with Hanari watching him closely, Sasuke didn't want to show hesitation. With a cold snort in his heart, he pushed the door open firmly. Creak, the door's old, squeaky sound echoed. Stepping inside, Sasuke found the room much darker. He didn't mind and looked ahead, spotting an elderly woman with black hair, exuding a familiar aura, sitting in the main seat, gazing at him kindly. Not just the elderly woman. Sasuke noticed about a dozen young men and women with black hair and black eyes standing beside her, no elders, no children. Unlike the elderly woman's kindness, their gazes varied. Excitement, relief, pity, and even hatred. Sasuke didn't know these people and didn't understand their complex looks. Until the elderly woman in the main seat, with an elegant and dignified posture, spoke kindly to Sasuke, "Child, welcome home." As her voice fell, everyone, including the elderly woman, closed their eyes. In the next moment, pairs of bright red Sharingan eyes opened in the darkness, shining brilliantly. Chapter 74, Chapter 74. In the dimly lit room, a dozen Sharingan eyes gleamed like the most exquisite red gems, radiating dazzling light. Sasuke stared at the scene, dumbfounded. He had countless things he wanted to say, but when he opened his mouth, he somehow forgot them all. After fleeing the village, he had imagined many scenarios he might encounter. Some good, some bad. But he had never imagined that the scene he dreamed about every night for 5 years would one day appear so vividly before him. Uchiha. Uchiha. Unconsciously, Sasuke's 3 Tomo Sharingan had activated, and tears flowed from eyes that had only shed blood, never tears. At other times, he might have felt embarrassed. But at this moment, his entire being was filled with joy, and he paid no attention to such things. As Hanari had said, this was indeed a tremendous surprise. Good child. Seeing Sasuke's tears of joy and his 3 Tomo Sharingan on display, the elderly woman, once known as Uchiha Anki and now Hagoromo Anki, nodded with satisfaction. "Welcome home, Sasuke. This may not be the Uchiha clan's territory, but wherever there are clan members, it is home, isn't it? You are." Finally recovering, Sasuke tried to hold back his tears, but his voice was still choked. "As you see, we are also Uchiha, transferred out of the clan before the night of the massacre," said a gentle female voice beside him. Sasuke turned to see a young woman with 3 Tomo Sharingan, a striking and familiar face. She walked over, offering him some tissues. Sasuke took them, about to say thank you, when a less polite voice, tinged with a hint of killing intent, suddenly spoke from the other side. "Uchiha Sasuke. Who is your enemy now?" Sasuke turned to see a cold-looking Uchiha man with his arms crossed, questioning him with a stern tone. Without hesitation, Sasuke clenched his fists and declared firmly, "Uchiha Itachi. That man. I will kill him with my own hands." Hearing this, the Uchiha man stared at Sasuke for a while, then suddenly smirked, a sinister smile forming on his lips. "Good. That's the true Uchiha spirit. I look forward to the day of revenge. So, Sasuke, welcome back to the Uchiha clan. My name is Uchiha Zanki." Initially, Zanki had the biggest issue with Sasuke, the younger brother of their enemy and the sole survivor of the Konoha Uchiha clan. However, seeing the unbridled flames of revenge in Sasuke's eyes, he immediately changed his attitude and accepted him. With Anki and Zanki taking the lead, the other Uchiha clan members also began to speak, and the room became lively. "I am Uchiha Yuka. Sasuke, it must have been hard for you all these years in Konoha." "That's right, Sasuke. Unlike Itachi, who never considered us his own. I see the pride of the Uchiha in you. I, Uchiha Hiroshi, acknowledge you. Sasuke, train hard. One day, we will kill Itachi together and avenge our innocent clan members." One by one, the Uchiha clan members warmly patted Sasuke on the shoulder, showing the true affection of the Uchiha. Sasuke was moved, looking at his kind-hearted clan members. For so many years, he thought he was the only Uchiha left. Loneliness, isolation, even despair. These feelings had connected him with Naruto, forming a bond. But at this moment, Sasuke realized he had found his home again. A warm, kind, blood-bound home. He was immensely grateful for his choice to leave the village that night. "Sasuke, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Besides revenge, you should also have your own life, the young woman who had handed him the tissues advised with concern. Sasuke looked at the young woman again. She smiled gently and introduced herself, I am Uchiha Izumi. Sasuke, do you remember me? I remember. Sasuke nodded with a complicated expression. He remembered now. The woman before him, Izumi, was the one Itachi had liked before everything changed. You. Sasuke wanted to ask but didn't know how to start. Understanding his thoughts, Izumi explained, Elder Setsuna realized the escalating conflicts within the village and the clan. Regardless of success, to ensure the Uchiha clan's continuity, he secretly arranged for some young Uchiha to leave the village and come to our traditional ally, the Hagoromo clan, before the coup. We were the chosen ones. Looking back, Elder Setsuna's decision was correct. Itachi. She paused. After a moment, she looked at Sasuke, her eyes firm, Itachi is Itachi, and you are you. Don't worry about being blamed by the Uchiha clan members for being his brother. You, like us, are a true Uchiha, a true avenger. My grandmother, who raised me, and my mother both died on the night of the massacre, killed by Itachi. I will avenge them. I will. I understand. Sasuke nodded heavily. By the way, can I still call you Izumi-ne? Of course. Seeing Izumi's familiar smile, just as it had been in the past. Feeling the real pain, sorrow, and anger from the surviving clan members. At this moment, Sasuke's hatred for Itachi deepened, realizing not only his parents but many others' parents had also died horribly. I will avenge the Uchiha clan. I will kill Itachi. I swear. Sasuke clenched his fists, engraving the warm, lively scene of his clan members into his heart. Such pain must never befall them again. The Uchiha clan's welcome feast lasted a long time. Late at night. Sasuke, smiling more than he had in years, pushed open the door, planning to find a quiet place to relax his stiff face. Sensing something, he looked up. Under the crescent moon, on the eaves, Jensenu stood silently, back facing him. After the warmth, do you still have the will to fight? Jensenu asked without turning. Sasuke's eyes narrowed, of course. Then let the test begin. Jensu's figure flashed, disappearing into the night. Without hesitation, Sasuke followed immediately. Chapter 75, Chapter 75. Night. At a training ground in the village of Locks. Standing in the center, Jensenu watched Sasuke catch up and said calmly, don't hold back, give it your all. Knowing that Jensenu was conducting a preliminary assessment before teaching, and having come in pursuit of power, Sasuke would normally have been excited to attack immediately. But this time, he didn't act right away. Instead, with respect, he bowed to Jensenu and expressed his gratitude, thank you, Jensenu-sama, for everything you've done for the Uchiha. From today on, he was no longer the self-perceived orphan. Jensenu waved his hand dismissively, it was the right thing to do. Besides. He glanced at Sasuke and instructed, starting tomorrow, study the history of the ninja world diligently. Yes. Now, Jensenu held a very high status in Sasuke's heart. If Kakashi had told him to study history, Sasuke would have ignored him. But if Jensenu instructed him, Sasuke would treat it as a mission and complete it earnestly. The training ground soon echoed with the sounds of combat. However, it didn't last long before it quieted down. Ding. Main task, dominate the ninja school, completed. Congratulations to the host, after a hard-fought battle, the host has finally defeated Uchiha Sasuke, the top student in the ninja school, the orphan of the prestigious Uchiha clan, the powerful wielder of the Sharingan, and the reincarnation of Indra. You have successfully transformed from an obscure underachiever to the top student, achieving the goal of dominating the ninja school. However, the true path of overcoming challenges has only just begun. We look forward to the host stepping out of the small pond of the ninja school and achieving the great goal of dominating the entire ninja world. Listening to the system task completion prompt in his mind, Jensenu looked at the panting Sasuke in front of him, who had barely any strength left after just a few minutes. Compared to himself, who hadn't even moved his feet. Indeed, it was another hard-fought battle. Understanding the system well, Jensenu continued to read. Settlement in progress. Task rewards, Genjutsu resistance insights, fire style, great fireball technique, fire style, phoenix flower technique, Uchiha flow taijutsu. Reminder. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen has taken notice of the host. Warning. Konoha advisor Shimura Danzo has taken notice of the host. The task rewards were as expected for Jensenu. Ever since the newbie gift pack had provided very basic and practical abilities rather than overpowered ones, Jensenu knew the system's rewards were progressive and realistic. Defeating a genin wouldn't yield Kage-level rewards. Leaving out the special nature of the beginner's task. In this task's rewards, the fire style techniques and Uchiha flow taijutsu were ignored. As for the Genjutsu resistance insights, they provided tips on countering Sharingan Genjutsu, which, although currently useless to him, offered a new perspective and some inspiration. Analyzing it, from the system's perspective, my current strength should be at the Chunin level, surpassing the ninja school teachers, Gensou thought. Standard Chunin level chakra, Konoha flow taijutsu, throwing techniques, crescent moon dance swordsmanship, plus Uchiha flow taijutsu and 2 fire style jutsu. Such a combination already counted as an elite Chunin, making dominating the ninja school easy. Also, what did it mean that Hiruzen and Danzo had taken notice? The former was already dead. No, from the system's understanding, it wasn't so. Looking from the system's perspective, everything made sense. So, it seems because I am too outstanding, I attracted the attention of Hiruzen, who often uses the crystal ball for surveillance. Similarly, Danzo, who has many spies in the village, also noticed me and wants to recruit me into root. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Gensou could imagine Hiruzen and Danzo arguing over him in the Hokage's office, with Danzo storming out in anger afterward. Fortunately, I came back decades ago, so I don't have to deal with those 2 old men. Gensou shook his head and returned to reality. Sasuke, who had been utterly exhausted, was now standing up with difficulty. Gensou looked at him and slightly frowned. Your basics are worse than I expected. He spoke bluntly, not caring about Sasuke's sensitive pride. Hearing this, Sasuke clenched his fists tightly, his face grim. It wasn't directed at Gensou, but at his own inadequacy. Although proud and strong-willed, Sasuke could listen to the words of a true strong person and was willing to face his shortcomings honestly, rather than deceiving himself. Gensou continued, it seems the teaching level at the Konoha Ninja Academy is average. Your 3-tomo Sharingan only displays this much power, far inferior to the 3-tomo Uchiha I have seen. You can't even compare to Madara before he awakened his Sharingan. It's well known that Madara awakened his Sharingan at 15. Compared to Sasuke, who evolved his Sharingan to 3-tomo at 12, it's like comparing mediocrity to genius. However, battles are never judged by superficial data. The real result is that an unawakened Madara could easily defeat Sasuke. Gensou, who knew both well, could guarantee this. Madara, as in Uchiha Madara. Sasuke's knowledge of history was decent, as Madara had left a significant impression on the Konoha Uchiha clan. Gensou nodded. After the fall of the Konoha Uchiha clan, Sasuke, you've been training and honing Uchiha techniques and the Sharingan on your own, but you've missed a lot. In the coming days, let the Uchiha here complete your basics. The fall of the Uchiha clan greatly benefited Konoha. Centuries of accumulated land, wealth, and jutsu were all taken by Konoha. The sole survivor, Sasuke, was left with a new house, a personal fortune, and a few Uchiha jutsu scrolls. Without the entire Uchiha legacy and systematic training, even his Sharingan usage was rough. If not for Orochimaru's knowledge of the Sharingan and continuous use of forbidden drugs, accelerating Sasuke's growth unnaturally. It would take Sasuke another 10 years to be a match for a terminally ill Itachi. Gensou would not let Sasuke take the wrong path. Both the Uchiha and Hagoromo clans had accumulated the best methods for nurturing talent over 1,000 years. Though limited by population and resources, the clan's overall strength could never match a ninja village. But in individual elite education, it far surpassed the 5 great ninja villages' teaching effectiveness. Chapter 76, Chapter 76. Facing Gensou's order to supplement the basics first, Sasuke had no objections and complied. The one teaching him was Izumi. As someone who had also activated the 3-tomo Sharingan early on, Izumi had undergone the complete Uchiha elite training. With solid knowledge in all aspects and unique meticulousness, she was the most suitable candidate within the Uchiha. Thus, leaving Sasuke aside without much attention, Gensou began handling various internal affairs of the Hagoromo clan. As both the spiritual and actual leader, his reappearance led the various branches of the Hagoromo clan, which had been developing a sense of independence, to quickly unify their thoughts and reintegrate into one whole. In this aspect, as the clan leader, Gensou had a lot of work to do, understanding the entire situation of the Hagoromo clan and knowing exactly how much power he had at his disposal. The benefits of having a backing force were perfectly displayed during the previous search for Shino and the investigation of Sasuke's movements. Speaking of Shino, Gensou set aside the top-secret files of the Hagoromo clan members and looked towards Ali, who was temporarily acting as his female secretary, asking, "How is Shino, whom I had you bring back last time?" "He remains in a state of detention," Hanari, dressed in a snow-white kimono and looking very elegant, replied. "Additionally, we extracted very important information from his memories." Hanari had already prepared a scroll recording the information about Shino and handed it to Gensou. Gensou took it, opened it, and saw detailed information about Shino's identity as the leader of the Sky Country, the number of remaining Sky Ninjas, their weapons, and the so-called Zero Tails. Gensou glanced at Hanari, who stood respectfully with her hands clasped at her abdomen, thinking of the information he had read about her before. This woman, who looked like a Yamato Nadeshiko on the outside, was actually a very formidable intelligence ninja. Her unique eye-sealing technique, which used her eyes to form seals, left even Jensenu astonished after he learned about it. As a specialist in intelligence, Yamanaka Inoichi had fallen into her hands, unable to extract any useful information and, unknowingly, had all the confidential information in his mind copied. This gave Jensenu a deeper understanding of Konoha. Thus, one should never underestimate others. Among many ninjas, there would always be talents that even he would marvel at. Leave the sky ninjas aside for now, there's no need to act against them. Jensenu set the scroll down and shook his head slightly. Although Shino was captured, because of his long-term wanderings in the ninja world and for secrecy, the sky ninja seldom contacted him. There was no need to worry about the leader's capture exposing the situation. Jensenu himself didn't think highly of the sky ninjas, as his initial approach to Shino was merely for his medical forbidden techniques. As for the Zero Tails, which was claimed to be the tailless-tailed beast, he didn't care about it, considering he didn't even take the real tailed beast seriously. However, regardless of the Zero Tails or the Sky Ninjas who hated Konoha and the Five Great Nations, they were ultimately a force. When the time was right, he would use this chess piece. For now, they had been hiding quietly for so many years without being discovered by the major ninja villages, let them continue to do so. Haneri, make some tea. As Haneri meticulously served him, Jensenu picked up another document and continued with his daily routine as the clan leader. 7 days later. In the training ground of Lock Village. Sasuke was moving at high speed through a series of traps set specifically for him. A large number of kunai, shuriken, and steel wires shot at him from various tricky angles. Sasuke opened his Sharingan, moving fluidly and making evasive actions that ordinary people couldn't imagine. Simultaneously, he pulled shuriken from his ninja pouch, seemingly scattering them randomly but actually colliding with the incoming kunai and shuriken with precise calculations, creating continuous clashes in the air. Ding ding ding, the clear sound of metal clashing was like a beautiful melody, playing for a long time. As expected of an Uchiha. Outside the field, Haneri, who had followed Jensenu, clapped lightly. Beside her, Izumi, who had a calm demeanor despite her youthful appearance, said quietly, "This is the standard an Uchiha should have." Compared to when he first arrived, Sasuke had made great progress. The flaws and gaps he previously had were quickly filled under her guidance. As expected of his brother. Equally gifted. Before long, the dazzling dance of ninja tools on the field came to an end. Sasuke stood quietly, without any damage on his body. Centered around him, within a 10-meter radius, various ninja tools were neatly and orderly embedded in the ground, forming a seemingly patterned arrangement. Jensenu-sama. Izumi looked at Jensenu seriously. Sasuke's strength has been solidified again. Further improvement will require long-term training. I understand. Jensenu nodded, walked up to Sasuke, and without wasting words, handed him 2 scrolls. One is the training method for the Chidori stream, and the other is research on the form and nature transformation of fire and lightning chakra. Your task for a long time is to master them. If there's anything you don't understand, you can come to me. Of course, I hope the fewer times you ask, the better. Unlike many teachers who complained about not finding any joy in teaching talented students, Jensenu preferred students who could learn on their own. Just like himself, who could learn by watching once, without troubling others. Samui was similar. He only needed to mention something once or twice, and she could gain insights and fully comprehend it. He believed Sasuke would be the same. Thank you, Jensenu-sama, I will definitely achieve it. Sasuke politely and solemnly accepted the 2 invaluable scrolls. In just this short time, he had felt progress he had never experienced in Konoha. And this was without Jensenu personally intervening. He eagerly anticipated the knowledge Jensenu would truly impart. Sasuke was well aware that this would be his real means to defeat Itachi. Just wait. Itachi. One day, I will avenge my parents, Izumi's mother and grandmother, and all the Uchiha who died that night. With a heart burning with passion and hatred, Sasuke swore to himself. Good luck. Although regardless of Sasuke's strength, Itachi's fate would ultimately be to lose to him, Jensenu wouldn't reveal this and dampen Sasuke's spirit. After patting Sasuke's shoulder, Jensu's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. Later, he appeared in front of a cemetery. After standing there for a long time, Jensenu collected his thoughts and returned to reality. Now that things were almost settled, once the final touches were done, it would be time to set off for Konoha. Chapter 77, Chapter 77. Ding ding ding. The farewell wind chime swayed in the wind on the steel bridge. This is as far as I can take you. Jensenu put on his bamboo hat, dressed like a traveler, and waved to Mutini and the others. Clan leader, are you sure you don't need any subordinates to accompany you? If you think it's too many, just take 2 people. One to take care of your daily needs and one to handle minor tasks, Mutini said, glancing at Haneri and Izumi, who were there specifically for this purpose. Gensou waved his hand, rejecting the good intentions of his subordinates. I am infiltrating Konoha, not going there to enjoy life. Moreover, Hanari was already in Konoha's records, and as for Izumi, the name Uchiha alone destined her not to return to Konoha. Upon hearing this, Hanari maintained a gentle smile, just as she had always been when interacting with Gensou, completely adhering to her duties without needing any reminders. Izumi, however, was moved. So many years have passed, the people in Konoha would no longer recognize me. If possible, she really wanted to go back and personally pay respects to her mother, grandmother, and the clansmen. After all these years, besides Sasuke, there was probably no one in the village who would visit their graves. Gensou shook his head. Though it's said that girls undergo significant changes as they grow, one should not underestimate the professionals who are always on alert. Be patient. One day, you all will return there. Gensou lowered the veil of his bamboo hat, bade a final farewell, and then left village, heading towards Konoha. The goals of this trip included not only seeking Konoha's medical ninjutsu and completely resolving the senjutsu chakra that had been lingering within him for decades due to the forbidden technique but also considerations for completing his soul. Konoha was indeed a treasure trove worth Gensou's repeated efforts. Old friend Hashirama, rest assured, this time I will see how Konoha is doing now, lay flowers at your grave, and tell you about Konoha's current situation. Don't thank me. After all, in this era, only I am still alive. Gensou sighed, his whole body transforming into a black line, swiftly moving through the dense forest. At the same time, not far away in another part of the same forest. For ninjas, not from the 5 great nations, were also moving swiftly through the forest, but their direction was not towards Konoha. Speed up. We finally got the location of the one-tailed Jinchuriki, we can't let him escape. It's said that the legendary Hagoromo Gensou has been confirmed to have resurrected. So the long-standing legend of our village about the ancestors' resurrection is definitely not just a rumor. The men named Hoki said excitedly. The only female among the 4, Kajaku, clenched her fists and said equally excitedly, this time we will definitely revive the ancestor. The village's long-awaited wish will come true in our hands. At that time, we will no longer be a small ninja village crafting tools for the 5 great ninja villages. The ancestor will lead us, the Tool Ninja Village, to glory, conquer the 5 great ninja villages, and dominate the entire ninja world. So what are we waiting for? Let's go take down that Kid Gaara and revive the ancestor. Ryugen, who was also a kid himself, laughed arrogantly. Finally, the burly Suko spoke calmly, although Suna is currently unstable internally, making their guard on the one-tailed Jinchuriki lax, we should not underestimate the existence of the tailed beast. We must plan our actions carefully before making a move. Hoki, Kajaku, Ryugen, and Suko. These 4 were the 4 celestial symbols men of the Tool Ninja Village. As renowned masters of ninja tool forging in the ninja world, they had considerable fame. The reason they had gathered now and set their sights on Suna and its one-tailed Jinchuriki was because of the news of Gensou's resurrection, which spurred them into action to implement their long-suppressed plan to resurrect the ancestor. The success of this plan hinged on having a vast chakra source as the energy supply. The best choice was undoubtedly a tailed beast. However, given the strength of the Tool Ninja Village and the 4 celestial symbols men, the chances of locating and defeating the Jinchuriki of the major ninja villages were slim. This time, due to Suna's internal instability and the fact that the one-tailed Jinchuriki was a young boy on a mission outside the village, they dared to proceed with their long-suppressed plan. Once successful, they would no longer live under the oppression of the 5 great ninja villages, working tirelessly with little pay. Thinking of the future's bright prospects, Hoki nodded heavily, Suko is right. We must ensure nothing goes wrong in capturing the one-tailed Jinchuriki. First, we should observe and see if the Kid Gaara has any weaknesses. Is that necessary? We can just attack together, Ryugen, confident in his advanced ninja tools, said dismissively. Kajaku nodded seriously, it is necessary. With a vote of 3-1, the plan was approved. Ryugen could only sulkily play with the Dragon Eye Fang hidden blade in his hand. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked curiously, who do you think is stronger, the ancestor or Gensou, given they are from the same era? Hoki, who had boundless admiration for the ancestor, answered without hesitation, of course, it's the ancestor. But Gensou was clearly more famous back then, Ryugen argued. Hoki hesitated, and Kajaku quickly explained, that's because the ancestor didn't care for fame. He spent most of his time focusing on forging the ultimate ninja tools. Otherwise, the ancestor would have made a name for himself no less than Gensou or Hashirama. Exactly. Hoki added, the ancestor wouldn't have told the village to prepare for war against the 5 great ninja villages upon his return if he didn't have the power to back it up. Oh, I see, Ryugen's eyes lit up, eager to witness the ancestor's greatness. At this moment, Suko, who had been silent, suddenly spoke, someone is approaching. Hoki frowned slightly, ignore them, the mission is the priority. The intruder has a huge chakra, Suko said, touching the infinite whole armor on his body that could absorb chakra, his eyes lighting up. Hoki's eyes also brightened. Stop. Surround him. The four celestial symbols men immediately changed their direction. Jensenu looked up to see four ninjas wearing unknown headbands surrounding him with eager and excited expressions. Chapter 78, Chapter 78. Not sure if the four celestial symbols men didn't check their fortune before leaving, but just as Jensenu was peacefully making his way through the forest, he suddenly noticed the four ninjas who should have passed him by were now surrounding him, looking at him like prey. Is the ninja world so unsafe these days? Jensenu lifted his bamboo hat, calmly shook his head, and looked at the four guys holding strange ninja tools. Unaware of who the person under the bamboo hat was, Suko, feeling they had hit the jackpot, touched his infinite whole armor, which could absorb and sense chakra, and said excitedly, "This is the one. My armor senses a vast amount of chakra in him, perfectly meeting our requirements." Really? That's great. Hoki laughed heartily. The ancestor is protecting us. This is truly destiny. It was like getting a pillow when drowsy. The four celestial symbols men never expected to encounter someone who could advance their plan to resurrect the ancestor so significantly while traveling through the vast forest. As for the fact that this stranger possessed a large amount of chakra and likely wasn't weak, what of it? Compared to facing the notorious Jinchuriki in the Suna village behind him, the four celestial symbols men preferred to deal with this conveniently encountered stranger. No matter his background, after dealing with him in this forest, the outside world would have no clue what happened. What are we waiting for? Let's capture this guy and revive the ancestor. Ryugen, itching for a fight, drew his dragon eye fang hidden blade. Revive. Just as Jensenu was about to swat away the flies surrounding him, he suddenly became interested upon hearing the mention of a resurrection. He asked, "It sounds like you plan to revive someone." Hearing this, Hoki gave Kajaku a signal. Kajaku understood, lifted her chin proudly, and said, "Stranger, you should feel honored to participate in the revival of our ancestor." Jensenu chuckled, "Not just anyone can be revived. Encountering a group on the road, and they talk about reviving some so-called ancestor. When did resurrection become so trivial? It really devalued the word resurrection." Hearing Jensu's remark, Kajaku's face flushed with anger. "Ignorant fool. Our ancestor was a legendary figure like Hagoromo Gensou and Senju Hashirama. If Jensenu can be revived, so can our ancestor. Like me." Jensenu stroked his chin. Besides Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, he hadn't heard of anyone else being his equal back then. "What is your ancestor's name?" Jensenu asked curiously. Could there really be hidden talents in the ninja world? Kajaku was about to answer. Hoki suddenly clapped his hands together and shouted, "Ninja tool, iron prison." In an instant, incredibly sturdy iron bars shot up from the ground around Jensenu, forming an airtight oval iron prison, completely trapping him inside. "We got him. I didn't expect it to be this easy." Hoki sighed in relief, seeing Jensenu trapped by the ninja tool. Ryugen, looking disappointed, put away his dragon eye fang hidden blade. "What? I thought there'd be a big fight. Didn't expect this guy to be so weak. Let's hurry and revive the ancestor." Kajaku urged impatiently. Hoki was about to agree when a voice came from inside the iron prison. "So, can you tell me who your ancestor is now?" Jensenu tapped on the iron prison trapping him, seemingly unconcerned, and continued to ask. Hearing the calm tone from inside the prison, Hoki felt a sudden unease. He quickly shook his head and said coldly, "You'll see for yourself soon enough." With that, Hoki formed hand seals. The next second, the iron prison shook violently. Jensenu felt his chakra being rapidly absorbed by the iron walls surrounding him. A resurrection ritual requiring chakra. Jensenu watched calmly. If not for wanting to see what this so-called ancestor's resurrection was all about, he could easily break out of these small tricks by the four celestial symbols men. As if hearing his thoughts, the four celestial symbols men didn't make him wait long. Soon. Seeing the iron prison filled with a visible amount of blue chakra, Hoki didn't hesitate any longer. He slammed his hands on the ground, summoning a coffin. "Ancestor, please heed our call and be fully resurrected." Under Hoki's guidance, a large amount of absorbed chakra flowed into the coffin. With a bang, the coffin lid opened, revealing an old corpse inside. Jensenu looked at it. Who is this guy? He had expected to recognize the person the four celestial symbols men were hyping up, but he had no recollection of the figure. At this moment, the four celestial symbols men didn't stop their actions. After a large amount of chakra poured into the ancestor's body, the four of them simultaneously formed hand seals. In the next second, the four high-level ninja tools, the Dragon Eye Fang Hidden Blade, Infinite Whole Armor, Kajaku Twin Swords, and Light Sword, suddenly detached and flew towards the ancestor's body. Not only that, but Hoki also performed a secret technique, sacrificing his own life without hesitation. After a flash of bright light, the coffin disappeared. In its place was the ancestor, now looking youthful, wearing the 4 ninja tools and floating in midair. Years of effort have finally borne fruit. Ninja world, I'm back. The ancestor of the Tool Ninja village, a man named Saimai, opened his eyes and looked around with great emotion. Kajaku, Ryugen, and Suko immediately knelt on one knee, their eyes filled with fervor and reverence, and greeted him. Greetings, Ancestor Saimai. Saimai looked at the 3 and nodded in satisfaction. My descendants, you have done well. From today, I will lead the Tool Ninja village to conquer the 5 great nations and reach the pinnacle of the ninja world. Kajaku, Ryugen, and Suko trembled with excitement. Indeed. Just as the ancestor had said before, his return marked the Tool Ninja village's rise to the pinnacle of the ninja world. They were about to pledge their loyalty to Saimai's grand vision when an untimely chuckle rang out. Saimai and the 3 turned to look. Jensenu, still inside the iron prison, smiled faintly and said, "Conquer the 5 great nations." Saimai. Ninja tools are interesting, I think I remember who you are. Chapter 79, Chapter 79. There was no Tool Ninja village during the Warring States period. Instead, there were a group of craftsmen specializing in making ninja tools for various clans. However, these craftsmen were scattered and not influential. Jensenu could recall Saimai because someone responsible for purchasing ninja tools in his clan mentioned a craftsman named Saimai who had excellent skills and offered affordable prices, suggesting they buy more from him in the future. At the time, he just nodded casually and didn't pay much attention. That was all he knew about Saimai. He had only heard the name once and had never met him. Jensenu glanced at Kajaku. So, what did she mean by saying that Saimai was a legendary figure on par with Jensenu and Hashirama? Jensenu now deeply understood how history could exaggerate the deeds of ancestors over time. A dying man dares to speak so arrogantly. Kajaku glared at Jensenu, about to teach this disrespectful guy a lesson for the ancestor. Saimai stopped her and looked at the bamboo-hatted Jensenu, surprised. I thought my power would come from a tailed beast, but it came from a human. An impressive descendant indeed. From what you said, do you know me? Know you? If hearing some random name counts as knowing, then yes, Jensenu said as he walked to the iron prison. I've seen enough of this show. I understand your so-called resurrection. It's time to end this farce. Jensenu extended a finger, and molten lava flowed from it, corroding the iron prison. Kajaku and the others were about to scold Jensenu for his disrespect towards the ancestor. Sizzle, sizzle, the sound of high temperatures melting metal rang out. Their pupils shrank in disbelief as they watched the iron prison melt instantly. How is this possible? Suko, well aware of the iron prison's sturdiness, couldn't believe the person inside had broken it so easily. Saimai frowned and increased his absorption of Jensu's chakra. To his surprise, the next second, not only did he stop absorbing Jensu's chakra, but Jensenu absorbed quite a bit back. Suspended in midair, Saimai trembled. He quickly severed his connection with the iron prison. Soon, the iron prison melted entirely into molten iron, pouring onto the ground. Jensenu calmly walked out. Step. 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 The light footsteps inexplicably brought immense pressure to Kajaku and the others, even though the powerful Saimai was beside them. Who exactly are you? Saimai asked seriously, realizing the situation was dire. Who am I? Why don't you see for yourself? Though, with your status back then, can you recognize me? Jensenu said as a breeze blew away the veil of his bamboo hat, revealing his young face. In an instant, Kajaku and the others trembled, showing extreme shock. The usually arrogant Ryugen stuttered, "You're Hagoromo." As high-ranking members of a small ninja village, and with the statue of Hagoromo Gensou standing in the Valley of the End for years, they had channels to obtain Jensu's true image and knew his appearance well, especially after the recent uproar about his resurrection. But they never expected to meet Jensenu, the very person who had inspired their mission. And they had even regarded him as prey. A name carries weight. A sense of despair instantly engulfed the remaining 3 celestial symbols men. You are Hagoromo Gensou. Saimai's face twitched, full of disbelief. He had indeed never seen Jensenu in person. But to survive the Warring States period without offending powerful individuals and endangering his clan, he needed a keen eye. Figures like Hagoromo Gensou, Senju Hashirama, and Uchiha Madara were the top echelon of individuals never to be offended due to their immense personal and clan power. Though the portraits back then were abstract, the moment Saimai saw Jensenu, he felt an inexplicable familiarity. When Ryugen uttered Hagoromo, he instantly understood. Hagoromo Gensou. Didn't you die? How can you be alive now? Saimai was baffled. Suko quickly explained, just like you, ancestor, Hagoromo Gensou also resurrected recently. He resurrected too. Saimai was astonished. Also resurrected. Please do not devalue the concept of resurrection. Gensou shook his head and looked at Saimai. Saimai, you should know that the real you is long dead. The one standing here now is just a special ninja tool carrying Saimai's will and memories, inheriting his name. Having personally undergone the resurrection process, Gensou was well aware of its difficulty. The recent actions of the four celestial symbols men could never revive a real person. The reason Saimai was standing here was that his body had become a weapon. A weapon crafted by Saimai himself, who had completely transformed his body. The four celestial symbols men had activated the ultimate ninja tool created by Saimai. Hearing this, Saimai paused and then said calmly, Saimai's greatest wish was to abandon his useless flesh and become the ultimate ninja tool in the path of craftsmanship. He succeeded, so I am Saimai. The truth was clear. The four celestial symbols men had resurrected the ultimate ninja tool embodying Saimai's essence. In this era, even toads could train, a talking ninja tool was not shocking. In a sense, this was indeed Saimai's rebirth. Hagoromo Gensou, we are both people of the past. Are you interested in joining forces to conquer the current ninja world? Saimai suddenly invited. Initially, Gensou's name had intimidated him. But he quickly realized that he was now a powerful ultimate ninja tool, no longer the powerless craftsman of the past, and had no reason to fear Gensou. Thus, he extended the invitation. He remembered correctly, Gensou also had conflicts with the five great nations. Joining forces. Conquering the ninja world. Gensou glanced at Saimai, chuckled, and said, Aren't you overestimating yourself? Besides, I'd rather eliminate you than team up with an unknown figure. After all, if I let you loose in the ninja world and you're easily defeated, it would greatly tarnish the reputation of true resurrectees like me. Chapter 80. Chapter 80. The title of the person who lived a second life cannot be tainted. Saimai, this pseudo-resurrected person who had no self-awareness of his own strength, was not someone Gensou could allow to run around embarrassing himself. Moreover, if he remembered correctly, Saimai and his disciples had previously intended to use him as a chakra battery. Gensou wasted no more words. He let the veil of his bamboo hat fall back down and began to walk towards Saimai and his group. He seemed to stroll casually without any defenses, but this instantly turned Kajaku, Ryugen, and Tsuko into startled birds, causing them to take a big step back in fear. What are you panicking about? I am here. Saimai scolded, so what if he's resurrected? This is no longer the Warring States period. The era of the Tool Ninja Village and the ultimate ninja tools has arrived. Hearing this from their revered ancestor, the three exchanged glances, feeling ashamed of their earlier cowardice. Regaining their confidence, they resolved to perform well in front of their ancestor. Swish. 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 Although they no longer had their best ninja tools, the three believed they could hold their own against Gensou for a few rounds. They moved as one, attacking Gensou. Roar. Tsuko roared to pump himself up and threw a heavy punch. Gensou didn't even look, he extended his left hand and stopped it. Tsuko tried to move but suddenly found his chakra pouring out of him and into Gensou's palm uncontrollably. Having always been the one to absorb others' chakra, Tsuko never thought he'd experience this. Without even a grunt, he collapsed, limp. Gensou tossed Tsuko aside like trash, then grabbed Kajaku and Ryugen, absorbing their chakra effortlessly, and continued walking towards Saimai. Seeing Gensou treat him as if he were nothing, Saimai felt like he was back in the Warring States period, trembling under the shadow of a ninja's blade, filled with fear and anxiety. No. This is no longer the Warring States period. I, Saimai, have evolved into the ultimate ninja tool. I need not fear anyone. Rather, everyone should fear me. Saimai's face twisted in rage, and he spread his arms wide. Thousand Gale Wind. With a high-pitched howl, a violent tornado was created by the ultimate ninja tool, sweeping towards Gensou. Gensou lifted his eyelids and punched out. Boom. It was as if he had struck something tangible, the tornado dissipated instantly. How is this possible? Saimai couldn't believe his ninjutsu had been so easily nullified. Again. Wind release, steel air cannon. Saimai waved his hand, launching 3 baseball-sized, high-density wind pressure bullets that flew at Gensou with a piercing sonic boom. Gensou's right hand muscles activated, and with a casual 3 punches, he shattered the steel air cannon. Why? Why is he so strong? I've seen Warring States period ninjas before. Saimai began to doubt his life choices. But as Gensou approached, Saimai gathered his resolve, and the blade on his back, powered by chakra, transformed into 3 flexible, retractable dragon swords, stabbing at Gensou from 3 directions. Gensou shook his head and took a step forward. In the next instant, the blades missed entirely. Before Saimai could react, Gensou appeared in front of him like a ghost, pressing his right palm against Saimai's chest, and said calmly. Craftsmen should focus on forging tools, not daydreaming. With that, he applied pressure. Saimai didn't have time to react before he was launched backward as if hit by a heavy truck. Boom. 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 Trees snapped in half. The ground was gouged with a long trench. After flying nearly 100 meters, Saimai finally stopped, his body half buried in the dirt, looking utterly battered. Though a ninja tool couldn't feel pain, seeing the large dent in his chest, Saimai shook his head in disbelief. Impossible. This can't be. I haven't conquered the ninja world. I haven't spread the glory of the ultimate ninja tool across the ninja world. How can I fall here? No. I still have a chance. Chakra. I need more chakra. Filled with unwillingness, Saimai was about to act again. A hand suddenly pressed on his shoulder. Your chakra belongs to me. Jensenu whispered in Saimai's ear. In the next second, despite Saimai's desperate struggles, the chakra within the ultimate ninja tool was rapidly drained. Clang. Saimai's body, now just a chunk of metal, went dark and collapsed, unable to move again. Saimai, not being human, wasn't completely dead. Unless the ultimate ninja tool was destroyed, simply draining its chakra would only put it in standby mode. Jensenu didn't destroy Saimai. Although his strength was far from his boasting, Saimai was still a rare entity. Additionally, his craftsmanship skills were indeed impressive. If handed over to the Hagoromo clan, he could significantly enhance their ninja tools. After living a second life, Jensenu had become something of a paternal figure, always thinking of his clan whenever he found something good. Previously, it was the outstanding medical practitioner Shino, now, it was the exceptional tool craftsman Saimai. This was perhaps his way of making amends for not being a competent clan leader in the past. As for the possibility of Saimai being disobedient or rebellious, the so-called ultimate ninja tool was only as dangerous as a jonin and wouldn't cause much trouble in the Hagoromo clan stronghold. Oh, and there were still the remaining 3-4 celestial symbols men. Although he hadn't paid them much mind, they still had some energy left. Might as well take them along. Ninja tools were a significant expense for ninjas. Adding these 4 skilled craftsmen to village would likely reduce the Hagoromo clan's economic expenses considerably. After waiting a while for the Hagoromo clan members to arrive and take Saimai and the 4 celestial symbols men away, Jensenu continued his journey to Konoha. Little did he know. Meanwhile, far away, a disheveled Orochimaru was gnashing his teeth. Hagoromo Gensou. Having finally escaped the pursuit of the Akatsuki duo, he now realized who had taken Sasuke, whom he had his eyes on. Thinking back to his deal with Tsunade, where Jensenu also benefited, Orochimaru deeply regretted it. Why had he foolishly resurrected Jensenu with Edo Tensei? Was this old man destined to be his nemesis? Orochimaru swore silently, just wait. One day, everything will be returned. Chapter 81, Chapter 81. Land of Fire, Konohagakure. Today the weather was nice. The warm but not blinding sunlight fell, covering the early morning buildings with a golden glow. Sakura, who had risen early, was about to put on her ninja shoes at the door when her sharp-eyed mother quickly handed her a warm bottle of milk, reminding her with a familiar lecture. Sakura, you're at the age where you need to grow. Remember to drink milk in the morning and don't buy too many snacks outside, it's not healthy. Got it, got it. Sakura reluctantly took the milk. Seeing her mother about to continue her lecture, she quickly put on her ninja shoes and left a quick, I'm going to train, before dashing out with a whoosh. This child. Sakura's mother shook her head and closed the door. There were already many people on Konoha's morning streets. As Sakura walked among them, she thought about how her parents always controlled what she ate and drank, and sighed inwardly, fantasizing. If only I could do whatever I wanted, eat whatever I liked without my parents controlling me. But Naruto and Sasuke probably don't think that way. Sakura suddenly stopped and looked at a house not far away. That was where Sasuke used to live. Thinking of the night Sasuke resolutely left, Sakura took a deep breath, clenched her fists, and encouraged herself. Come on, Sakura. To take Sasuke back from Hagoromo Gensou, you must work hard. The first step is to complete the medical tasks assigned by the Hokage and truly become her disciple. Determined, Sakura took one last look at Sasuke's house and quickened her pace towards Konoha Hospital. As Konoha's only large comprehensive hospital, Konoha Hospital housed the most medical ninjas. Since Tsunade, the medical expert, returned, Konoha Hospital's medical system had further improved and upgraded. With more funding injected into the village, Konoha Hospital now represented the highest standard of medical ninjutsu in the entire ninja world, attracting many people from other countries who traveled great distances for treatment. When Sakura arrived, she saw that the outpatient hall was already filled with many patients waiting. Medical ninjas and nurses in white coats were moving around, starting their day's work. Although Sakura was also wearing a white coat, she wasn't qualified to treat patients yet. Her sole task now was to battle with the poor fish in the lab, striving to master medical ninjutsu as soon as possible. Hey! Sakura. Just as Sakura was about to start her daily training, a slender, pale arm suddenly wrapped around her neck, and the next second, an enthusiastic greeting sounded in her ear. Sakura didn't need to look to know who it was. "Ino, you're here quite early today." "No choice, you're giving me too much pressure," Yamanaka Ino, with her high ponytail, said with a smile. Hearing that Sakura had started learning medical ninjutsu, her friend and longtime rival Ino decided to join her without much thought, driven by a sense of competition. However, unlike Sakura, who had excellent talent in precise chakra control, Ino was much weaker in this area. As a result, Sakura's progress greatly outpaced hers. Though a bit disheartened, Ino's fighting spirit remained intact. Especially because she had encountered something recently that put her in a very good mood. "Sakura, Sakura." Ino looked around, pulled on Sakura's sleeve, and signaled her to come closer. "What is it?" Sakura asked, puzzled. "I found a super handsome guy in the hospital." Ino whispered excitedly, as if revealing a huge secret. Hearing this, Sakura rolled her eyes. She thought Ino was going to say something important, but it turned out to be this. Well, it made sense. Unlike her unwavering loyalty to Sasuke, Ino had always been attracted to handsome guys. Even though Sasuke was now taken away by the bad guy named Hagoromo Gensou, Sakura's feelings for him remained unchanged. "You can keep the handsome guy for yourself, I need to train." Sakura was about to leave Ino. Ino quickly grabbed her, sharing the excitement. "Let's go see him together. He's really handsome. Not just his looks, but his indescribable aura. Oh, and he's also a recently famous doctor in the hospital, known for his high medical ninjutsu skills. Sakura, aren't you having trouble with your medical studies? We can ask him for advice." Hearing that the handsome guy had high medical skills piqued Sakura's interest, but she still hesitated. "Won't we be disturbing him?" "Don't worry, he has a very good temperament," Ino assured her confidently. With Ino's reassurance, Sakura put aside her worries and followed her to meet the highly skilled and handsome doctor. "Dr. Sasuke. Aizen is here." Soon, in a hospital corridor, the two girls found their target, and Ino enthusiastically waved and greeted him. Sasuke turned around. Sakura finally saw the handsome face that Ino had been raving about. He was indeed very good-looking. However, at first glance, she felt a strange sense of familiarity. Sakura blinked and looked again carefully. This time, the feeling was gone. Strange. Though a bit puzzled, Sakura didn't think much of it and followed Ino's lead, walking over. Dr. Sasuke nodded to the familiar Ino and then glanced at Sakura. Is her observational skill that sharp? Or is my acting that bad? Noticing Sakura's change in expression earlier, Dr. Sasuke pondered. Of course, Dr. Sasuke wasn't the real Sasuke. It was Jensenu himself, using a disguise technique to replace a spy from the Hagoromo clan who worked at Konoha Hospital. After resolving the issues with the Tool Ninja village, Jensenu arrived in Konoha with a thirst for knowledge. Instead of causing a commotion, he took on the identity of a medical ninja working at Konoha Hospital. During this time, with his flawless identity, Jensenu had accessed many internal medical ninjutsu books in the hospital, gaining significant knowledge and showcasing some talents, which increased his influence in the hospital and granted him access to more medical secrets. As for whether this increased the risk of exposure, Jensenu never intended to keep this identity hidden for long. He wasn't a professional spy and had no experience in this area. Disguise is a meticulous craft that requires extensive experience. Even with a perfect change in appearance, some intrinsic traits are hard to alter. Just now, Sakura, who had only seen him once, already sensed something was off. Jensenu didn't mind. Although he couldn't maintain the disguise for long, it was enough to buy him the time he needed to move around. Chapter 82. Chapter 82. Following Sasuke's usual persona, Jensenu greeted Ino and Sakura warmly as they approached. Honestly, he had never thought he would have any interaction with Ino. But being from the Yamanaka clan, which values positive and forward-looking love and emotions, Ino had enthusiastically approached him after their first meeting. After all, girls of this age often judged by appearances. Just like the Uchiha clan, who were all handsome men, the Hagoromo clan also had many attractive members. For example, Jensenu himself, Samui, Hanari, and currently Sasuke. Combined with Jensu's unique aura, he had received quite a few subtle hints from female colleagues and patients' female relatives during this time. But Jensenu had rejected them all. What a joke. Women couldn't compare to the joy of training. Dr. Sasuke, let me introduce you to Sakura. She's about to become the Hokage student, Ino said, hugging Sakura's shoulders and not forgetting to introduce her best friend. Jensenu, rarely playing someone else's role, found it quite refreshing. Hearing Ino, he pulled out the acting skills he had honed during summer jobs and looked at Sakura with surprise. The Hokage student. That's impressive. Sakura blushed and quickly waved her hands. Not yet. I'm still far from meeting Tsunade-sama's requirements. That's why you should ask Dr. Sasuke for advice, Sakura, Ino said, patting Sakura on the shoulder. Can I? Sakura asked hesitantly. Although Tsunade-sama had taught her some medical knowledge and given her some professional books to read, as the Hokage, she was too busy. Most of the time, when Sakura encountered problems she didn't understand, she had to figure them out on her own. The senior medical ninjas at Konoha Hospital occasionally taught her when they had free time. But compared to Tsunade-sama's ability to enlighten her with just a few words, their teachings were still lacking. If there was someone as skilled as Tsunade-sama, no, even if they were a bit less skilled but still very competent, who could teach her, it would be great. Remembering what Ino had said earlier, Sakura looked at Sasuke expectantly. You're stuck with reviving the half-dead fish, right? Jensenu smiled lightly and asked. Sakura nodded quickly. That's normal. Fish are the best experimental subjects for beginners in medical ninjutsu, Jensenu said. Although his first experimental subject for medical ninjutsu was himself. But others were not like him, there was no comparison. Jensenu continued to explain, the task is to bring a fish back from a half-dead state without damaging its nerves and flesh. Once you've accomplished this, you can call yourself a medical ninja. Of course, as a beginner, there are a few things to keep in mind. Having systematically studied the mainstream medical ninjutsu at Konoha Hospital and rapidly improved his own medical skills, Jensenu found teaching quite easy. Sakura and Ino listened intently, nodding repeatedly. Later, as they encountered colleagues and patients who greeted them warmly, it showed Dr. Sasuke's high reputation in Konoha's medical field. Jensenu led Sakura and Ino to the lab to teach them hands-on. Ding! Side mission, Childhood Sweetheart, completed. With the host's strong pursuit, classmate Yamanaka Ino's affection for the host has greatly increased. Congratulations to the host for successfully having a childhood sweetheart. Reward, Radiant Technique. This mission was completed just like that. Ignoring the system's claim of strong pursuit, Jensenu looked at Ino, who was currently battling the half-dead fish. They had only met less than 3 times in total. Moreover, he had never taken the initiative, yet the mission was completed inadvertently. Indeed, a girl who loves handsome guys develops feelings quickly and easily. Just as when Sasuke left, Ino wasn't as sad as Sakura. At this age, being as deeply in love with Sasuke as Sakura was, to the point of being willing to die for him, was unusual. Jensenu shook his head slightly, no longer caring about these matters. He first checked the reward for the Radiant Technique. The technique's main effect was similar to a cleaning spell, keeping his appearance in the best state. For someone who didn't like wasting time on washing up, it was a blessing. Next, Jensenu looked at the system's newly released side mission. Side mission, Academic Rivalry. Mission description, after defeating Uchiha Sasuke, the host is unbeatable in the Ninja Academy, but this only represents strength. In written exams, there is often someone better, who frequently takes the top spot, Sakura. Please surpass Sakura in a written exam to achieve true academic and physical first place. Reward, Precise Chakra Control Talent, Sakura version. When Ino brought Sakura over earlier, it wasn't long before Jensu's mind received this new side mission. Sakura's talent in precise chakra control in the original story was evident. While Jensenu could achieve similar results now, he wouldn't refuse an additional boost. Talent is talent. It's something that cannot be changed or learned, and Jensenu was interested in having more of it. Otherwise, why would he personally teach these 2 girls? Ahem. Jensenu cleared his throat, interrupting Sakura and Ino's practice. As the 2 girls looked at him in confusion, he pulled out 2 test papers and said, to better understand your foundation in medical ninjutsu, let's have a pop quiz. Sakura and Ino had no objections. But when they noticed Jensenu also pulling out a test paper and starting to write, Sakura asked curiously, Dr. Sasuke, why are you taking the test too? This is to review and refresh my knowledge. Jensenu explained seriously. Thus, under Sakura's admiring gaze, Jensenu effortlessly scored full marks on the test, surpassing her easily. Ding! Side mission, Academic Rivalry, completed. After diligent and painstaking study, the host finally surpassed the top student Sakura in a written exam, achieving first place in both academics and physical prowess at the Ninja Academy. Reward, Precise Chakra Control Talent, Sakura version. Jensenu closed his eyes, feeling the improvement in his precise chakra control, and nodded slightly. This time, the system's mission reward was finally helpful. A cause for celebration. Chapter 83, Chapter 83. Having completed several system-issued missions, Jensenu had gained a deep understanding of the system itself and its operational principles. Just like now, the system required him to engage in a written exam with Sakura. He interpreted this literally, producing a test that was extremely challenging for Sakura but trivial for him. The system recognized this and declared him the winner. See. There was a written test, Sakura was present, and he participated. As for the details, they were completely unimportant. After all, the system could blatantly exaggerate about fierce battles, strong pursuits, and diligent study. So, of course, a highly uneven written exam was acceptable. Ceremony. The most important thing was the ceremony. Sakura, yes, keep it up. You have great potential in both medical ninjutsu and genjutsu. Ino, your strength still lies in your family's secret techniques. After experimenting with the system tasks on the girls, Gensou saw no need to deceive them and directly pointed out their future paths. He then left the lab and went to the outpatient office to start a day of consultations. Learning medical ninjutsu by himself was not enough, he needed a lot of experimental material to practice on. The patients at Konoha Hospital were excellent choices for this. Additionally, Gensou found that the deeper he delved into medical ninjutsu, the more thoroughly he understood the yang aspect of chakra. This was undoubtedly good news for him. All along, his deepest research had been on the elements of fire, earth, wind, water, and lightning. Although he had also studied yin and yang attributes, it wasn't as thorough. Since his resurrection and second life, Gensou had made significant progress in the yin and yang attributes. But it was not enough. Thus, he was eager to deepen his understanding of yang chakra from the perspective of medical ninjutsu. For this reason, he arrived at Konoha Hospital the earliest and left the latest, making the doctors there experience the true meaning of working hard. After treating a Konoha ninja who returned from a mission with a hole in his calf, Gensou turned to see Miyata Kika, the head of the hospital's research department, approaching. She said to him, "Dr. Sasuke, your application for the A-level research lab has been approved. You have 7 days to conduct research there. But be careful not to damage any equipment. Trust me, any instrument in there is worth more than you and I can afford even if we sold everything we owned." 7 days, huh? Gensou nodded, "I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Captain Miyata." "No problem. Talented people deserve better resources and training," Kika explained. This was why Gensou hadn't kept a low profile after arriving. If you don't show your excellence, how can you attract the attention of those in charge and receive more resources? Just like the A-level research lab. Such labs, which could satisfy research and analysis of many jutsu and chakra types, including medical ninjutsu, were not accessible to ordinary medical ninjas. Gensou was able to apply for it because he had presented many innovative explanations in the medical field during this period. "Dr. Sasuke, keep up the good work. It might not be long before even the Hokage hears about you. You're young and talented, you might become the next personal student of the Hokage, just like Shizun," Kika encouraged sincerely. Gensou expressed his gratitude. Watching Kika leave, he smiled inwardly. Being Tsunade's student. What an interesting proposal. I wonder what Tsunade's reaction would be if she found out the truth. Wait, no. If I got found out, wouldn't I be at a great loss while Tsunade benefits greatly? The great Gensou becoming Tsunade's student would be an embarrassment. Gensou certainly wouldn't waste time trying to become Tsunade's student. He had no need to waste time on that. 7 days should be enough. If not, I can always break in. Gensou touched his chest. His time at Konoha had allowed him to grasp the extraction of Senjutsu chakra fully. The reason he applied for the research lab was to utilize its precise instruments to thoroughly investigate the mysteries of Senjutsu chakra. He wasn't an old-fashioned relic who would ignore more efficient methods for the sake of tradition. Efficiency was key. If he could gain his unique Senjutsu opportunity through this, all the better. The image of Hashirama in sage mode, standing atop a giant Buddha, was still vivid in his mind. In the afternoon, following the instructions, Gensou arrived at the research building of Konoha Hospital. Aside from the secret labs of the root and some top-level classified research, most of Konoha's research projects were housed in this building. Hence, security here was extremely tight. Gensou passed through 3 levels of screening on his way. Thanks to the perfect transformation technique of the eye engraving jutsu, Gensou reached the A-level research lab that was temporarily his without incident. Watching the responsible ninja perform the seals to open the door's barrier, Gensou didn't enter immediately. Instead, he made eye contact with the ninja, and as the sealing patterns moved subtly in his pupils, he politely thanked him. "Thank you." The Konoha ninja didn't notice anything amiss and waved Gensou inside. Gensou nodded and entered. Thanks to Hanari's voluntary offering of the eye engraving jutsu, which secretly copied information from the minds of others under certain conditions, everything here was now open to him. There were no more secrets. Now, it's time to get down to business. As the lab door closed, Gensou looked at the high-tech instruments for biological, cultivation, scanning, and computational analysis, and smiled. One had to admit, the technological disparity in the ninja world was quite absurd. Most civilians lived in a feudal-era lifestyle. Yet here, some high-tech instruments rivaled, if not surpassed, those of his previous life, especially in the biological field. This was the foundation of the largest village in the ninja world. If it were the Hagoromo clan, they wouldn't have enough funds to establish such a research lab, let alone have access to the high-tech instruments. Konoha also had its own science department. Ninjas weren't foolish enough to spread such crucial scientific tools. Science and technology were the primary productive forces. This was one reason Jensenu chose to come to Konoha. Without further delay, Jensenu removed his shirt, preparing himself. Step 1. Extract the Senjutsu chakra without losing a single bit. Chapter 84. Chapter 84. Due to the effects of the forbidden technique, eternal sleep, the Senjutsu chakra left by Hashirama had lingered in Jensu's body for over 50 years, becoming a persistent and invasive presence. Ordinary medical ninjutsu could not eradicate it. Fortunately, Jensenu had a considerable talent for medical ninjutsu. After thoroughly understanding it, he developed a new technique specifically for this purpose. Senjutsu extraction technique. Jensenu pressed his right hand against his chest, and green chakra, resembling bubbles, instantly emerged, deeply illuminating his chest cavity. Visibly, strands of Senjutsu chakra were drawn out from Jensu's body, flesh, bones, and even cells like threads without causing any damage. These strands were then encapsulated by the green chakra bubble without any leakage. The Senjutsu extraction technique was a method Jensenu developed based on the extraction of fine diseases technique, combined with other medical ninjutsu and his physical condition. It was designed to extract and store Senjutsu chakra that did not belong to him. This represented his achievements in the medical field from his studies with Shino and Konoha. Everything proceeded as planned. Jensenu sensed the Senjutsu chakra within him diminishing quietly and rapidly. Finally, he looked at the small cluster of special chakra encapsulated by the green chakra bubble. This special chakra continued to consume the green chakra without any loss of its own. Jensenu knew that this was Senjutsu chakra. In the current ninja world, aside from the half-baked Jiraiya, who could barely use it under duress, this was unique. People like Yugo and the curse seals developed by Orochimaru from his special body merely utilized natural energy crudely and couldn't be considered true Senjutsu. Looking at the rare Senjutsu chakra preserved by the Senjutsu extraction technique in his hand, Jensenu first used medical ninjutsu to heal the minor injuries in his body caused by the residual Senjutsu chakra. The moment the last ruptured blood vessel was repaired. Thump. Thump. His heart beat strongly. It felt as if a machine had been renewed. Jensenu could clearly sense the blood circulating unimpeded throughout his body, with every cell cheering. His body had now fully returned to its peak state. Feeling the powerful energy within him, free from any obstacles, Jensenu smiled. The first small goal of his second life had been successfully completed. He also had a clear idea about restoring his soul to achieve a perfect state. No need to rush, it was time to deal with the Senjutsu chakra at hand first. Jensenu retrieved a special container for storing chakra from the research lab and placed the Senjutsu chakra inside. In the following days, he transformed into a scientist like Orochimaru, using various high-tech instruments in the lab to scan, analyze, and experiment on the Senjutsu chakra. Beep beep beep. The sound of machines running filled the air. Experiment reports were printed out one after another. Just as described in the original story, Senjutsu chakra is formed by ordinary chakra, created from a mix of physical and spiritual energy, absorbing natural energy and perfectly merging with it. The three types of chakra need to be balanced, each making up 1/3. Too much natural energy will devour the body, while too little won't activate Sage mode. The internal proportions of this Senjutsu chakra are indeed as described. But knowing is one thing, the real key is how ordinary chakra and natural energy perfectly merge. It seems to require a special combination, simply dividing it into 3 parts won't work. Also, the human body isn't a chip, it can't precisely measure the amount of natural energy absorbed. More simulation experiments are needed. It's indeed troublesome. No wonder so few have truly mastered Senjutsu over the past 1,000 years. Absorbing natural energy is another major challenge. It seems to favor toads, snakes, and slugs. The Senjutsu of the 3 great sanctuaries requires humans to adapt to their Senjutsu. There hasn't been a Senjutsu primarily for humans. I need experimental material. I'll have to use myself. Following this method, there might be some possibility. In the subsequent days, Jensenu locked himself in the lab, fully immersing himself in this new and fascinating field of Senjutsu. Even after the 7 days elapsed, he continued his research by bypassing the restrictions and sneaking back into the lab using the information he had obtained from the Konoha ninja. Everything was fine in the lab. Meanwhile, outside, the ninja world was becoming increasingly turbulent. In a remote area outside Konoha village, Tsunade adjusted her Hokage hat and addressed the 2 Konoha advisors, Hamura Mitokato and Kohara Yutane, who had come to see her off. I'm entrusting the village to you 2 for the time being. Despite their frequent disagreements, as she was about to leave, Tsunade had no choice but to rely on these experienced and respected elders for village affairs. As for the other Konoha advisor, If possible, Tsunade wished he would stay forever in that dark underground base. Don't worry, Fifth Hokage. We'll take good care of the village during your absence, Hamura nodded. However, he looked worriedly at the person beside Tsunade. It was one thing to have Shizun always by her side. But taking Naruto, who was also ready for a journey, with his hands behind his head, looking around excitedly, was another matter. Is it wise to take Naruto along? Hamura frowned deeply. Given the importance of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to the village, he had to ask. Ah. Grandpa, do you know me? Naruto, who didn't recognize the two elders in front of him, looked up in confusion. Hamura's mouth twitched, but he said nothing. Tsunade patted Naruto's shoulder and said firmly, I will ensure Naruto's safety. Additionally, Tsunade thought to herself, the place we're heading to next is perfect for Naruto. The Five Kage Summit. Since Fourth Hokage initially advocated for it, the idea had faced some cold responses. But after the incident with Sasuke defecting and following Hagoromo Gensou, Konoha, previously indecisive, finally decided to attend the Five Kage Summit. As one of the founding clans of Konoha, the defection of the last Uchiha, Sasuke, had exposed a deep scar in Konoha, causing severe negative repercussions. Many in the ninja world were still enthusiastically discussing how Konoha had mistreated the last Uchiha so harshly that he was forced to defect. Moreover, Sasuke's departure meant Konoha lost control over the even more dangerous Itachi. Additionally, Jensenu, who suddenly appeared and took Sasuke, was an unknown factor whose intentions were unclear. Under such pressure, Konoha ultimately decided to participate in this Five Kage Summit. With Konoha, the top-ranked village, agreeing in the weight of the Cloud Village behind it, the Mist, Rock, and Sand villages had no choice but to follow suit. Finally, after more than 50 years, the second Five Kage Summit was about to convene. Chapter 85, Chapter 85. The second Five Kage Summit was about to convene. The theme of the meeting was to address Jensenu, a resurrected individual who did not belong to this era and was not part of the five great villages. For the sake of the security and confidentiality of the Five Kage's movements, this explosive news was not spread throughout the ninja world. Not only were the common people of the major ninja villages unaware, but even the higher-ups of these villages knew very little about the summit. Only a select few were privy to the fact that the Five Kage Summit was being held. This was why, as the Hokage, Tsunade chose a remote location for her departure and was only seen off by two elder advisors. Seeing Tsunade's resolute attitude, Mito Kato and Udatane, knowing it was useless to persuade her otherwise, remained silent. After giving some final instructions, Tsunade left with Shizun and Naruto. As Konoha grew more distant behind them, Naruto scratched his head and asked Tsunade, puzzled, Granny Tsunade, where are we going? Naruto didn't know the destination of this trip. He probably didn't even know what the Five Kage Summit was. Originally, he had planned to go on a training trip with Jiraiya, but Tsunade had brought him along instead, leaving him confused. A place that holds great significance for you, Naruto. Tsunade ruffled Naruto's hair, full of meaning. During the first Five Kage Summit, the bodyguards accompanying the Kage all became future second Kage. With such a precedent, the bodyguards accompanying the Kage at the second summit were given special significance by those with discerning eyes. By bringing Naruto, Tsunade was expressing her hopes for his future through her actions. Becoming Hokage is not something that can be achieved by merely shouting slogans. Naruto couldn't understand this now. But in the future, he would understand everything. At the same time, on the day Fifth Hokage Tsunade set out. As agreed, Third Hokage Jinoki, accompanied by Kuratsuchi and Akatsuki, Fifth Mizukage Terumi, accompanied by Ao and Chojuro, Fourth Hokage, accompanied by C and Darui. And the freshly appointed Fifth Kazekage Gaara, who was initially undecided but was forced to step up due to the Five Kage Summit, accompanied by the experienced elder Chiyo and Baki from the Sand Village, also set out. Just like the first Five Kage Summit, the Kage were headed to the neutral Iron Country, following in the footsteps of their predecessors to convene the second summit. Coincidentally, both summits were inextricably linked to Jensenu. Only this time, Jensenu carried much more weight. Konoha Hospital. After making rapid initial progress in his research on Senjutsu Chakra, Jensu's progress had slowed as the challenges increased. He decided to take a break and walk around to clear his mind. On the way, he ran into Irika, who had brought an injured student to the hospital. Thank you so much, Dr. Sasuke. Irika expressed his gratitude to the helpful Dr. Sasuke. It's my duty. While treating the student, Jensu focused on the new system notification in his mind. Ding. Main mission, graduation from Ninja Academy. Mission description, having successfully defeated Uchiha Sasuke and Sakura, achieving first place in both academics and combat at the academy, the host now faces the graduation exam, with the honor of becoming a Konoha genin within reach. The exam involves the clone technique, which is a piece of cake for the host. Perform splendidly in front of teacher Irika. Without realizing it, my time at the academy has already come to an end. Thinking this, Jensenu formed a hand seal and, with a poof, summoned a clone. Dr. Sasuke, what are you doing? Irika asked, puzzled. Just getting some bandages to stabilize the bone, Jensenu pointed at the student he was treating. Oh, I see. Irika nodded in understanding. Using a basic clone to fetch bandages, Jensenu looked back at his mind. Ding. Main mission, graduation from Ninja Academy, completed. With the host's outstanding performance, achieving first place in both academics and combat at the academy, passing the graduation exam was a breeze. Congratulations to the host for officially joining the ninja ranks and becoming Konoha's one and only genin. Keep striving to become a Chunin, Jonin, and eventually Hokage. Reward, Shadow Clone Technique, Body Flicker Technique. Alright, just rest up properly now. Jensenu took the bandages from his clone and skillfully bandaged the child, explaining the treatment. Thank you, Dr. Sasuke. Irika expressed his gratitude once again. The injured child looked up expectantly and asked, Doctor, does this mean I can skip school? Not at all. Just bring a crutch, and you won't miss a single class. Jensenu reassured with a don't worry expression. Skipping school? No way. Go to school and cherish the remaining days at the academy. Unlike me, who has never attended school yet is told I just graduated. If I hadn't come here decades earlier and had instead been placed in Konoha as per the system's arrangement, living alongside the 12 genin, following the system's missions, my life would have been completely different. Watching Irika and the reluctant student leave, Jensenu felt a bit nostalgic. But soon, he brushed off the sentiment. The past was set, and the future had already changed. Compared to being born in a peaceful era and playing ninja games with a bunch of kids, the current life of being the infamous Hagoromo Gensou across the ninja world suited him better. Jensenu glanced toward the Hokage rock, smiled slightly, and disappeared instantly. At the Konoha Memorial Stone, in front of the cenotaph of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Since he had promised to visit and pay respects to his old friend, Jensenu naturally intended to keep his word. He casually placed a bouquet of white chrysanthemums bought from the Yamanaka flower shop in front of the grave. I was going to burn some incense for you, Hashirama. But considering your suffering in the Shinigami's belly, the incense probably wouldn't reach you. I'll skip the formalities. Talking to Hashirama's grave, Jensenu explained. Oh, by the way, I checked the current state of Konoha. It's doing well. Although many people have died over the years, the population is still growing, with births outnumbering deaths. Overall, it's on the rise. To be fair, while modern ninjas still engage in needless slaughter and massacre civilians, it's better than in our time. The success of all things depends on who is worse off. The world today is tolerable, I suppose. Talking to oneself gets boring. After a few more words, Jensenu quickly lost interest and stopped, standing silently. Manifesting before the dead lacked a certain flavor. After a while, he heard footsteps behind him. Without turning around, Jensu's expression remained unchanged. The person approached heavily. Like many villagers who adored the first Hokage, he placed a similar bouquet of white chrysanthemums among the flowers at the cenotaph and stood in silence after rising. Still looking at Hashirama's tombstone, Jensenu asked without turning his head. These past few days, you've hovered around me 4 times, looking hesitant and never approaching. Today is the 5th time, and you finally came to my side. I'm curious about your initiative this time. So, Hagoromo Suzumabachi, have you betrayed the Hagoromo clan? Betrayed me. Chapter 86, Chapter 86. Cold winds howled, lifting a flurry of fallen leaves. The already chilly atmosphere around the memorial stone area grew even more frigid. After asking his question, Jensenu turned his head calmly. He saw a man standing beside him, dressed in gray-blue ninja attire, his eyes, ears, and neck, as well as the top of his head above his forehead protector, wrapped in white-gray bandages, with a complex expression on his face. This was Hagoromo Suzumabachi, a Konoha Chunin, member of the Intelligence Analysis Squad, and a former proctor for the Chunin Exams. His current superior was Yamanaka Inoichi. Though his resume wasn't as dazzling as that of the Jonin, his position in the Intelligence Analysis Squad, where he had first access to internal and external information, made him highly trusted by the Hokage. Suzumabachi was one of the most important informants the Hagoromo clan had placed in Konoha. Jensenu had already notified Konoha's Hagoromo clan informants of his arrival. While Sasuke had promptly revealed his identity, knowing it meant he could never return to Konoha, Suzumabachi was different. He had not taken the initiative to contact Jensenu during this period. He had approached several times but always retreated at the last moment. This behavior gave Jensenu a suspicion, so he asked calmly. Where is the 5th Hokage now? As expected, Suzumabachi remained silent. After a moment, Suzumabachi sighed deeply and finally spoke, I'm sorry, clan leader. Reason, Gensou said directly, still looking at Hashirama's tombstone. Various emotions, guilt, fear, longing, relief, flashed across Suzumabachi's face. After a moment of reflection, he responded slowly and heavily, my grandfather, my father, my mother, and my wife all died fighting for Konoha. Don't you hate Konoha? Gensou asked, staring at the dignified and stern photo of Hashirama on the tombstone. Hate? Of course, I hated it. Suzumabachi's eyes were complex. But if I kept hating, wouldn't my grandfather, my parents, and my wife's sacrifices be meaningless? Wouldn't that be too absurd? I'm sorry, clan leader. Although we are descendants of the Hagoromo clan, living in Konoha for decades has made us fully integrate into it. At least, my deceased relatives genuinely wanted to fight for Konoha, not because they were forced to. Upon hearing this, Gensou reached out to catch a falling leaf, his fingers tracing its unique veins. He said indifferently, so, you're an inheritor of the will of fire. Yes. Suzumabachi replied firmly. Gensou understood. Since taking over the Hagoromo clan at Jomi village and understanding the current situation, he had anticipated this outcome. Dispersing the clan to ensure its survival had brought about fragmentation. No matter how much they emphasized their heritage, the clan members growing up in different places, cultures, and educations had developed distinct characteristics. Over time, signs of a complete split would become increasingly apparent. Unless a highly reputable and powerful figure emerged to reunite everyone. Currently, Gensou played that role. However, some individuals were beyond change. Like Suzumabachi's lineage. Gensou could understand Suzumabachi's choice. He wasn't angry and casually dropped the leaf, reminding the other, since you've made your choice, the worst thing is to be indecisive. You should have brought the Konoha forces here, not come alone. Suzumabachi shook his head with a bitter smile, though I am a part of Konoha, the blood of the Hagoromo still flows in me. I could never harm the clan leader. Gensou also shook his head, saying, this will only bring misfortune to you. I understand, Suzumabachi replied with determination. He took a deep breath and said, as a Hagoromo clan intelligence agent in Konoha, I know my betrayal would bring terrible consequences to the clan. So, clan leader, I will end this with my death. I only have one request. Speak. My son. He has never left Konoha and doesn't know he's a Hagoromo descendant. I hope he can live in Konoha without any burdens, not having to bear the weight of the Hagoromo name like I did. Gensou paused for a moment, then nodded, I understand. He then turned to face Suzumabachi, saying seriously, I apologize. In truth, it's because of me that we were separated. Without you, the fate of the Hagoromo clan would have been much worse, Suzumabachi replied sincerely, bowing deeply before turning to leave. He needed time to say goodbye to his son. Gensou didn't stop him. When an intelligence agent defects, even if a guarantee of secrecy is given, the outcome is often death. This is the way of survival for a clan or organization. Gensou had long understood this truth. After one last look at Hashirama's tomb, with nothing more to say, he also turned and left. Arriving at the bustling street, Gensou caught a 3- or 4-year-old girl who was playing and almost bumped into him. The girl politely thanked him, thank you, uncle. Call me brother. Gensou patted the girl's bun and, noticing a familiar face, signaled her to go play while he approached. That Gensou I saw with my own eyes is terrifying. I'm worried Sasuke might be in danger with him. Don't worry, Sakura. Even though Sasuke's unhesitating defection makes me furious, he's not stupid and must have his reasons. Besides, despite Gensou's fearsome reputation, he's actually a good person in some ways. A good person? Gensou. Ino, are you out of your mind? Let me check your forehead. Check your own wide forehead. Sakura, I'm telling the truth. Really? My family has records of Gensou's life. Gensou raised an eyebrow and inserted himself into the conversation, curious, Sakura, Ino, I heard you talking about Gensou. I'm curious about him too. What kind of person is Gensou to you? Chapter 87, Chapter 87. Dr. Sasuke. Hearing a familiar voice, Ino quickly turned around, her eyes lighting up with excitement as she greeted Dr. Sasuke. Sakura, though not as animated as Ino, still had a favorable impression of the doctor who had taught her and greeted him warmly. Sorry to interrupt your conversation. I just heard you talking about Hagoromo Gensou, and I'm also very interested in learning more about him. Gensou explained with a sincere expression. He was curious about how ordinary people, not those high-ranking individuals who saw everyone as part of their own circle, viewed him. Upon hearing this, although she didn't understand why Dr. Sasuke was so interested in Gensou, Sakura unhesitatingly voiced her opinion. Hagoromo Gensou must be a big bad guy like Orochimaru. Otherwise, why would the Hokage and everyone else be so wary of him? Upon hearing Sakura's words, Ino immediately stopped admiring the handsome doctor and quickly retorted, being wary of someone's strength doesn't mean they're a bad person. You have to look at their entire life's actions to judge them. Forcing people to hand over secret techniques. Kidnapping Sasuke. Sakura retorted bluntly. Ino's expression faltered but quickly waved her hands dismissively. Those are isolated incidents. You can't judge someone's entire character based on a few actions. Before Sakura could continue arguing, Ino adopted a revealing expression and said, "You won't believe it. Because of Jensu's reappearance in the ninja world, I specifically went to our clan's library and found a book recording his life written by our ancestors." Cough, cough, the Yamanaka clan has been around since the Warring States period and, as experts in intelligence, has uncovered many secrets of the ninja world. The Yamanaka clan's reputation is well known, Jensenu nodded. Although not as prominent as the top ninja clans of the Warring States period, the combination of the Ino Shikacho trio, along with their ally the Sarutobi clan, made their collective influence significant in the ninja world. Sakura, from an ordinary family, could only feel envious. So, Ino snapped her fingers dramatically and revealed, according to our ancestors' records, the real Hagoromo Gensou is nothing like we imagined. Sakura, do you remember those knight novels and comics we used to read when we were kids? Don't doubt the existence of knights in the Naruto world. This is a world where things like rap and English phrases are casually mentioned. Sakura, hearing this, glanced embarrassedly at Dr. Sasuke, and quickly waved her hands. We're ninjas now, why bring up childhood stuff? Recalling the embarrassing memories of clinging to those novels and comics, fantasizing about the handsome protagonists riding white horses, kneeling before them to declare their love, and even arguing with Ino over which protagonist was better, made Sakura feel like she was being executed on the spot. However, Ino's next words made her shock override her embarrassment. Actually, during the Warring States period, Hagoromo Gensou's actions were very much like those of knights and heroes in the stories. What? Sakura immediately forgot her childhood embarrassments, unable to believe her ears. Hagoromo Gensou. A knight. A hero. She couldn't reconcile this image. The men who had approached her, whose mere presence made her tremble with fear, the men who Naruto, Kakashi-sensei, and the Hokage were all wary of, the men who had schemed to live a second life, causing the entire ninja world to tremble in fear of what he might do next. Could he really be the knight and hero Ino described? Hagoromo Gensou raised an eyebrow at this. Then he and Sakura listened to Ino's detailed recounting. In the 132nd year of the Fire Nation calendar, in the village of Fuyu, a ninja tyrannized the villagers, killing 23 people and taking 14 women, torturing 10 of them to death. No one dared resist. Hagoromo Gensou encountered this and killed the ninja in anger. Old memories resurfaced in Gensou's mind as Ino spoke. He remembered that year, at the age of 14, he had left the Hagoromo clan's territory, traveling through the ninja world and passing through a village called Fuyu. There were many villagers, but the atmosphere was oppressive, even during a wedding. Upon learning that the village's only ninja was marrying a bride and had already killed 10 young women, Gensou didn't hesitate to kill the mediocre ninja. The matter was simple, just a minor effort for him, but for the villagers, it was a lifelong memory that spread and was somehow recorded by the Yamanaka clan. In the 133rd year of the Fire Nation calendar, in the town of Hakuryo, a Kage clan ninja with the Shikatsumiyaku lost control and slaughtered 3,125 people. Gensou encountered him, fought for half a day, and killed him despite being severely injured. Gensou recalled a Kage ninja whose Shikatsumiyaku was highly developed and who had been consumed by killing intent. The crazier the Kage clan members became, the more dangerous they were. Back then, as a young man, he had taken a long time and nearly lost his life to kill the ninja. Was it unwise to provoke such a formidable enemy? Seeing so many people die, including a little girl in pain who, despite trembling, reached out to him before collapsing and never standing up again. How could he stand by? In the 135th year of the Fire Nation calendar, during a great famine, the lord of Ishikawa Castle refused to open the granary, leading to cannibalism outside the castle. Gensou killed the lord in anger, opened the granary, and saved countless lives. That year, Gensou witnessed the true horror of famine and cannibalism described in history books. What infuriated him more was seeing the lord of Ishikawa Castle hosting lavish banquets, throwing large amounts of leftover food to stray dogs out of kindness. Without a word, Gensou threw the kind lord to the dogs as well, and then opened the granary, as the books recorded. Of course, this act angered the higher authorities. In the 136th year of the Fire Nation calendar, he killed 3 ninjas who practiced forbidden techniques using human organs. In the 137th year of the Fire Nation calendar, he killed 12 nobles who hunted humans for sport. In the 138th year of the Fire Nation calendar. Listening to Ino recount the life of Gensou incident by incident, Sakura went from disbelief to shock to silence, her face complex with emotions. Gensou himself remained silent for a long time. Chapter 88. Chapter 88. It was clear that Ino had truly absorbed the contents of the book describing Gensou's life. Many events that even Jensenu himself had almost forgotten were remembered by her and recounted clearly at this moment. Unknowingly, this young lady from the Yamanaka clan, like her ancestor who wrote the book, had become a devoted admirer of Hagoromo Gensou. After all, if the ancestor hadn't genuinely admired Gensou, how could they have written a book detailing his numerous significant deeds, filled with words of praise? Gensou was unaware that he had such an admirer from the Yamanaka clan in the past. To be honest, he felt that the book's praise for him was somewhat excessive. Gensou knew well that he wasn't the true hero or saint as depicted in the book. He greatly admired those who, even without any power, bravely faced danger, determined to change everything for their ideals. For him, his actions along the way were more a benevolent expression of possessing great power rather than a dedicated pursuit of justice. Those acts of vengeance were carried out on the foundation of his formidable strength and were done on the side rather than being his main purpose. In truth, Gensou's philosophy had always been simple, far less complicated than the 5 great shinobi villages and other factions perceived. When he crossed over from a world without magic and first experienced the real flow of a power called chakra in his body, allowing him to do things beyond human capabilities, his philosophy became clear. That was to keep moving forward, to see what lay at the end of chakra. Perhaps there was a door. A door leading to higher realms. For Gensou, if he could find that door, open it, and see the scenery beyond, that would be perfect. Of course, the beauty of life is not only in the result but also in the journey. During this journey, stopping occasionally to admire or change things within his capability was only natural. This was a simple and pure ideal, yet others always thought of it too complexly. Those with conspiracies in their hearts always suspected others of similar motives, as if everyone shared their inner thoughts. Gensou shook his head, returning to reality. At this moment, Ino was proudly asking Sakura, "So, Sakura, do you still think Hagoromo Gensou is a villain like Orochimaru?" I don't know. Sakura felt her worldview had been severely shaken, her mind in a fog. For a 12-year-old with limited life experience, the world and people were supposed to be black and white. Someone who caused so much pressure for Konoha and the ninja world, like Gensou, should be a villain in her imagination. Yet, listening to Ino's recounting of Gensou's life, she realized he couldn't be labeled a villain. So, what kind of person was Gensou? Sakura felt like there were two little figures in her mind fiercely battling each other. At this point, Gensou spoke, "In the real world, some things and people aren't judged by good or bad. Conflicts of interest, conflicts of ideals, make it normal for heroes and saints to fight to the death." Sakura still didn't fully understand, but she gleaned one thing. "At least, we don't have to worry about Sasuke being in danger with Gensou, right?" she said, her eyes brightening. "Seriously, Sakura? You're still thinking about Sasuke at a time like this?" Ino was exasperated and ignored her friend, turning to Dr. Sasuke with a triumphant air, asking, "Dr. Sasuke, you've heard all this. What do you think of Gensou now?" "Well." Gensou rubbed his chin and smiled faintly, a highly unstable threat to the balance and peace of the ninja world. Ino. For the first time, she felt that the handsome Dr. Sasuke had become repulsive. Bidding a quick goodbye to an exasperated Ino and a Sasuke-obsessed Sakura, Gensou prepared to return home as the evening approached. Suddenly, he paused, sensing a familiar surge of secret technique energy. His eyes narrowed as he turned towards the distant source. There are always those self-righteous people who believe the world should operate according to their whims, not realizing that the world is the world. And they are just insignificant ants. Gensou's eyes darkened as he muttered to himself, "Once again, peace has been shattered by your own doing." Turning back time a bit. Having left the Konoha Memorial Stone, Suzumabachi, who had decided to end the intertwined fate of the Hagoromo and Konoha clans, spent his final moments buying his son's favorite foods and an expensive toy he had always wanted, hoping to leave his son with a wonderful evening to remember. After finishing his shopping, he walked home with bags in hand. Seeing the light inside his house, he imagined his thoughtful son had already cleaned the house, sitting patiently on the sofa, occasionally glancing at the door, waiting for his return. Suzumabachi smiled as he reached the door, about to take out his key. Whoosh! Whoosh! A faint whistling sound broke the air. Suzumabachi's face changed. Before he could react, a group of black-robed, brightly masked ninjas surrounded him. The leader spoke coldly, "Suzumabachi, there's a task requiring your cooperation. Come with us to the root base." Suzumabachi clenched his fists. "Root? I'm a direct subordinate of the Hokage, a member of the intelligence analysis squad. You have no authority." He was cut off by the root ninja. "This is Lord Danzo's order." Suzumabachi tried to argue further, but the root ninja acted swiftly, subduing him in an instant. In the end, Suzumabachi could only glance at his house, then was knocked unconscious. The group disappeared quickly, leaving behind the fresh vegetables and toys scattered on the ground, unattended. Soon, the door to the house opened. Suzumabachi's son peeked out, looking at the empty surroundings and the items on the ground, confusedly asking, "Dad, Suzumabachi couldn't respond. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in a dark chamber. Before him sat a man known as the Darkness of the Shinobi, perched on a cold chair, his hands resting on the top of his cane. He looked at Suzumabachi coldly and asked. I ask, you answer. What is Sasuke's true identity? Chapter 89, Chapter 89. In a dimly lit chamber, a man named Shimura Danzo, leaning on a cane, stared intently at Suzumabachi with his uncovered left eye, which was filled with a chilling, intimidating light. Coldly, he asked, who is Sasuke really? Feeling as if he were being watched by a terrifying beast, Suzumabachi trembled as he woke up. Recognizing the person before him, he took a deep breath to calm his inner turmoil and said, I don't know what you're talking about. I demand to see the Hokage. Even if you need to interrogate me, it should be done by the interrogation squad. The root has the authority to arrest and interrogate any ninja who poses a threat to Konoha, said a masked root ninja standing beside Danzo. Walking up to Suzumabachi, the root ninja explained in a monotone, we have been observing you for some time. For over 20 years, you never interacted with Sasuke. However, recently, you have repeatedly visited Konoha Hospital to observe him secretly. An hour ago, you even met him at the memorial stone. What is your purpose? Who is Sasuke really? This was Konoha, and the root's capabilities allowed them to monitor daily happenings in the village. Initially, their main investigation target was Sasuke, who had recently gained fame in the medical field. To outsiders, this was seen as Sasuke finally showing his accumulated potential. But for the root, any unusual activity was evaluated from an extreme perspective. At first, they followed standard procedures to investigate Sasuke. If nothing suspicious was found, it would be dismissed. If there were minor issues, they could use them as leverage to recruit him into the root, making him contribute to Konoha's prosperity. During this process, they discovered Suzumabachi was also observing Sasuke. The sudden connection between two seemingly unrelated individuals was significant. Given Suzumabachi's position within Konoha's intelligence unit, the root prioritized investigating him, leading to the current situation. Understanding the root's methods and their ruthlessness, Suzumabachi abandoned any hope of leniency. I do not know this so-called Sasuke, he said while discreetly activating the unique mark of the Hagoromo clan within his body. Silently, he thought, forgive me, clan leader. It is my fault for implicating you. And, forgive me, my son. 24, read his mind, Danzo commanded. Noticing the firm determination in Suzumabachi's eyes, Danzo knew they had caught a significant target. Ordinary torture wouldn't work, so he opted for directly extracting information from Suzumabachi's mind. Danzo anticipated significant revelations about who they had captured. A spy from one of the other 4 major ninja villages. Or perhaps a hidden agent of Orochimaru. Regardless of who it is, no one enters Konoha without my permission. Danzo thought, looking coldly at Suzumabachi. Yamanaka Kaze, removing his mask, placed a hand on Suzumabachi, ready to use the Yamanaka clan's secret technique to extract information from his mind. At that moment, Suzumabachi looked up, his gaze seemingly stretching through the thick walls toward his distant home. He smiled, and then... boom. Suzumabachi activated the Hagoromo clan's unique mark, the scythe and hammer seal. Instantly, red flames fueled by his chakra engulfed his body. Clan leader, flee, he mentally shouted as his vision was consumed by the flames. Before anyone could intervene, the man known as Suzumabachi was completely incinerated, leaving no trace behind. Danzo snorted, his cane striking the ground heavily. Chakra self-immolation, similar to the suicide methods used by the ANBU. He was indeed a significant target, he declared. Capture Sasuke immediately. Also, arrest everyone closely associated with Suzumabachi and bring them to the root. Yes, sir. All the root ninjas, including Kaze, knelt and then swiftly departed. Left alone in the chamber, Danzo eagerly anticipated what kind of revelations this operation would yield. However, it wasn't long before. Boom. A violent explosion echoed from above. Danzo frowned, what is going on? The unique scythe and hammer seal of the Hagoromo clan was initially designed by Jensenu for the clan's intelligence personnel as a means of avoiding torture and preventing the leakage of information through self-termination. Additionally, the seal served as a warning mechanism. When fully activated, it alerted other marked clan members within a 5-kilometer radius. This ability was meant to prevent the entire intelligence network from being uprooted due to one person's exposure. During the period of the Hagoromo clan's Great Split, to ensure all members retained a sense of their identity, the elders decided to apply this seal to the entire clan, making it a generational inheritance. Like Samui, Suzumabachi also bore the Hagoromo seal. When the seal fully activated, marking his death, Jensenu, who could also receive the signal, paused and gazed towards the distant, secluded forest in the west of Konoha. That area wasn't a residential zone for Konoha's inhabitants. Given the short separation time, even if Suzumabachi wanted to commit suicide immediately for his son's future, he wouldn't use such an obvious spy termination method. So, there was only one possibility. Suzumabachi encountered an unexpected situation, forcing him to activate the seal to protect the secrets in his mind and signal Gensu to flee. Flee? Ha. Gensu shook his head. In such a short time, they had forced Suzumabachi to choose self-termination. Such harsh and reckless actions could only come from one place in Konoha. Even though he called me clan leader, although a disloyal child, he ultimately upheld his principles. If a clan leader ignores the death of his clansmen under his watch, what kind of leader is he? With this thought, Gensu's form flickered and vanished, moving towards the direction where Suzumabachi's life ended. Rest in peace. Your clan leader will handle everything. Chapter 90, Chapter 90. Whoosh. 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 More than 10 root ninja clad in black cloaks and wearing masks swiftly moved through the forest. Konoha was initially established in an endless, dense forest. Despite many years of development, there were still vast forests within Konoha's boundaries. This led to the division of numerous training grounds and the establishment of several highly confidential, hidden institutions in the forests. One such institution was the infamous Root Base. The Root Ninja, currently navigating the forest, were acting on orders from Danzo to capture Sasuke and those close to Suzumabachi, including Suzumabachi's son, colleagues, friends, and mentors. However, before they could split into two teams to capture their targets, a figure appeared in their sight. One person detected, identified as Sasuke, refusal to comply with a 90% probability. Initiate capture plan immediately. Having identified their primary target for the mission, the Root Ninja wasted no time and immediately moved to capture. Wind release. The foremost Root Ninja began to perform his most proficient wind release technique. Suddenly, a gust of wind surged. Before he could react, a hand clasped his neck. Too slow. He heard this just before his neck was snapped with a crack. As his body fell and his eyes closed for the last time, his final sight was of his comrades being effortlessly slaughtered by the man who was supposed to be Sasuke. He definitely isn't Sasuke. With these lingering doubts and worries, the Root Ninja finally closed his eyes. He wasn't alone in his thoughts. Many of his comrades shared the same confusion in their dying moments. Before departing, they had reviewed Sasuke's personal information. By all accounts, he was a medical ninja who spent most of his time in the Konoha hospital. Even though he had recently gained some renown, it was for his medical expertise. Nothing suggested he was the ruthless killer before them. Initially, the Root Ninja had confidence in their ability to capture the target. But now, seeing their comrades unable to last more than one round against Sasuke, they realized the intruder's strength far exceeded their expectations. Although the remaining Root Ninja weren't afraid to die, they decided against futile resistance and turned to flee. Hot blood splattered through the air, some landing on the thick trees, standing out vividly. Jensenu, casually discarding the blood-stained kunai, glanced at the retreating backs of the surviving Root Ninja. He chose not to chase them immediately but instead trailed them at a moderate distance. Yamanaka Kaze was among the fleeing group. Having narrowly escaped death, Kaze remained calm and analytical, thinking, the person posing as Sasuke is using us to find the root base. His comrade coldly replied, we must not let the enemy succeed. I understand, Kaze nodded. I'll try to hold him off. No matter what happens, you all should run in the other direction. Reinforcements from Root will arrive soon. With the new plan quickly decided, one Root Ninja used himself as bait to distract Sasuke. During this brief respite, Kaze set traps and entrusted his body to a teammate, while the rest changed their course, moving away from the Root base. Meanwhile, having dealt with the distracting Root Ninja, Jensen noticed the fleeing direction of the remaining ninjas and narrowed his eyes. They figured out my plan and changed direction, huh? Although Hanari had copied many aspects of Konoha's layout from Yamanaka Inoichi, it did not include the location of the Root base. As the deepest, darkest part of Konoha, the Root's location was not known even to high-ranking officials like Inoichi. Of course, even if he had the ability, someone as cautious as Inoichi wouldn't pry into Root matters. It seems I'll have to find out myself. Regretting his earlier haste, Jensenu increased his speed, no longer intending to toy with the remaining Root ninjas. Boom. Passing by a tree, a concealed explosive tag trap detonated. Through the thick smoke, Jensenu emerged unscathed, maintaining his speed. Whoosh. 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 Kunai flew at him from all directions. Jensenu effortlessly deflected them and, without looking, flung a kunai back, pinning something to a tree behind him. Got him. The object pinned was Kaze's cursed puppet, designed to trap the enemy's soul. Kaze, his spirit within the puppet, momentarily felt elation. Mind transfer puppet curse technique. This Yamanaka clan technique allowed the user to switch places with the target's soul through the cursed puppet. If the puppet was attacked, the target's soul would be sealed within, and the user's soul would transfer to the enemy's body. Kaze was about to force Gensu's body into self-destruction, even at the cost of his own life. But in the next moment, he froze. Why isn't it working? He found his soul still within the puppet. Sasuke turned to look at him calmly and said, I have experienced life and death, my soul tempered in the afterlife and back to the living world. Do you think your technique could pull it out? Had it been a Mangekyo-level genjutsu, it might have affected his fragmented soul. But a direct pull of his soul was a futile effort. Life and death. The afterlife. Your Hagoromo Gensou. Realizing the truth, Kaze's eyes widened in horror. If it was true, both Root and Lord Danzo were in grave danger. You. Kaze wanted to say more but couldn't. As the puppet crumbled, his soul dissipated. The powerful soul-swapping technique, once failed, resulted in severe backlash. Without Gensu doing anything, the unsuccessful attempt had already killed Yamanaka Kaze. Gensu glanced at the lifeless body and continued after the remaining ninjas. Chapter 91. In the remote and gloomy forest, the clash of metal, groans, and the sound of bodies hitting the ground echoed continuously. With the last wave of dust settling, everything quickly returned to calm. This was the restricted forest area designated by Konoha. Except for the Root ninja, neither villagers nor ordinary Konoha ninja were allowed to enter. Due to the remote location, even if there was intense fighting here, there was still no reaction from within Konoha village. Even if nearby Konoha ninja sensed something was wrong, because of the notorious reputation of Root and Danzo, they would not dare to act without orders from the village. At this moment, in a clearing filled with kunai, shuriken, and strewn with corpses. Holding up a Root ninja so that their eyes were level with his own, Gensu's pitch-black pupils spun rapidly as if forming seals. A minute later, having gathered enough information, Gensu casually tossed the Root ninja aside. Thud. The back of the fallen ninja's head struck the tip of a shuriken embedded in the ground, ensuring his death. Thus, the entire team sent to capture Sasuke and Tobidara was annihilated. I changed the name of the character. I didn't like it. Now is a little better. Gensu didn't linger. His figure flashed as he quickly headed towards the location of the Root base according to the information he had gathered. 10 minutes later. Gensu stopped, looking around at what seemed like just another ordinary forest area, indistinguishable from any other part of the forest. However, the infamous Root base of Konoha was hidden here. Following the information copied from the Root ninja, Gensu quickly formed a series of hand seals. Soon, an invisible barrier dissipated. 10 meters ahead, what appeared to be just a part of the forest revealed a cold iron gate leading downwards. This was the headquarters officially referred to as the ANBU Training Department. Boom. Gensu had no interest in formalities. With a punch, he shattered the iron gate and strode inside. Who goes there? How dare you? Impudent. The two Root ninjas stationed at the gate, responsible for recording the comings and goings, were first dumbfounded as they watched the symbolic gate of the Root base being forcibly broken. This was unprecedented in decades. Then, seeing someone who was clearly not a Root ninja boldly walking in without any attempt at stealth, their faces turned cold. Without needing to ask, they used the body flicker technique, full of killing intent, to charge at the intruder, determined to take him down. The next second. Bang. Bang. The two ninja were sent flying like cannonballs, embedding deeply into the wall with a crash, blood seeping from their masks, barely alive. Step. 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 Firm, resolute footsteps echoed through the closed and cold underground base. Dare? Impudent. Gensu emerged from the shadows, looking at the fully activated Root base ahead, calmly declaring, today, Root will be erased from the ninja world. The alarm at the Root base blared incessantly. In a secret room, Danzo's already gloomy face turned even darker as he listened to the increasingly intense and approaching sounds from above. Soon, a Root ninja arrived to report, Danzo-sama, an intruder has breached the base. One person. Danzo squinted in surprise, who is it? The ninja replied, based on appearance, it is tentatively identified as Sasuke. Impossible. Danzo immediately dismissed this absurd conclusion. It couldn't be that unremarkable medical ninja Sasuke from the records. Knowing his identity is exposed, instead of fleeing, he dares to attack us. How bold. Danzo's tone was icy. In all these years, he had never encountered someone who showed such disdain for Root. Gather the men, follow me, and eliminate the intruder. Danzo's cane struck the floor heavily as he gave the order. He wanted to see who dared to be so arrogant, thinking they had multiple lives. Danzo-sama, should we inform the village about the attack on Root? Aburaim Toryun, one of Danzo's bodyguards, asked. No need. Danzo refused without hesitation. Root's acceptance by the Konoha High Command was because it was also a sharp sword against the enemy. If one day it was found that the sword had dulled, then Root would have no reason to exist. Therefore, not only should they not inform Konoha, but they also had to conceal the situation. The key was to swiftly and completely eliminate the daring intruder. Danzo wasted no time, getting up and, with his cane tapping the floor, led Torian and a group of root ninja towards the battlefield. Whoosh! 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 A myriad of ninja tools shot at Jensenu from various dark corners. Jensenu didn't even look, his palm opened, and a violent gale dispersed all the tools. Suddenly, a sharp blade flashed. Jensu's gaze shifted to see a root ninja wielding a kunai wrapped in wind chakra, slicing through the gale and stabbing at him. Jensenu extended a finger. Clang! His finger, as hard as black iron, struck the attacking kunai. The force caused the root ninja's arm to bend back involuntarily. Rip! The sharp kunai pierced his heart. With disbelief, the ninja knelt and could not rise again. Jensenu walked past him, casually picking up the kunai that had just performed meritoriously, wrapping it in wind chakra, and with a single step, flashed into the midst of a charging group of root ninja. Bright flowers of blood bloomed continuously. Hearts, necks, eye sockets, back of heads. With each plain and unadorned stab, no matter how the root ninja resisted, they could only futilely fall, their eyes dimming. Blood flowed from their bodies, merging to form a long red carpet guiding Jensenu deeper into the base. Soon, led by the corpses of over 20 root ninja, Jensenu arrived at a spacious underground well. Just as he was about to crush an annoying little insect above his head. Wind release, vacuum sphere. A highly compressed air bullet shot at him like a bullet. Jensenu caught and crushed the vacuum sphere. He looked towards where it came from. Danzo, looking very conspicuous, stood on a suspended steel bridge with a large group of root ninja, his eyes cold, filled with killing intent and suspicion, staring hard at Jensenu. Seeing Jensenu stop. Finally, Danzo tapped his cane heavily and coldly asked, "Who are you?" Chapter 92, Chapter 92. In the underground well of the root base. Seeing his meticulously trained root ninja, each considered elite, lying dead in pools of blood, Danzo's face was full of rage and killing intent. But the next second, upon seeing the culprit responsible for all this, strolling leisurely as if on a picnic, Danzo's pupils slightly contracted. He knew the strength of his root ninja all too well. Even someone as elite as Hitaki Kakashi couldn't have killed so many without sustaining any injuries. Who exactly are you? Looking at the person still wearing Sasuke's face, Danzo couldn't help but repeat the question. Who am I? Jensenu paused. With the prey almost caught, he wasn't in a hurry. Jensenu first touched his own face, then raised an eyebrow and said, "Almost forgot, I'm still wearing this face. Since you're so desperate to know who I am, then I'll show you." Jensenu looked at Danzo with a smirk, and with a swipe of his right hand over his face. The next second, under Danzo and his men's gaze, a younger but even more intimidating face appeared before them. Hagoromo Gensou. First to recognize him, Torian, in a shaken voice, identified the intruder, insects flying uncontrollably from his body due to his agitation. Crack Danzo's hand gripped his cane tightly, causing long cracks to form on it. This man, feared, cursed, and hated across the ninja world, had finally made Danzo lose his composure, his face full of shock and surprise. He never expected that the fish he caught following the Tobidara lead would be this big. Feeling an unprecedented crisis, Danzo's body tensed. While his face remained composed, maintaining the dignity of a Konoha advisor, he coldly questioned, "Jensenu, by breaking into the root base and killing root ninja, are you declaring war on Konoha?" War. Don't trivialize such a serious word. Jensenu chuckled and shook his head, a real war doesn't look like this. Saying this, Jensenu glanced around, his eyes sweeping over the corpses of root ninja on the ground, and finally spread his hands, saying, "In my eyes, it's just a one-sided slaughter, like butchering chickens." Bang. Danzo couldn't hold back anymore, crushing the head of his cane in his grip, his face extremely grim. Arrogant. Jensenu. This is no longer your era. You will regret today's actions. Attack. With killing intent rising, Danzo decisively gave the order. As for asking why Jensenu had stormed in, given the connection between Tobidara and Aoi, he already knew the answer. Indeed. He had caught the right person. Tobidara was a hidden threat, a tumor lurking within Konoha. Whoosh. 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 Despite knowing they faced the infamous Jensenu, under Danzo's command, all the root ninja attacked without hesitation. Danzo stood his ground. Knowing his men could only buy time, he swiftly removed the bandages from his right arm and unsealed the containers attached to it. For Konoha, no matter how many subordinates died, he had to take down the extremely dangerous Jensenu today. Once done, he would solve Konoha's crisis and uncover Jensu's secrets. Clang. Golden sealing containers fell from his arm, hitting the ground with a thud. Feeling the overwhelming power surging through his arm, and touching his most precious right eye still wrapped in bandages, Danzo's eyes glinted with cold light as he looked at Jensenu. Earth release, rock rain. Earth release, earth flow river. Lightning release, 16 pillar bindings. Knowing Jensenu possessed dark release, the root ninja used more tangible and supportive jutsu. But it was still useless. Unaware that Danzo was planning against him, Jensenu casually punched out, shattering the earth flow wall in front of him. Before the hidden root ninja could react, a fragment of the wall, flicked by Jensenu, struck their forehead like a bullet, piercing their brain and creating a large hole, spilling blood and brain matter. Genjutsu, Hell's Flames. Boom! Suddenly, Jensenu found himself engulfed in fierce flames, swallowing half his body in an instant. Without feeling any pain, Jensenu calmly watched, then turned to a nearby root ninja, saying flatly, "Not quite hot enough." With those words, the flames on Jensu's body vanished. Instead, the root ninja suddenly began to struggle violently, collapsing after a few breaths, lifeless. To counter his imperfect soul, genjutsu was a good choice. But it depended on who cast it. The same genjutsu from an ordinary ninja and from Uchiha Itachi were worlds apart. Casually breaking the neck of another root ninja who rushed to stop him, Jensenu looked at Danzo, who was fiddling with his right arm while heavily guarded by his men. With Danzo around, root members scattered throughout the base would keep coming to their deaths. Perfect for his plan to wipe out root completely. So, Jensenu wasn't in a hurry. But, root members were not weeds that would keep growing back. Counting the bodies on the ground, there shouldn't be many left. Time to speed things up. As Jensenu thought this, a purple figure charged at him. Just as Jensenu was about to strike, he sensed something and dodged for the first time. Pity. Removing his protective suit, revealing his purple skin, Torian looked at Jensenu with regret. Unlike other clan members, Torian's body housed highly poisonous nano-sized insects due to his special ability. He was immune to the toxins, but anyone else who touched him would be infected, the toxins destroying cells and causing death. Even the famous Jensenu wouldn't be an exception. But Jensenu had sensed and avoided it. The Aburame clan's special nano-insects. Impressive to make me feel threatened. Jensenu looked at Torian, a bit surprised. But knowing the opponent's characteristics made dealing with him easy. Chapter 93, Chapter 93. As the sounds of battle gradually subsided, the thick scent of blood quickly spread throughout the entire base. Jensenu held a water whip in his right hand, tightly coiled around Torian's neck, strangling him as he looked towards the now unprotected Danzo and smiled faintly. "All your men are dead, yet you remain so composed." In response, Danzo, using his sleeve to cover his right arm, remained utterly unmoved, his old face cold and indifferent. Sacrificing for Konoha is their honor. In fact, he had already unsealed his right arm and could have joined the fight earlier. However, the opponent this time was Hagoromo Gensou, who had once fought against the first Five Kage. The number of ninjas in the root base was still too few. Knowing these men would hardly be effective in a real battle, Danzo had no hesitation in using them as expendable pawns, sacrificing their lives to exhaust Jensu's chakra and stamina. Not everyone had the special physique of Hashirama Senju. No matter how strong Jensenu was, his chakra and stamina were finite. Exhausting part of it would increase his chances of winning the upcoming battle. As for the fact that all his subordinates were dead, Konoha never lacked talent. As long as he remained, so would Root. When the time came, having absorbed all of Jensu's secrets, he would create an even stronger Root, perhaps even a stronger Konoha. Danzo's eyes glowed with greed and determination as he looked at Jensenu. "Jensenu, your arrogance will be your downfall. Although Konoha no longer has the first Hokage, it is still powerful. Today, I will stand in for the first Hokage and bury you once again." "Bury me?" Jensenu seemed to hear the biggest joke, laughing. "I'm curious where your courage comes from." Danzo snorted coldly, saying no more. His confidence naturally came from the combined powers of Wood Release and the Sharingan, the two most powerful forces in the ninja world. No matter how powerful Jensenu was, he was still defeated by the first Hokage, who wielded Wood Release. Now, his right arm not only possessed Wood Release but also the Sharingan, even the Manjiki Sharingan. Drip, drip, the sound of blood dripping from bodies echoed in the cold, empty root base. Perhaps a few moments, perhaps many moments passed. When the sound of blood droplets ceased, Danzo swiftly formed the hand seals for boar, pig, and sheep, and then attacked first. Wind Release, Shuriken. Dozens of shuriken, infused with Wind Release chakra, turned into rapidly spinning giant fans, hurtling towards Jensenu. Don't bother with such tricks. Without even glancing at the incoming shuriken, Jensu's figure moved, turning into a fierce wind. In an instant, he was in front of Danzo, whose pupils contracted slightly, and punched. Boom. An invisible shockwave rolled out in all directions. Danzo raised his hands to block the incoming punch. Despite this, he was forced back, his legs carving long tracks into the hard ground. Seeing Jensenu about to make another move, Danzo quickly opened his mouth, and two thin needles formed of wind-release chakra shot towards Jensu's eyes. Danzo probably should have competed for the position of Kazekage rather than Hokage. With his proficiency in wind release, even Jensenu couldn't help but be impressed. But against him, relying on this alone was far from enough. Jensenu tilted his head, dodging the needles, while his right foot swung forward like a battle axe. Danzo, unable to dodge in time, was sent flying, crashing into a thick wall behind him, creating a large hole, embedding himself deeply. Thick smoke and dust covered Danzo. Using the obscured vision to his advantage, Jensenu summoned a shadow clone. "Is this what you call burying me?" As the real Jensenu sank into the ground, the shadow clone spoke, giving Danzo no chance to recover as he charged into the dust, aiming to end it swiftly. Wood release, great tree spear. A giant tree suddenly extended from the dust. Jensenu quickly retreated, chuckling. Wood release. Is that your trump card? A counterfeit is still a counterfeit. Compared to Hashirama's wood release, it's far inferior. Jensenu extended his right hand, the sound of 1,000 birds chirping echoed. As the great tree spear closed in, the Chidori transformed into the Chidori sharp spear, slicing the great tree spear in two. Had Danzo not dodged in time, his right arm would have been severed as well. Screech. In an instant, lightning flashed again. Before Danzo, clutching his right arm, could steady himself. Jensu's shadow clone, as quick as lightning, charged with the Chidori in hand. In an instant, the Chidori pierced Danzo's heart, leaving him with an expression of disbelief, panic, and despair. Your words don't seem to match your strength. Looking at the blood-spitting Danzo, Jensenu leaned in and whispered into his ear. The show is over. The sound of the Chidori dissipated. Jensu's shadow clone withdrew his hand, taking a step back. With a thud, Danzo knelt heavily on the ground. Konoha. He tried to say something, but no strength remained. His left hand futilely reached out towards Jensenu, only to fall halfway. It's over. Looking at the now lifeless Danzo, Jensenu calmly announced, then looked up at the sky and said, Tobidara, I have avenged you, before turning to leave the root base. However, in the next second, a familiar voice sounded behind him. It's truly over. Jensenu changed his expression, and was about to turn around when an old hand suddenly gripped his shoulder. Binding curse seal. Black curse marks rapidly spread from Jensu's shoulder to his entire body. Jensenu felt his body go numb, unable to move. How could this be? He started to speak, only to see the unscathed Danzo walking up to him, coldly facing him. I told you, today I will bury you. With a triumphant smile, Danzo finally declared. Jensenu, everything of yours belongs to me. The next second. Their eyes met. Manjikyu Sharingan activated. Koto Ematsukami. Chapter 94, Chapter 94. Koto Ematsukami. The Manjikyu Sharingan from Shisui in Danzo's right eye socket spun rapidly, unleashing the most powerful genjutsu known as Koto Ematsukami. The outcome was decided. There would be no further complications. Seeing Jensenu already deep within the genjutsu, his perception fundamentally altered according to Danzo's instructions. It wouldn't be long before this formidable enemy became a loyal and reliable subordinate who accepted Danzo's ideology. Danzo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Moreover, realizing that all of Jensu's ninjutsu, secret techniques, Kekkei, and most importantly, the mystery of his resurrection would soon belong to him, Danzo no longer felt any sorrow for his fallen subordinates. Instead, a rare expression of extreme joy appeared on his face. What did Jensenu matter? Under his scheme, Jensenu had become a prisoner. Having resolved such a significant threat to Konoha and the ninja world, and with Jensenu set to become his ally, Danzo's power would increase significantly, potentially enabling him to live a second life. At that moment, Danzo's ambition soared. Given such a significant achievement, the Hokage position should belong to him. Once he became Hokage, he would surpass Hiruzen and lead Konoha to true greatness. For the sake of Konoha, the position of the fifth Hokage must remain unoccupied. Danzo immediately thought of Orochimaru, well suited for such dirty work. Or perhaps have Jensenu do it. No one would know that Jensenu was his man. Looking at Jensenu, who was motionless under the influence of Koto Ematsukami, Danzo touched the cross-shaped scar on his chin, fantasizing about a glorious future. Suddenly, a dark figure moved swiftly in front of him, and a left hand reached for his right eye socket. Oh! Danzo screamed as his right eye socket turned into a bloody cavity. The eyeball that had been there fell into the intruder's left hand. At that moment, looking at the Manjikyu Sharingan with its blood-red base and black blade-like pattern in his hand, Jensenu smiled slightly. Got it. For Jensenu, with an imperfect soul, his greatest fear was undoubtedly genjutsu targeting the soul. Conveniently, Danzo had such a powerful tool, Uchiha Shisui's Manjikyu Sharingan, known for its strongest genjutsu. Jensenu did not want to experience the effects of Konoha Tsukumi. Understanding Danzo's lust for power and his desperation to uncover the secret of resurrection, Jensenu devised a plan using a shadow clone as bait. With Konoha Tsukumi in play, Danzo would prioritize controlling Jensenu. Everything unfolded as expected. One had to admit, Danzo's acting was excellent. Anyone unaware of his use of Izanagi might have been fooled by his performance before his death, unknowingly falling into his trap. But Jensenu, remembering the kunai incident with Susanoo from years past, was not deceived. Instead, he played along, leading the cunning Danzo into a major blunder, forcing him to reveal Konoha Tsukumi. How could this be? Recovering from the pain of losing his eye, Danzo looked up to see Jensenu holding the Manjiki Sharingan. He then saw the Jensenu caught in Konoha Tsukumi dissolve into a shadow clone. When did you? Danzo raged. He couldn't fathom how, during a battle where Jensenu clearly held the upper hand, he managed to switch with a shadow clone. Could my capabilities have been exposed? Normal caution wouldn't reach such an extent. Danzo immediately considered the possibility of leaked information. But given Jensenu had only recently been resurrected, he shouldn't have known about Danzo's right arm. Only a few Root researchers and Orochimaru knew the truth. Root members had the tongue curse seal, preventing them from leaking information. So, did Orochimaru betray him? Recalling Orochimaru's previous encounter with Jensenu, Danzo's face darkened. Now wasn't the time to pursue that. Without his trump card, facing Jensenu again, Danzo finally sensed the presence of death. The fun is over. Let's get back to the main event. Danzo, your time has come. Having no more distractions, Jensenu moved to strike. Damn it. Feeling the heavy pressure, Danzo quickly formed the 3 seals to activate Izanagi. Then, he faced Jensu's relentless assault. A minute later. Jensenu threw Danzo's battered body to the ground, patiently waiting. Soon. Danzo's body vanished before his eyes. Jensenu turned to a nearby pillar, saying calmly. Izanagi, a forbidden technique that sacrifices one Sharingan to alter reality. People today might not understand, but in the Warring States period, many perished to this Uchiha technique. Danzo, his face dark, emerged from behind the pillar. No longer hopeful, he drew a kunai, refusing to give up. I refuse to believe you have no limits, Jensenu. Determined to use Izanagi's invincibility, Danzo resolved to outlast Jensenu. Thus, time passed as Danzo fought Jensenu with reckless abandon, exchanging blows. However, his efforts were in vain. Thud. Jensenu once again threw Danzo's broken body to the ground, glancing at the exposed Sharingan on his right arm and counting them with a smile. I do have limits, Danzo, but you clearly aren't putting enough pressure on me. Reviving once more, Danzo finally realized the situation. He counted the remaining Sharingan on his right arm, his face twitching, then turned and fled. This was Konoha. He could summon more Konoha ninja. No matter the cost, he had to outlast Jensenu. He hadn't lost yet. Chapter 95, Chapter 95. The feared darkness of the ninja world, Shimura Danzo, was fleeing desperately within his own base. Watching Danzo flee like a dog, Jensenu shook his head. In the end, he was old, no longer the daring and aggressive man of his youth. Even his philosophy of supporting the great tree of Konoha from the shadows had gradually been corrupted by power. Konoha was in trouble, and he remained unmoved. This perfectly illustrated the current behavior of Root under Danzo's leadership. Of course, this had nothing to do with Jensenu. His purpose for coming here was simply to avenge a traitor but principled clan member. Now, only one person remained. With a flick of his toe, a kunai fell into Jensu's hand. He looked in the direction Danzo had fled, seemingly moving slowly, but in reality, the distance between them was closing rapidly. Huff huff huff, Danzo panted heavily. Since the battle in the Land of Rain over 10 years ago, where he was brutally beaten by Nagato, he had mostly been plotting in the shadows, rarely showing himself. It had been a long time since he felt the taste of battle, escape, or even death. At this moment, it felt like the day he was pursued by the elite Cloud Ninja led by the Kin and Jin brothers. But this time, there was no Hiruzen or even the actual second Hokage to stay behind. For countless nights, regretting that he had hesitated for a moment, and thus losing his chance at becoming Hokage, Danzo now knew that even if he could go back and say those words earlier, their meaning would have completely changed. Occasionally turning his head, he looked nervously at the beast chasing him, Jensenu, panting more heavily. Seeing the distance between them closing, his face showed a determined look as he formed hand seals and shouted. Explode. Boom. Behind him, a violent explosion sounded. As a hidden base, Root was not only guarded by ninjas but also equipped with various traps. Danzo's escape might have seemed random, but he was deliberately passing by various trap rooms. As the leader of Root, he controlled the activation of these traps. Boom. 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 Trap after trap was triggered. The vast root base trembled violently with the continuous explosions. The commotion was so great that many Konoha ninja in the village sensed it. That's the direction of the root base. Reading his favorite book, Kakashi turned to look towards the explosions. Having experienced root himself, he quickly recognized it. "What's wrong, Kakashi?" asked Might Guy, eager for another sparring match with his friend. "Something's happened. I hope it's not a big deal." Kakashi put down his book, frowning as he and Guy headed quickly towards the Hokage's office. Not just Kakashi, other Konoha ninja also reported the unusual activity. Soon, under the orders of the Konoha High Command, a large group of ninja headed towards the root base. Danzo's actions successfully drew the village's attention. If he could hold out a little longer, the Konoha reinforcements he hoped for would arrive. But the problem was that the traps he had hoped would slow Jensenu were having little effect. The most they did was tear Jensu's clothes a bit. As for Jensenu himself, he remained unscathed. Soon, amidst Danzo's unwilling roar, Jensenu caught up, stabbing the fleeing men several times. As before, with Sharingan still in use, Danzo's body disappeared again. When he reappeared, he put more distance between them and ran towards the base exit without looking back. The following events became somewhat monotonous. Jensenu would catch up to Danzo, kill him, Danzo would reappear, and the cycle repeated several times. Finally breaking out of the root base, Danzo looked up at the scorching sun, feeling a strange sense of emotion, having been in the darkness for so long. Until a familiar voice sounded behind him. "After this, you'll only have one Sharingan left." With those words, Jensenu appeared behind Danzo. Using the same kunai, he stabbed him in the heart again. Danzo's body trembled as he used his last bit of strength to look at his right arm. The once terrifying arm, covered with numerous Sharingan, now had most of them closed. Only two remained open. No, one was already closing slowly. Danzo fell silent. In his final moment, he glanced complexly towards Konoha before his body disappeared again. As before. Reappearing, Danzo had no courage to look back, continuing to flee miserably. But he was ultimately too old. "This is the last time," Jensenu said, appearing behind him, preparing to strike. To his surprise, Danzo suddenly turned around. No longer showing panic or fear, his face was now full of determination, coldness, and intense killing intent. Thud. Danzo lunged forward, thrusting his chest onto the kunai Jensenu had just raised. Grabbing Jensu's arm holding the kunai, Danzo's voice was both calm and frenzied. "Jensenu. Enemy of Konoha. Even if it costs my life, I'll drag you to hell with me." Reverse 4 symbol seal. Terrifying black blood instantly sprayed from Danzo's body. Realizing he only had one Sharingan left, Danzo's mind cleared. Understanding that escaping Jensenu was impossible, he decided to sacrifice himself. Feigning an attempt to escape, he had actually abandoned his final chance at resurrection, using his body as bait. When Jensenu predictably caught up and struck, Danzo turned to trap him, decisively using the self-destructive reverse 4 symbol seal. Just like Hiruzen using the Reaper Death seal. Hiruzen. This time, like you, I'll sacrifice myself to take down a powerful enemy. Konoha. In his final moments, Danzo instinctively thought of his old friend. But before he could think further. Suddenly. A powerful force broke his grip. Danzo quickly looked up to see Jensenu easily breaking free, retreating swiftly from the black blood without being touched. "No." Danzo's face was full of despair. Jensenu calmly commented. "A final desperate move, a good idea. But useless." Chapter 96, Chapter 96. Danzo, nearing 70 years old, could not bind Jensenu despite using all his strength. As for the reverse 4 symbol seal. While the released black blood was indeed terrifying, its full power unfolded gradually. During this time, Jensenu could easily outpace the spreading black blood with his swift speed. Moreover, Jensenu had long been wary of Danzo's final self-destructive move. Danzo had hoped to catch him off guard, but he had thought too much. "It's over." Seeing everything before him, Jensenu calmly announced. Fortunately, he had already extracted Uchiha Shirsue's Manjikyu Sharingan from Danzo's eye. It would have been a great pity to follow Danzo into the afterlife. No. For Konoha. Jensenu. You must die. You must die. Danzo's face was full of resentment and hatred. Desperate, he used his last strength to charge at Jensenu. But no matter how hard he tried, the distance between them only grew. Finally, as his body was dragged into the abyss by the black blood, Danzo's one eye remained fixed on Jensenu until he was completely swallowed. As the caster, Danzo completely vanished, and the rapidly expanding black blood sphere spread in all directions. Standing far away on a treetop, Jensenu watched the explosion site of the reverse 4 symbol seal. Soon, everything ended. A huge crater nearly 100 meters wide appeared before him. Everything above the crater, including Danzo, had been swallowed clean by the reverse four symbol seal. Sealing techniques are indeed unreasonable. After a brief sigh, Jensenu, having finally dealt with the root forces that had been spying on him since the conflict in Tanzaku town, looked towards Konoha, where a large group of ninja was heading his way. Jensu's figure flashed. Instead of leaving, he returned to the root base. After killing and looting, it was time to collect the spoils. While chasing Danzo in the underground base, he had glimpsed many valuable items. After all, it was the headquarters of Root. Gold, ninja tools, secret techniques, and intelligence were one thing. What truly interested Jensenu were the advanced scientific equipment and precious materials far superior to those in his previous lab. Thinking about possibly grabbing something from the Konoha hospital, he no longer had to worry. Finding a stash of storage scrolls in the Root base's warehouse, Jensenu packed up all the advanced equipment he coveted. He also collected other items that caught his eye. Finally, he paused briefly in the chamber where Tobidara had self-immolated, then left. Almost as soon as he left, the Konoha reinforcements arrived. At first glance, they saw the enormous semicircular crater above the base. Coupled with the Root ninja corpses they found along the way, it was clear that Root had suffered an unprecedented attack. It's worse than I thought. Raising his headband, Kakashi, who was unfamiliar with the reverse four symbol seal, focused on the completely destroyed entrance of the Root base. Hearing no sounds of fighting from within and seeing no Root ninja coming out to greet them, Kakashi had the worst suspicion. He solemnly ordered, maintain a B-rank battle formation. Stay vigilant at all times when entering the Root base, and no one is to leave the group without permission. Understood. The ninjas present were all elites of Konoha and knew exactly what to do. Might Guy, giving a thumbs up, said, my youthful spirit is burning. Fully aware of the seriousness of the situation when his eternal rival Kakashi showed such a grave expression, Guy was even prepared to open the 8 gates. But to everyone's surprise, as they passed through the entrance and descended into the Root base, which they had only heard of by name, they found no danger. All they saw were lifeless bodies of Root ninjas. As for enemy bodies, there were none. Though normally wary of Root and its ninjas, considering them part of Konoha, seeing them all dead within the village itself left the Konoha ninjas silent. During the subsequent investigation, Kakashi and the others carefully examined the scene and the bodies of all the fallen Root ninjas, coming to a grim conclusion. The destruction of the Root base was the work of a single person. One person wiped out the entire Root. Who could do such a thing? Asuma, who had arrived as well, lit a cigarette to calm himself and asked. That was Root. Even more terrifying than the Konoha Anbu. Not even the Hokage could have caused this much devastation. Kakashi's mind suddenly flashed to one person. But without evidence, he didn't dwell on it. Instead, he looked around and, frowning, asked, now there's another critical issue. Where is Elder Danzo? As one of Konoha's advisory elders, Danzo's status was second only to the Hokage, a matter of great concern for everyone present. Despite finding no danger within the Root base and dispersing to search, they could not find any trace of Elder Danzo. Could it have something to do with that crater on the surface? Someone cautiously suggested. Kakashi's face darkened. If that were the case, it would be a disaster. The complete annihilation of Root and the possible death of Elder Danzo quickly spread back to Konoha. It caused an uproar, and the entire village was immediately on high alert. As many puzzled villagers watched, a large number of Konoha ninjas moved swiftly across the rooftops. The alert level of Konoha village was raised to the highest. With the 5th Hokage away at the Five Kage Summit, the remaining 2 Konoha advisors quickly stepped up to handle the situation. I will go to the Root base myself. I need to see if Elder Danzo is truly dead. With a serious and slightly sad expression, Hamura said to his last remaining old friend, I leave the village in your hands. Also, inform Tsunade, but don't make her rush back. Leaving the Five Kage Summit in a hurry will only make the other Kage look down on Konoha. I understand. Koharu replied solemnly, be careful. Yes. Chapter 97, Chapter 97. With Konoha's alert level raised to its highest and villagers almost being herded into evacuation shelters, the instigator, Jensenu, was in no hurry to leave. After securing a large pile of scrolls sealed with spoils of war, he disguised himself to avoid unnecessary trouble. Walking through the chaotic streets, he purposefully made his way to the Hokage's office. Due to the incident with the Root, the village's defense needed a lot of manpower, causing the originally heavily guarded Hokage building to lower its protection levels. Jensenu easily bypassed both the visible and hidden lines of defense around the Hokage building, entering this place that represented the highest authority in Konoha. It was already night. With the Hokage, the 5th, absent, the Hokage building was pitch black inside. Following the intel obtained from the information found in the Root, Jensenu quietly approached a secret room with a ceiling barrier. Noticing the 2 Umbu guarding the door and the hidden sentries in the shadows, Jensenu knew he had found the right place. Moments later, there was a faint sound of bodies hitting the ground. Holding the last conscious but powerless Umbu, Jensenu locked eyes with him, swiftly using his eye technique to invade the ninja's brain and search for the relevant information. Oh! The memory related to the secret room has been sealed. Jensenu was a bit surprised. But he didn't mind. Given the vast difference in strength and the high concealment of the eye technique from Haneri when extracting memories, the relevant memory still opened up to him quickly. After discarding the now useless Umbu, Jensenu began forming hand seals in front of the secret room's door. Moments later, the sealing barrier on the door dissipated. The door opened. Before him was a room where the floor, walls, and even the ceiling were covered with intricate sealing techniques. In the center stood a lone stone platform. Jensu's gaze fell on the large scroll placed on the stone platform. This was his target. The famous Scroll of Seals of Konoha. After resolving the issues with his body, Jensenu turned his attention to his soul. This was one of the reasons he came to Konoha. According to his plan, the reanimation jutsu and the dead demon-consuming seal recorded in the Scroll of Seals would greatly aid him in restoring his soul. Thus, before leaving, he specifically came to the Hokage's office. Just as he was about to reach for the Scroll of Seals, he paused. This is a high-level sealing technique from the Uzumaki clan. Looking again at the densely packed sealing techniques on the walls, floor, and ceiling, Jensenu, though not deeply versed in sealing techniques, could tell that these seals were all connected to the stone platform. More precisely, to the Scroll of Seals on the stone platform. If he were to touch the Scroll of Seals without following the proper procedure, not only would the book itself be instantly incinerated, but the room would also be set ablaze, destroying anyone inside. As expected, if it were that easy to take the Scroll of Seals, filled with Konoha's forbidden techniques, such techniques would have already spread across the ninja world. The fact that Naruto, who hadn't even graduated from the Ninja Academy, could sneak into the Hokage building and easily take the Scroll of Seals was a special case that wasn't worth comparing. Jensenu pondered the sealing techniques in the secret room. The guards outside didn't know the solution. Only the Hokage knew the solution. With Tsunade currently out of the village, Jensenu couldn't ask her even if he wanted to. This is troublesome. The Uzumaki clan sealing techniques were renowned in the ninja world for a reason. They had their unique strengths. Jensenu didn't think he could unravel them in a short time. Just then, a familiar ding sound echoed in his mind. Jensenu was surprised and immediately focused. Ding. Side mission, the true graduation test of Uzumaki Naruto. Mission description, the only student in the class who hasn't graduated, Uzumaki Naruto, is feeling very down. The host notices Mizuki approaching Naruto and whispering something, making Naruto excited. The host realizes the plot has officially begun. This is a good opportunity. The host can seize the moment, join in, and defeat the scheming Mizuki alongside Naruto. Mission reward, 10 seconds to read the Scroll of Seals. The third Hokage is watching you. 10 seconds is the maximum he will allow. This mission is quite interesting. Without hesitation, Jensenu accepted. Defeating Mizuki is easy, he's likely imprisoned in Konoha's high-security prison now. But how will I get the Scroll of Seals? Will it just appear? The third is long dead, so his watchful gaze shouldn't matter. Looking at the Scroll of Seals in front of him, Jensenu stroked his chin, pondering. Regardless, it was a stroke of luck that the system had once again provided a solution. With each completed mission, although the system's progress was far from reaching his true capabilities, it occasionally provided some surprising rewards. Gradually, the system is no longer the useless system it once was. Jensenu mused, feeling a mix of emotions. Finally, he took one last look at the sealed book, suspecting it might be related to the system's reward. To be safe, he decided not to touch it and even helped close the door before leaving. 5 minutes later, noticing a lack of response on the radio, Konoha's ninjas quickly arrived at the secret room. Oh no. The Scroll of Seals. Seeing their fallen comrades, some rushed to help, while others opened the barrierless door, anxiously peering inside. To their surprise, the sealed book was still there, intact. The sealing techniques in the room remained untouched. Relieved, the Konoha ninjas couldn't help but speculate. Did the intruder give up, knowing the purpose of these seals? Could the person who infiltrated the Scroll of Seals room be the same one who caused the incident with the root? Very likely. Report this immediately. Chapter 98, Chapter 98. The chaos from the root's annihilation wasn't even resolved when the secret room housing the Scroll of Seals was infiltrated. Unaware that the high-security prison would also be targeted, Konoha was in a state of frenzy. After leaving the Hokage building, Jensenu arrived at an ordinary house. Seeing the warm light inside, Jensenu knocked on the door. Soon, hurried footsteps sounded from within. Dad. As soon as the door opened, the person inside eagerly began to speak, but upon seeing who it was, he stopped, his joy turning to confusion, though he still politely asked, "Who are you?" Jensenu smiled at the boy. "I am a friend of your father's." May I come in? Of course. Believing in the good security of the Konoha residential area and not suspecting Jensou of being a bad person, the boy, Shoji, led him inside. It was a modest home, but clearly well kept and decorated with care, giving it a warm, cozy feel. After some brief conversation, Jensou looked around the room, his attention drawn to a few books on the couch that had clearly been read recently. The Will of Fire, new edition by the Third Hokage, the first Hokage who pacified the world, Chronicles of Konoha, Tales of Tenacity in the Shinobi World. You enjoy reading these kinds of books? Jensou asked, pointing at the books on the couch. Shoji's eyes lit up and he nodded vigorously. I want to learn from the respectable Hokage predecessors. After all, my dream is to become Hokage. Become Hokage. Seeing the fervent light in Shoji's eyes as he spoke of his dream, Jensou changed his initial plan. He had intended to take Shoji away from Konoha, back to his true family. Despite the root's fall, traces remained. It was only a matter of time before Konoha discovered the connection between him and Shoji. Although they wouldn't harm a child, Shoji's future prospects would be limited. But seeing Shoji's genuine desire to become Hokage, Jensou realized that imposing his own plans would only cause resistance. His father had asked Jensou not to burden his son with the Hagoromo name, clearly aware of Shoji's persistent dream. Konoha's ideological education is truly impressive, Jensou mused. At that moment, Shoji looked at Jensou and asked, Mr. Hagoromo, do you know where my dad is? He usually comes home around this time. He has gone far away. You will need to learn to take care of yourself from now on, Jensou replied. Is he on a mission? Leaving in such a hurry without telling me? Shoji muttered. I have to go now. Let me give you a gift, Jensou said, preparing to leave. A gift? That's not necessary. Well-mannered Shoji started to refuse. Suddenly, Jensou appeared behind him, pressing his fingers to Shoji's forehead. Shoji's eyes rolled back as he fell asleep, feeling his memories of meeting Jensou that night rapidly fading. This is for your own good. Although Konoha, led by Tsunade, won't probe a child's mind, they will still conduct routine inquiries. If you want to be a Konoha ninja, you should have no connection to me. With that, Jensou sealed Shoji's memories of him. Next, Jensou proceeded the study. He pulled out a scroll detailing training insights and, after reading it, quickly made some amendments. In the future, when Shoji pursued the path of a ninja and found his father's training insights, he would avoid many pitfalls and achieve greater success. Leaving behind more powerful jutsu or forbidden techniques would only lead to Umbu confiscating them and suspecting Shoji. By contrast, the training insights were unremarkable, even if they detailed many training issues. Others would merely think he was meticulous with a solid foundation. Jensou knew exactly what kind of gift to leave. Just as in the Warring States period, after eliminating those unworthy foes, he understood he couldn't leave without handling the aftermath properly. Neglecting the aftermath would cause more harm than good. Soon, he completed the modified training insights. Leaving the gift behind, Jensou bid farewell to Shoji. Taking one last look at the brightly lit village of Konoha, Jensou swiftly headed out of the village. Konoha High Security Prison. Located 6 kilometers outside Konoha village in a secluded and deserted area. Not every ninja wielding extraordinary powers is kind and gentle. Even in Konoha, known for its positive atmosphere, there were still plenty of wrongdoers. Like the person Jensou was looking for this time. Once a top instructor at the Konoha Ninja Academy and also his teacher, the man who tried to obtain the Scroll of Seals, Mizuki. After easily defeating the guards at the prison gate, Jensou calmly walked inside amidst the blaring alarms of the prison. Roar. 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 Kill them. Yes. Just like that. Young man, your skills are impressive. Time is of the essence. Open the cells quickly. You can't hold out alone, let us help you. Sir. Please, I beg you. Let me out. Release mine first. Or I'll kill you. Having just defeated a Konoha squad that had come to reinforce the prison, Jensou heard the loud whistling, banging, cheering, and cries for help from the prisoners on both sides of the hallway. Seeing the hated Konoha wardens defeated, the long-imprisoned inmates shouted excitedly, continuously demanding Jensou release them. Jensou glanced at them. Too noisy. With that, he flicked a shuriken on the ground with his toe. Whoosh. The head of the loudest, bulliest inmate was instantly split in two, dead beyond dead. Instantly. The entire prison fell silent. Chapter 99, Chapter 99. The moment the large inmate died, the previously noisy prison fell silent. However, the next second, an even louder commotion erupted. This time, the prisoners not only whistled and cheered but also hurled a barrage of insults at Jensou. Unwilling to tolerate their behavior, Jensou drew his kunai. Anyone who insulted him was immediately killed with a barrage of kunai. Soon, the prison was awash with blood. After more than half of the prisoners were dead, the prison finally fell silent. The remaining inmates, previously arrogant and terrifying, now cowered in their cells, trembling and afraid to even glance outside. They had thought their savior had come to break them out of prison. But it turned out to be a more terrifying executioner than the wardens. In a short time, Gensou had killed more prisoners than had died in the prison in over a decade. How could they not be terrified? At that moment, Gensou, the only one still standing in the prison, surveyed the scene with a blank expression. Seeing no one else daring to court death, he proceeded deeper into the prison. Given Konoha's ways, those imprisoned here were not necessarily the worst of the worst, but they had definitely committed numerous crimes. After being locked up in such a dark environment for so long, many of their minds had become twisted and extreme. For such people, even though the prison was Konoha's and the prisoners hated Konoha, Gensou's stance in his first and second lives was the same. Who said breaking into a prison meant freeing the prisoners inside? Even in ancient times, there were certain crimes for which pardons were not given. To Gensou, these people staying in prison was the best outcome for them. After eliminating the noise, Gensou quickly disarmed the prison's defenses and found Mizuki's cell. "Mizuki," Gensou called out to the dark cell. "Who are you?" A man emerged from the darkness, the first antagonist of the Hokage series, Mizuki. Unlike his gentle demeanor as a ninja school teacher, Mizuki had now transformed into a muscle-bound brute. Those unfamiliar with him would barely recognize him at first glance. Mizuki looked at Gensou with confusion. After spending some time in prison and a chance encounter with Orochimaru, who left a curse mark on his arm, Mizuki had grown considerably stronger. Recently, he had even persuaded the Wind and Thunder gods to join him in a breakout plan. Unexpectedly, someone had come to break him out today. Could it be someone sent by Orochimaru-sama? Mizuki wondered, excited by the powerful curse mark within him. Just as he was about to ask more questions, Gensou, having assessed him, nodded. "Yes, it's you." "You." Mizuki sensed something was wrong. Just as his expression changed and he prepared to act, an overwhelming force suddenly bore down on him. With a loud crash, Mizuki was hurled back, embedding deeply into the prison wall, unable to move. Ding! Side mission, the true graduation test of Uzumaki Naruto, completed. The host, alongside Uzumaki Naruto, defeated Mizuki, who harbored malice towards Konoha and coveted the sealed book. The third Hokage greatly appreciates your actions. Mission reward, 10 seconds to read the sealed book. Shifting his gaze from Mizuki, Gensou did not immediately accept the reward. If he had only 10 seconds to read the sealed book as described, the current environment was not suitable for reading. With the mission completed and nothing more to do, Gensou turned to leave. At that moment, a coarse voice suddenly called out, "You've taken down Mizuki. How will we eat now?" Gensou turned to see two extremely large men in a cell looking at him innocently. "Eat? What do you mean?" he asked, stopping out of curiosity. The two large men pointed to Mizuki and said, "Mizuki said he would take us to find someone who would give us lots of food. Now he can't go. How will we eat?" These were the simple-minded Raijin and Fujin. "If you stay in prison, you'll have food," Gensou replied casually, before leaving without further concern for the two gluttons. Watching Gensou leave, Fujin scratched his head and said, "He makes a good point." Thunder God agreed, "Then let's stay in prison and wait for food." The brothers quickly abandoned their escape plan and settled back in the prison, waiting for their next meal. Outside Konoha prison. Finding a secluded spot, Gensou accepted the side mission reward. The next second, a large scroll appeared before him. It's identical to the one in the Hokage building's secret room. With one glance, Gensou confirmed that the sealed book before him was identical to the one in the secret room, down to the patterns on the scroll. Is it a copy, or is it the original? With time limited, Gensou quickly opened the scroll of seals, ignoring other forbidden techniques, and immediately focused on the reanimation jutsu and the dead demon consuming seal, scanning the contents as quickly as possible. At the same time, in the Hokage building's secret room, the door, now newly sealed, was guarded by significantly more personnel. Yet, they couldn't have imagined that the scroll of seals, sitting securely on the stone platform, would suddenly vanish. The seals, which had just thwarted an intruder, showed no signs of activation. As if everything that happened was an illusion. 10 seconds later, the scroll of seals reappeared on the stone platform, just as it had been. Meanwhile, outside Konoha prison. After 10 seconds, Gensou tried to keep the scroll of seals in his hands to continue reading, but to his surprise, it turned from solid to intangible and vanished in an instant. When it said 10 seconds, it meant 10 seconds. Interesting. Seeing his empty hands, Gensou had witnessed another ability of the system firsthand. Fortunately, he had seen what he needed to see. With his excellent memory, he had committed the contents of the reanimation jutsu and the dead demon consuming seal to memory. This trip to Konoha was a complete success. Now, he would begin his plan to restore his soul. Once fully restored, it would be time to resume the path he had started long ago with the Kekkei Genkais. Chapter 100, Chapter 100. Konoha Village. Early the next morning. Sakura, yawning, headed to Konoha Hospital to continue her medical ninjutsu training. On her way, she once again encountered an equally tired and yawning Ino. Ino greeted her first. "Sakura, didn't you sleep well last night either?" Sakura nodded. "Yeah, it felt like there were a lot of people walking on the roof." Ino could relate. "It was fine at my place, but a lot of clan members were woken up and left during the night. My dad was one of them. I don't know what happened, but it made it hard to sleep." Despite their potential, the two girls were still just genin and unaware of the major events of the previous night. However, soon enough, when two Umbu suddenly appeared in front of them, requesting their cooperation for an investigation, and then asking many questions about Dr. Sasuke, Sakura and Ino exchanged bewildered and surprised glances. So, what exactly happened? In the Land of Iron, at the Five Kage Summit. Unaware of the news from Konoha, Tsunade, accompanied by Shizune and Naruto, had traveled day and night to reach the Land of Iron. After meeting with Mifune and getting a good night's rest, they proceeded as planned to the specially prepared conference room for the long-awaited second Five Kage Summit with the other four Kage. When Tsunade and her team arrived, the third Hokage, Inoki, was already seated, with Kuratsuchi and Akatsuki standing behind him. "Inoki, it's been a while," Tsunade greeted with a smile. During the Ninja World Wars, when she, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru were a team, they often fought against Iwa Nin. There was an incident where they were surrounded by Iwa Nin, and in a critical situation, Orochimaru suggested killing the severely injured Jiraiya, a memory Tsunade remembered well. If she recalled correctly, Inoki was the commander of the Iwa Nin troops during that incident. Hearing her, Inoki looked over, smiling. "Tsunade, I didn't expect you to become Hokage. Things develop unexpectedly, just like you still being the third Hokage," Tsunade replied casually as she took her seat. Inoki sighed, shaking his head. "There's no helping it. Not everyone has Konoha's abundance of talent. Isn't there new talent?" Tsunade glanced past the familiar Akatsuki and looked at Kuratsuchi. Inoki responded, "This is my granddaughter, just here to gain experience. Don't praise her too much." Despite his words, Inoki's expression was far brighter than before, clearly pleased with Kuratsuchi. "Granddaughter? She doesn't look like it at all," a voice suddenly spoke in the conference room. It was Naruto. Initially overwhelmed by the reality of attending the Five Kage Summit and meeting the legendary Kage, Naruto had been excited and a bit nervous, behaving unusually subdued upon arrival. However, after a while, he relaxed, realizing the legendary Hokage was just a kind old man. When he heard Inoki mention Kuratsuchi was his granddaughter, he earnestly compared them and then, disbelieving, voiced his thoughts quietly. In the conference room, everyone had sharp hearing. Instantly, Inoki's cheerful face stiffened. Tsunade suppressed a laugh, looking elsewhere. Shizune maintained her expression with effort. Akatsuki silently took a step back. Kuratsuchi, on the other hand, looked at Naruto, who appeared younger than herself, with a sly smile. "Kid, who are you?" "You're not much older than me," Naruto retorted, then confidently introduced himself. "I'm Uzumaki Naruto, the future Hokage." Hokage. Kuratsuchi looked in surprise at Tsunade, who was an idol to many kunoichi. Unlike Naruto, Kuratsuchi, who knew more, was baffled by Tsunade bringing someone who looked like a recent academy graduate to the summit. Could such a silly kid really be recognized by Tsunade? Inoki, knowing more than Kuratsuchi, suppressed his annoyance and seriously examined Naruto. "Uzumaki Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Tsunade has taken an interest in him. Would Konoha agree?" Naruto's identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was no longer a secret after the Chunin Exams. Given the challenges in controlling the tailed beasts, Jinchuriki often had tragic and resentful childhoods. With the investigative abilities of the 5 great shinobi villages, it was naturally determined that Naruto was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Truly as willful as the rumors say. Inoki glanced at Tsunade. Bringing a Jinchuriki to the Five Kage Summit was not as simple as it seemed. In the ensuing time, Naruto and Kuratsuchi, who were close in age, constantly bickered. Soon, the fourth Hokage, accompanied by Darui and C, entered silently. Glancing around, he noticed the young and unfamiliar Naruto but said nothing and took his seat. The mist ninjas arrived shortly after. Like the previous arrivals, the fifth Mizukage curiously looked at Naruto, the youngest and least known person present, and instead of remaining silent, she cheerfully asked, "Who is this handsome blonde boy?" "Blonde? Handsome? Are you talking about me?" Naruto, surprised, pointed to himself. Receiving confirmation, he grinned widely, his face showing a mix of pride and bashfulness at being called handsome for the first time. In gratitude, seeing Mei wearing a hat similar to Tsunade's, Naruto, knowing her identity, addressed her as he would Tsunade, Mizukage Granny. Boom. A fair fist immediately sent him flying. Call me sister, you little brat. Mei growled through gritted teeth. As expected. True to his title as the most unpredictable ninja. Recalling the description of Naruto in the Konoha ninja files, Tsunade was unsurprised by the scene. Bringing Naruto here, if nothing unexpected happened, that would be the real anomaly. Fortunately, the atmosphere had livened up considerably. All in all, it wasn't bad. After the commotion, things quickly calmed down, and the previously disrupted scene was swiftly restored. Back behind Tsunade, Naruto rubbed his red cheek, thinking the place was too dangerous and decided to keep quiet. Finally, the sand ninjas arrived. Seeing a familiar face, Naruto's eyes lit up, and he immediately discarded his previous thought. Gaara. You're here too. Naruto enthusiastically walked over to greet Gaara. But after a few steps, he noticed something, pointing at Gaara in shock and stammering, Gaara. You. How did you become the Kazekage so quickly?